in yourself and finding your strength. Finding your passion and going after that. Not listening to anyone else. Not wondering what anyone else is doing. Not looking to the side to see who's doing what. Just staying focused. Looking forward. What are you going to do? How are you going to handle things? What's important to you? And how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that. Envision that. Write that down. Be a part of that. Immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal. Go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in. And believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it. Your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you. It's breakthrough day. You woke up this morning and you decided, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to make a difference today. I'm going to do that exercise. I'm going to learn that course. I'm going to start doing my life differently today. Today's the day. So go after it. Grab hold of that feeling inside that you're going to do today differently, and start. If that means putting on your running shoes, do that. If that means emptying out the fridge or the cupboards of all the food that you don't need, then do that. If that means sitting down at the computer and filling out those forms or learning that course, then it's time to do that. Because today is breakthrough day. Today's the day that you take the motivation inside of you that you've been feeling for however long and you go after it. You don't let your body or your brain or your mind or anyone else in your universe stop you from doing what it is you want. Because breakthrough day means breaking through the old ideas, the old patterns, the habits that have held you back, and doing it differently. In a breakthrough day, you don't stop, you don't question, you don't wonder, and you don't compare. You certainly don't look backwards. You look forwards and you go after it. So today is the day that you've decided you're going to break through an old limiting belief or get rid of a pattern. Then let's do it together. One foot in front of the other. Let's decide that this is the day things are going to be different. So what does that mean? It means making a list of what it is you want to accomplish. It means using positive affirmations to propel you forward. It means only positive languaging in your mind. It means writing down things that are going to help you achieve what it is you want. It means seeing success happening to you. You're going to do this. You're going to get this. You're going to figure this out. You're going to feel everything you need to feel each and every step along the way as you do it. Because when you do the work and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on breakthrough days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old. Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it, who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Get up. It's time to go after your dream. You've got an idea, so wake up, baby. This is your day to start moving towards achieving exactly what it is you want. Put your shoes on, grab your coat, and get outside. Light that candle, sit down, and meditate. Do what you have to feel good. Grab some water and drink the whole glass. Stretch your body, move, reach, wiggle your toes, and get out all the old stuff that doesn't feel good, because today's your day. You're going to do something magical today. You're going to make a difference because you're going after what it is you want. This is your moment, so take it. Do something today to get one step closer to what it is you want, because guess what? The universe is waiting for what you've got brewing inside your mind, and it's excited to help you, encourage you, motivate you, and push you forward, because what you're thinking, it wants to see. So go after it. Sit down at the computer, get some work done, grab your notebook, write out that list, do some training, teach yourself something new, be a good student, learn what it is you don't know, ask questions, look to people who are doing what it is you are doing and emulate that. See how you can do more. What can you learn? How can you stretch? How can you push the boundaries of what you're used to and do something different? Because you've got to be different if you want different, and this is your time. You know this is what you want, and so go get it. Push yourself. Encourage yourself. Support yourself. Because you can do it. You've got this. We're all watching you and we're cheering you on, because we know that your passion and your belief is undoubtedly going to get you there. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep reaching, keep leaping, keep climbing over whatever obstacles you have to go after it. You got this. It's yours. It's just waiting for you. The idea came to you because it wants you to execute exactly what it is you're dreaming of. It wants you to succeed. So grab the day. Grab hold of all the possibilities that are right there. Just reach out into the air and grab them. They're right there, waiting for you to be amazing. Because you are amazing. You're fantastic. You're exceptional. And the universe loves your idea. Seize the day. It's yours. You got this. Go get it.
Stop it. All right, everybody, guess what? And here we go. JB Owen in the house. Let me get things rocking and rolling. Well, welcome everybody. Happy Sunday morning, wherever you are in the world, morning, afternoon, or night. Here we are. We're going to have some fun today, because today is the day that we are so blessed to be launching and sharing and celebrating another fantastic Ignite book in the Ignite series. And I just woke up feeling fabulous. So many beautiful things have happened. Multiple authors have come together in this book, and we're doing what we do so often. We've done it multiple times. We're doing it again. A full day of igniting lives, of uplifting humanity, sharing fantastic stories of authors who have stepped into that resilient moment in their lives. As you know, many of you who are part of the Ignite community have seen so many books on health and wellness and faith and forgiveness and parenting and impact. And this time it's all about resilience. I truly believe that resilience is one of those fundamental human experiences, qualities, and characteristics that we have, because resilience is going to help us make it through the times ahead. And with resilience comes so many other incredible qualities that each and every one of us absolutely have. And that resilience makes magic. It changes lives. It creates inventions. It goes against the norm. It challenges beliefs. It steps out of boundaries. Resilience is truly some of the things that has absolutely impacted humanity on a global scale, because one person decided to use their resilience to do something different than they had done before. And that truly is a powerful and amazing quality that these stories are going to emulate for all of you. So sit back and get comfortable. Welcome to Igniterama 2026's June. Can you already imagine? This is our 27th book in the Ignite series. So blessed, almost 800 authors on our roster. We have been sharing these powerful Ignite moments. Now, if you're seeing me for the first time, I'm super glad. Welcome and nice to meet you. And what I want to share is Ignite moments are those moments that change us. They are those fundamental moments where life is happening, where things are unfolding, where something prevails, and it changes us in a fundamental way. And often the situation can be difficult and trialsome, but the outcome can be magnificent. The silver lining, the golden touch, that super golden nugget, that breaking the paradigm of what we once thought to believing something completely different. And when we believe something completely different, we do different. We be different. We result in different ways. And that creates this powerful impact around humanity. And was very, excited and at the same time emotional this morning because as the 27th book and almost a decade of doing this, today felt beautiful and auspicious. And I didn't have all the worry and anxiety and stress and rush that often comes with trying to put on a full all day event live. People say, how do you do it live? Well, I just do it because I love it so much and the authors make it so easy. But the truth be told, this morning, I really realized that when you ignite one person's life, you ignite all of humanity. Because that one person goes out into their community, they go to their family, they go to their place of work, they go to their church, they go to their hobbies, they go to their fun places. And when they are lifted and they are ignited, they emulate that to others. And that becomes beautifully contagious. And that emulates to the next person and the next person. And so I remember sitting in Kula, meeting with a very influential marketer and somebody who was super successful and had raised billions and billions of dollars. I remember getting my 15-minute, coaching session with him. And I remember saying, I want to ignite a billion lives with a billion words. And he kind of scoffed at it, how can you measure that? And that's pretty lofty. And, this is 10 years ago when the word billion wasn't that popular. And I remember thinking billion, and he said this to me, it really needed to be a number. I needed to be able to measure it. I needed to count how many words we published. I needed to count how many people. And today, this morning, I realized that it's not necessarily a number that we have to count as a company. It's a number that will just resonate and multiply and magnify because of the vibration and the willingness, the compassion, the desire of each and every one of these authors. And over time, we will have and already have, as in the future, in the timescape, in the continuum of the world, ignited a billion lives. And so today I really realized we've reached that marker because a billion lives continues to grow and grow and grow with each and every author that we publish, each and every author that shares their story, and each and every author that ignites their own life is a candle to ignite many, many others. So I feel a great sense of achievement, completion, of calmness, of contentment, of joy, of jubilation, that we really are igniting lives around the globe in powerful and amazing ways. And I want to also refer to Stephen Hawkins, who talks about the vibration and the frequency. One person raising their frequency to a higher level can ignite and elevate the frequency of thousands. And if you actually do some research, you can see what Hawkins talked about, a certain hertz level raises, and I use the word ignite lives, multiple lives, 70,000 lives, 200,000 lives, a million lives. And I just absolutely want to congratulate every author here because they are doing exactly that. All right, awesome, awesome, awesome. So let's tell you how it's going to go. Every 15 minutes today, we are going to invite one of our spectacular authors into the call, and they have at the same time invited their friends and family. So I'm going to be interviewing them, asking them about this experience, and then we're going to hear from their friends and family to just see how awesome and amazing it was. Truly, it's an incredible experience. You get to hear about why they did it, what inspired them to do it, how they felt about it, how it unfolded, and then you get to watch and witness what is truly one of the most important things in the world is the love and appreciation and gratitude that comes from other people. If we just had more of that, imagine how incredible the world would be. More love, appreciation, gratitude shared by family members. So stick around, get comfortable. You can watch us on Ignite Television. Just go to Ignite Television on Facebook. You can go check us out on YouTube, and you can be a part of our community for the entire day. All right, well, let's have some fun. let's enjoy and let's really take some notes if you like. You're going to learn a lot of cool things from the folks here. And I would love for you to grab your notebook and take some notes. It's really going to be interesting what you have to share. All right, well, we're going to kick it off with all the way, and this will happen throughout the day, as we're going to travel all over the world because we have authors from everywhere. We are going to speak to our amazing author who is in South Africa. This is a really great story, and probably one that not a lot of you will know. This author reached out to me almost 6 years ago. I think it's been 5 or 6 years, to be in one of our Ignite books. She was introduced to me by another Ignite author. And what's so beautiful is at the time, 6 years ago, it wasn't a fit. It didn't work out. Things unfolded, life unfolded, the world unfolded. And every few books, I think 5 books in total, this incredible author has reached out and said, is this the book? Is this the time? Is this the story? Is this the moment? And then for about 2 years, we didn't hear from each other. Life got busy. And then just most beautifully and recently, she reached out again. She had seen on Facebook that we were doing Ignite Resilience, and she reached out, and now was the time. This was the beautiful time for her to be a part of this book, and I want to welcome her to the call. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my gorgeous. Welcome, Lorraine, to Igniterama, our very first author of the morning. Good morning. Unmute yourself. How are you doing? Go ahead. How
I'm
are you
doing good,
doing?
thanks. And how are you?
Yes, awesome. So I kind of precluded the story a little bit. You and I have been in conversation about your beautiful process with Ignite. And what's beautiful is Vivian, who is the one who introduced you and I together, is also on the call. We'll talk to Vivian in a moment. But Lorraine, resilience really was in the makings of you writing this story, because you persevered, you continued, you didn't take no for an answer, you didn't let any circumstances bring you down. And here you are now, a published author after talking about it for so long. How does it feel?
At first, very overwhelming sometimes, but I feel very proud of myself to take this journey. It wasn't easy, but I am glad that I came to Ignite Resilience. I learned a lot, and I look at life differently now ever since I shared my story in Ignite Resilience.
Wow, tell us how. Tell us how you
So
feel.
it's been
Yeah, tell us how it's different. And sorry, folks, we have a tiny bit of a lag, so I'll just wait and pause. But go ahead, Lorraine. Tell us how it's different for you.
So before, I was scared and I didn't like to share about my life because I thought I was going to be judged. But after writing my story in Ignite Resilience book, I just told myself that your story is out there. The whole world is going to know about it. So feel free. Everything is free. You are free to tell everyone how you feel and how everything that's been happening in your life and all that. So that's why I said I look at life differently now, because what I've been hiding now, everyone knows about it.
I know,
The
isn't that wonderful?
struggles
It's
and the pains that I
liberating.
went through.
It's very
Yeah.
liberating when you share something that we've talked about this many times. Like, people feel afraid or ashamed, and so they hide, they become smaller, they don't want anyone to know, they don't want anyone to see. And then when you kind of open up the curtain and say, okay, here it is, here's what it is, and it's not that bad after all, it's quite freeing.
Yes, I feel very free, and I've been getting lots of inboxes on my Facebook, and people have been asking me, "How did you do it? Don't you feel like people are still gonna judge you?" I said, "No, no matter people are gonna judge my story or they're gonna judge me, I feel free now because I have said my part and I've said whatever that I needed to say about myself. I am a free woman. I am a mother, and then I'm learning a lot about myself, and then I found peace, and then I found how to love myself as well."
And when people judge you, which is true, the as much as they judge you, they judge themselves even more. And when anyone is ever judging you, you have compassion for them, because if they're judging you, they're so much more harder on themselves, judging themselves. And so I'm so excited for you. I'm thrilled. I have watched you grow tremendously since I first met you, and I have seen you bloom and blossom since this project has even started. And I want to just honor you, because many people can take a situation and become smaller because of it. They can let it define them. And people like you have decided to let it liberate them. And you are going on to inspire and ignite more lives. Congratulations. I know that you are planning to do some event in South Africa. Tell us a little bit about that.
So the event is about empowering other women. So the other day I was just sitting and then the idea popped up, and then I was like, no, maybe I must just create one and then let me just see. So I wrote it down on my notebook, and when I was sleeping and then it kept on bothering me and then coming now and then, I said, okay, let me just plan this and then see how it's going to work. So I reached out to this other lady by the name Susan. So I told her that I'm planning this event. Do you think it's gonna work? She says that I don't know, but I'll be there to support you. I said, okay. So she says to me, just tell me what you wanna plan. So I told her that I just want to plan a day that is going to be about women. So I want to deal about, actually, I want to focus on single mothers, people that are dealing with depression and anxiety, unemployment, and people that are in abusive marriage. Because I have found out that lots of people, they are scared to speak up about their situations because they are scared to be judged, just like me, I was before. And I also want to tell people that they can reach out to therapists and get help in other ways. So the focus, my focus on the ignite or on empowering women event, it's for women to feel free to speak up about whatever situations that they are going through, and to know that it is safe for them to reach out and find help, and also to speak up about their feelings.
Truly an example of resilience, and I'm so excited. I'm really, really thrilled. I wish I could fly and be there to join you, but I am so honored. This is exactly what I said at the very beginning. When you uplift one person, that person uplifts humanity, and what you're doing, Lorraine, is fantastic. I know you talked a little bit in your story about overcoming depression and getting help and getting therapy, which is such a beautiful thing. And I want to just honor you as an example for so many people to make a betterment in their lives. I also see you have some beautiful people here to share. So, Vivian, if you want to come off camera, one of the things I love about Ignite Authors is that when you become part of the family, you're in the family forever. Vivian did our very first book, which is so exciting. Such a beautiful legacy. Our very first book, Ignite Your Life for Women, is where we started, Lorraine, Ignite Your Life for Women. And Vivian was a part of that book. We did a beautiful book launch in San Francisco. And Vivian introduced me to Lorraine, empowering and igniting her. Vivian, how does it feel to know after so many years and one little introduction, moving the chess piece on the chessboard and introducing us, and now just watching Lorraine bloom so much in her Ignite experience? Unmute yourself, honey.
Hey, first of all, just congratulations, Lorraine. I'm super proud of you. And she kind of kept this a secret for until the other day to tell me she's actually in the book. But since I met Lorraine when she was, I think, 19 years old, and at that time she told me she wanted to be a writer. And she has been pursuing this dream very consistently for several years. And yeah, I've read a few of your stories, Lorraine. So I know you've, right, how courageous and honest you've been sharing your stories, and now having the courage, yeah, to actually be in the book. Yeah, well done, Lorraine. It's wonderful to see. Yeah, I really hear in your voice as well how much more confident you are, how mature you are, also the strength that's coming through. So Congratulations.
It's so true. I agree. Like her spirit has uplifted and transformed her confidence, her awareness. So you also have a few other people. Lorraine, would you like to introduce your aunt is here? Is that correct? Is that what I understand?
So I'm
And
not sure, but I think
let's go. How do you, I don't pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Remo. Do you want to unmute yourself and share? Please forgive me for not using your name correctly. Go ahead.
let's mute Cheryl.
And then Lorraine, you'll just have to mute yourself if you guys are in the same building. Can they, Lessimo,
Okay.
Okay. I just need to get them to unmute themselves. I love that we have authors from around the world and from different locations. It's so great. But of course, there's always some technical difficulties, and it's always great to use ourselves on Zoom. So, Lorraine, we can't hear or see that person, then they're walking around, so it's very distracting. They just have to stand still if they're going to be on camera. Go. Can you just, there you go. All right, hold your camera still so nobody gets car sick. Do you want to share a little love and pour into Lorraine a little bit?
Hi everyone. Yes, I wanna share.
Okay, go ahead and share.
Hi everyone. My name is Lissy Ho. Lorraine is my aunt. My name is Lissy Ho, and Lorraine is my aunt. I'm so great that Lorraine is the part of the book now, and I'm so happy for her.
I'm so glad. Thank you. And we appreciate it, of course, that you support her and encourage her. Lorraine, unmute yourself again. Thank you, Lessigo. When you see that you're inspiring people, like your niece and other people in your family and other people in your community, can you share a little bit about how that has now impacted you to want to do more? I'm sure more writing is coming up for you and more experiences are unfolding for you. Can you talk a little bit about when you make an effort to do something, how so many doors open? Go ahead, Lorraine. I'll just
So,
mute her.
so I am okay. I don't mute. So, it's my family. It's really.
Go ahead.
I can't see myself.
That's okay. Just keep talking into the camera. You don't need to see yourself. Sometimes I can't see myself. You just keep sharing with your audience. There we go. We see you now.
Okay. So the support that I'm getting from my family, the support from my family, it's a lot of support in the family, and also some friends, few of friends, and but lots of people, they just want to see the event happening because they know that after the event a lot of things are going to happen. But with the event, I am a bit anxious because it's my first time hosting an event. I don't know what is going to happen. I don't know if people are gonna love the idea or love to be there on stage and share about their lives and all that. I still the first time since it's my first time event. I pray every day that may it be successful. And after this event, I'm also planning more. It's not only going to be about human, it's also about the kids, because I've noticed this year at my daughter's school, there was a small child that is doing grade 6. So the child committed suicide because she says that the friends were bullying her at school, and she's been telling the mother that she's getting bullied at school. And the mother, because she's working mother, and then she never got a chance to go to school and then sort that out. The child ended up committing suicide, and then we ended up losing her. And I've noticed that lots of people are bullying other kids because of the situations they're facing at home. I also want to focus on that as well.
This truly is an example of how you are taking resilience and doing something powerful for your community. One of the things I love to do with my authors is take a moment to congratulate them on the work that they're doing. And so I love to share the how powerful it is for them to ignite lives. And so congratulations, you are an international best-selling author. You did it. Hooray. And you are just going to do more and more incredible things. Thank you, Lorraine. Thanks for being here. Big hugs to you, and just continue to do the work you're doing. You're very, very inspiring, and we're so proud to have you in our community. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Blessings to you. All right, folks. Well, that's just a tiny thanks, Vivian, and thanks, Mama. That's just such a wonderful example of how special it is and how blessed we are to have the opportunity to share with authors from around the globe. And we're going from South Africa all the way over to America to see our next author. One of the things that we love about Facebook Live is that it is true, it's authentic. So many of the authors ask me, like, they're nervous before they get on these calls. They try to prepare, they try to plan. And you know what I just tell them? Be yourselves, be your authentic selves. That's what people love. That's what people appreciate. That's what people are most drawn to, is being your true authentic self. And Lorraine is an example of that. She absolutely is such a blessing. All right, well, we're going to bring in our next author. And what I want to share about this author, well, we met on the side of a mountain during his birthday. We were on a charity hike. We started chatting. I talked a little bit about the Ignite process to all the community, and Eric Longoria just threw his hand up and said he would be a part of it. That started a journey and a relationship and a friendship and a true member of the Ignite family, not to mention someone who has just pulled it out of all stops to support Peter and I. Last year, Eric came to Mexico to help drive us while Peter and I were cycling for charity. He came to Salt Lake City and spoke, won an award in Las Vegas as part of our community, has truly just excelled and moved into such a greater version of himself. We're so happy to have you here. Welcome, Eric. Happy to have you here. Unmute yourself and welcome to Igniterama.
Hey, everyone. Excited to be here.
Now, this is your second Igniterama, so how does it feel between the first and this one?
Oh, man. I think this one, I think I'm definitely, I'm going to say enjoy it, but not to say that the last time I didn't enjoy it, though. But it was more, I don't know, it was more inspiring. I think over the time and over the connections that I made, somehow it just all came together and just made it a really good celebration.
Yeah, like the first time you sort of dip your toe in it, and then this time you're like, I'm all in, I'm jumping in.
Yeah, because I had a little bit of a learning curve too, because writing wasn't my thing, you know, and it was like this big looming thing. But going through, like I said, me and you, JB, got through it, started learning all this stuff about it. So when I came doing this time around, I really felt more confident, more coming through here, where I really wanted to give all I had to give out to inspire and spark some hearts.
You know what's so admirable about you that I have learned and noticed is that you do have this innate resilience in you. Your very first story was completely heartfelt and amazing. This story also the same. You are a veteran, you are a father, you are a brother, you are a person in your community, you do great things, you encourage, you do charity work. So there is innately this piece of you that is resilient. And what I have learned is resilience is actually forged through adversity. Resilience is forged through difficult times. Do you want to share a little bit about that? Because a lot of people think, wow, look how lucky they are. They're at this pinnacle or they're at this place. But there was a lot of work to get here. And you went through that to create this resilient side of you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty heavy. I haven't really just sit back and reflect on that. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts, and I think the thing I think I learned the more was one, the support of my wife, big support, being there. You know, when we need to brainstorm, if we need to ask some questions, if I need to, all right, I got this thing going on though, but let's talk it out. Let's figure it out. I think that was awesome to have that as well. But I think for me personally, like as an individual, I think was like I talked about in my book, in the chapter I wrote, is all about learning, becoming the operator, owning that vessel, taking that ownership, and that comes a lot with self-reflection, you know, with grace, with no judgment, the things that we tend to over criticize, like just to be really down to earth with yourself and connected, and really go through the power of choices that you can make. And I think as I continue to do that, I think the distortion of life throws at us, you have a little clear, you know, a frequency going through, you know what I mean? Where you have a little handle on it. And I think was just the consistency. And every time I would take that step and, you know, more of a probability direction, I would go through it, and like these old stuff would rise, and I'm like, no, because I know me. I know what I've done. I know what I've accomplished, you know? And I go, this is something else. This is not me. So it just learning to learn the inner workings of your own operating system. And once you start realizing the possibility, the power, the strength, the confidence, the trust that you always already had in yourself, it's just learning to unlock all that.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful. The operating system of life. I love your theology because so many times we're just letting the puppet strings of other things control us, old bad habits, belief systems that aren't even, don't really exist anymore. And so really becoming the operator of your life is fantastic. I love this analogy. Now, I want to just jump to the kids because to have three amazing young men sitting there quietly waiting and patiently, let's not torture them any longer. We can get to them and come back to you. I've been so lucky to be in your home, to be around these beautiful boys, to see them, to share popsicles with them, to hang out with them. Guys, unmute yourself, and I just want to hear from each of you what you have to say about Dad. Who wants to go first? How about oldest to youngest? Share a little bit about what you've seen in your dad since he's become an author and a speaker and a trainer and a coach.
He has gotten better at writing,
Yep.
and he has accomplished a lot.
He really has, hasn't he? When you watch him, do you see a part of him that you see in yourself?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. And what is one really great lesson that he's taught you?
Being brave and never giving up.
Yeah, so true. That is so indicative of him being brave and never giving up. All right, let's talk to your younger brother. Come on in. Hello, how are you? The fun and playful one. So, what's it been like to see your dad become a bestseller again, but at the same time, just really share his story? Did you get a chance? Did he tell you a little bit about his story?
Yes.
Did you have like a favorite part of it? A favorite part of his
I
story?
haven't seen enough to know.
What this is going around the world. There's lots of people watching. What do you want to say to your dad that you maybe haven't told him yet? About how you think about him. Maybe you want to just give him some congratulations.
I'm proud.
Yeah. Isn't that beautiful? It's so great as a parent to hear your child say how proud they are. All right, let me talk to your little brother. Hi, superstar. How are you?
Good.
So nice to see you. I remember last time we got to share spaghetti together, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so fun. So you always have great ideas. What do you sometimes think is one of the great ideas that you have got from your dad?
About the nervous system. Nervous
Yeah.
system.
Oh, yeah. Talk a little bit about that. What has he taught you?
That never to be afraid.
Right. And when we are afraid, what do? We relax our nervous system.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
breathing and humming.
Oh, great idea. Tell me a little bit about that.
You can like breathe in and then hum to calm you down.
Isn't that so true? I was doing that even this morning. And also you create a new like vibration if you do like humming or chanting, right?
Mhm.
All right. Can I see all three of you together again? Because that was so nice. How about you guys all together on the count of three? Give Dad a big congratulations and clap your hands. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yay,
Right.
Dad! I love it. Thank you guys. You guys are great and you're growing every time I see you. So don't grow too fast because I got to come and see you again this summer. All right. Blessings. Let's, yeah, thank you. Well, let's go talk to the other half that makes these boys so amazing. And at the same time is a great support system, not only to Eric, not only to the boys, but to the Ignite family. Jeanette is a incredible asset and, works with the Ignite community to help these authors get to the finish line as one of our beautiful, beautiful editors. Unmute yourself, my sweet. And here you are again, getting to watch and witness your amazing other half really up-level themselves. How has he changed in this process?
Oh my gosh, so many ways. Just taking on the writing process um, head first is just such growth to see him go through that. And it's just beautiful, like the confidence coming through, just everything, just really embodying it and holding on to it is beautiful to see all that happening.
Aren't they sexy when they're so confident? Confidence is sexy. I always say confidence is the best outfit. When you can't decide to what to wear, just wear confidence. And I wanted to say thank you to you because, and you really deserve the spotlight also, not to take away from Eric for this second, but Jeanette has really poured into every single author. They have met with her, they have sat with her, they have polished their and worked on their story with her. And it really is a testament to how much you too have grown. And watching you both as a couple from when I first met you and the very first call I got on with the two of you after Eric said yes and you showed up and we're like, what did we agree to? It was so beautiful. And now where you have come, just reflect a little bit on your journey because when you're in a partnership, you know, if one person is moving forward, one person is rising, they are pulling the other forward. Also, they are lifting the other up. Just share just the beauty of being an Ignite couple.
Yeah, no, it really is empowering to know that when life's telling you to take a step back, you don't have to worry. You know that he's there supporting everyone. Just he's got it in line. It's not like, oh my gosh, what do I do? You know, it's he's just right there, never skips a beat. And vice versa, you know, when he needs a break, he knows that, you know, so whether we're in a growth period, a rest period, you know, it's that real dynamic, the synchronicity where we can just like play off one another and just kind of lift one another up regardless of what season we're in.
So well said. So well said. Eric, you truly have a beautiful family. And again, like all things in life, nothing is perfect, but it's that willingness to work at it every day. And that's what I see in you. That's why you won the award. People admire you that you continue to do the work. Share a little bit about that.
No, no, it's like I said, it's I'm really grateful of what I've accomplished, but I wouldn't have been accomplished if it wasn't the people I connected people, have a collaboration, going to the events, connecting, willing to grow, but willing to learn how to refine. And I think it's like I said, it's everything. It's like everything that takes with resilience that becomes really adaptive. It's the same thing you do with connections and how we interact with humanity.
Yeah, and you have really stepped into your gift of coaching and supporting others and of speaking. Share a little bit of the one sort of the golden nugget or the one thing you want to leave us all with that's really going to transform us and make a difference today in our lives.
I would say, and I know it's said a lot, and it's like start one, taking ownership, looking at yourself, you know, in the mirror, and just being honest with you and be truthful to yourself and know that you're enough, and anything's possible within you. But it starts with you. You got to find your secret sauce that's in this living organic vessel of a system that has all the keys, all the treasures, all the answers. It's just it's like I was with the business. I was talking to a business, and the way businesses look at SOPs, SWOT analysis, and whatnot. Well, what's our SOP? What's our SWOT analysis? It's be able to do the physical stuff, but also to be able to do the inner stuff, and that comes with ownership and learning how to be the operator. And like any systems, sometimes we don't know if we're on a default setting, on an autopilot. We don't know how long we've been running this old program that needs to update in our firmware, in our hardware, in our brainware, whatever it may be. But once you start looking within that, those were the answers. Those were the questions. You know, I think once people start really asking with intention, putting something in the search bar and start searching for that stuff within themselves.
So well said. So well said. He is an international best-selling author. And Ignite Resilience. Congratulations, Eric. So well said. I just love it. I just love it. I love listening to you. I love watching you. Bravo. Continue to go into your magic in the world. And thank you for being a part of this book. Big hugs to you. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
As you can see, it's just not one time. It's a process. And, you know, Eric shares a little bit about being in your operating system, which is so true because you don't know what you don't know until you decide to do a review or do a tune-up or go and do a checks and balances. And those things are very, very beautiful. He works a lot with men. His analogies are great. And I just encourage you to read his story. All right, well, let's continue on. We're moving over to Canada now. It's so fun to talk to all of these authors because the truth is the collective consciousness and awareness of understanding and brilliance is in all of us. We just say it all with different words. We use different techniques. We have a different path that got us there. But the truth, the base layer of it all is all the same, that we truly have the ability within us to do great things. And I want to welcome our next author. Hello, Miss Delmain. Welcome to Igniterama. Happy to have you here.
Hi, JB. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you, and congratulations on having your first international best-selling book with a chapter. What was the title of your chapter? You had a unique one.
Messages by Mother Earth.
Yeah, so beautiful. You have such a connection to Mother Earth. Tell me, where did that begin? How did that start?
Well, I think very early in life, I always just absolutely loved animals and nature and frogs and bugs and building little houses for them and doing all sorts of things, just exploring the outdoors and having the opportunity to do that. Actually, anywhere you live, but we especially had a big connection to our farm in central Alberta. So that was our vacation spot. We weren't, you know, super rich, so we couldn't take these vacations here or there. We went to the farm or to our lake. We had an old cabin out at the lake. So that was where it all began.
You know, it's beautiful. I've been so blessed to spend quite a bit of my summers on my bicycle, riding through nature, taking time off of the bike, going in to see the waterfalls, to see the mountains, to go and hike, to be by the stream, to just lay in the grass. And it sounds interestingly corny a little bit, but Mother Nature does speak to you when you take the time to listen. Talk a little bit about that because a lot of people rush through their hike, or I even was laughing because we were in Moab a couple of weeks ago and people would drive up, get out of their car, walk to the rock, take a picture, get back into their car. And I just thought, like, wow, like they're really not feeling the essence of what is there.
Yeah, I think sometimes we do definitely not pay attention to what's around us. I think that she's trying to talk to us all the time. And if we just stop, and I think more people are, though, I think that's a growing thing. I've noticed it even throughout any social media. There's a lot of people are making these connections and finally waking up to what's happening around us. And it's the littlest thing. It's the sunset, the sunrise. It's looking at the full moon or looking up in the sky at the stars. And a lot of people are really making those connections. And more people, I don't know if it's more than before, are making connections with their animals, their pets. The my grandchildren have chickens out on the farm, and they hug and hold their chickens and paint their nails and name them, and it's just fantastic. So all of these connections, I think they bring you to yourself, and they help your systems calm down because they don't have the judgments that humans have. So we send out an energy that could be judgmental, could be happy, could be sad, whatever it is. But animals don't have that distinction and understanding of what we put on ourselves. So their energy is pure love.
Mm.
And that's what nature's all about.
It's so true. I have a thing with dragonflies, and like whenever dragonflies come around me, or I always see a dragonfly, I always feel like it's a message. And a couple weeks ago, Peter and I were outside in the hot tub and we were talking about something, and Peter said something so wonderful, and I was like, "That is so amazing." And a dragonfly came and went like boop on his nose and then kept going. I was like, "Okay, he just like tailed you the message." It was so cute. You've had this really beautiful now experience with animals and primarily with bison. That's a little bit about what your story is about. Do you want to share some of that? Because that's so unique and different. I'm sure people around the globe won't have heard that before.
No, it was unusual for me too. It wasn't something I was looking for. It's something that happened through my art. I teach Mandela art, and a girl that I had met through my grandson's hockey wanted to take a class because she's a bison rancher. So she said, "Well, can I take a class?" And so she did. And so I showed her, and she wanted to be able to paint onto her own bison skull. And so a couple weekends after she had the class, she was thrilled with it. And she came back to me and she said, "Would you like to try to paint on one of my bison skulls?" And I'm like, "Well, of course, like that would be amazing." I, never ever thought of it, but she gave me the opportunity, and I just instinctively knew I needed to meditate and ask permission to paint the bison skull. And this bison basically spoke to me. I wasn't expecting that. I was just expecting kind of a positive energy of yes or a negative energy of no to move me forward. And the fact that I got messages from the bison skull and then from Mother Earth, it was like, well, what's that all about? I really didn't understand why this was so important, but yeah, it was pretty surprising and amazing, and I went through quite a, trying to figure out what was going on. So, and the messages were like, "Dalmain, you need to share these messages." So that's kind of how it happened.
And it's kind of neat because there was this daisy chain. Like you met somebody who introduced you to something, who told you something, which then led to something, which then led to an awakening, and then led to you doing this book and this chapter and igniting lives. And so I want to use your story as an example to people who are listening that when you get invited or when an opportunity shows up or when something just sort of taps you on your shoulder, it may not be the thing, the mandala class or this or that, but it got you down the daisy chain to where you are today, international bestseller. Talk a little bit about writing your story, because you did say at the beginning you were a little bit nervous and I had to give you a little extra push.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on being published or being in an actual book, especially a bestseller. So I have always written, I have my teaching degree, and I always loved language arts, and that was my thing. I really did like that. I love storytelling. I love listening to stories because I find books actually put me to sleep. So I have to use an Audible or something like that so that I stay engaged, right? Um, but it really turned around that writing was actually the experience that brought more of an awakening even. Like I had figured out what I needed to do, but the actual writing took me further. And it did take me a long time to do it because I was hesitant on writing. I was hesitant on that whole process, but it's been amazing and I'll continue to do it. I don't know how many books I'll write. I don't know when, but I know that I have to continue writing.
Well, I would say, like many times, people get bit by the writing bug, and writing is a muscle. I say it all the time. So when you start writing and you start exercising that muscle and you start opening it up and you start making it available, it comes to you. It's truly, truly beautiful. Was there something that you shared in this story that you're particularly proud of?
Oh, I don't know. Um, I would say that probably how much I recognized my dad was important to me because I always knew that. But when I wrote it down, it's like, oh my God, look at all that influence I got. And
Right.
his connection, I always kind of knew he had a good connection with Mother Earth. He's always been a woodsman. He's always worked out on the farm and enjoyed that. He always loved going out in the cold, which I really don't, but I think anyone that loves nature can deal with the cold really well. And
Mm.
so it's just, yeah, it's just the connection is there, and I'm just blessed to be able to work with him and live with him now in the capacity that we do. We're best friends, and it's awesome.
So I love hearing that because stories open us up, they awaken us, they sort of bloom us. And when you write your story, often you find more of who you are. You can go back and talk to your inner child. You can awaken to the person that went through those difficulties, but also you become more patient, conscious, aware, grateful, admirable to the people in your lives that were on that journey with you. And that is a beautiful thing. And so thank you for reminding that to all of us, all authors who are listening, and everybody who is on this call around the globe. Think of the people who have been with you on your journey through your story, and really lean into the beauty that they brought to it. I want to thank Delmaine. She has made a bison skull for me. It's absolutely stunning. She was so just gracious and painted it and embellished it the way JB loves to be embellished and the way that Bison asked to be. So I just want to acknowledge you again for the beautiful art that you have. And I actually have quite a few of your mandalas. I've given one to one of our authors who lives near me as a gift to her. So the beauty of your art keeps going on and going on and going on. So now that you're published and things are unfolding, do you feel like, okay, what's next? What has this inspired in me?
Well, I've been told to stop micromanaging my life by
Uh-huh.
the powers that be. So I'm allowing the universe to guide me in whatever way I need to go. I've got 4 more bison skulls that I'm going to be painting shortly, and I've gotten a few different materials to use because painting a bison skull isn't like painting on a canvas. The canvas is
Mhm.
clean, the canvas is flat, the canvas doesn't have big gapes in it. The canvas has all its teeth per se. So I have to go and take these my canvas, the bison skulls, and really work on them. So I had to get some grinding tools and some sanding tools and a few different things that will make it easier for me to work on them. And just getting those from Amazon. And
Mm.
that's, yeah, so it's going to be a summer of painting and allowing. I am going to be attending a festival in Headley, BC, a Rise Wellness Festival, where I'm going to be teaching the mandalas craft there, as well as participating in their whole weekend event. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that in August.
See, you're just
So,
lit up. You're just lit up. When people talk about what's next for them after they do an Ignite book, there's this glee and this joy in it, and I just feel it in you. For those people who are thinking just 2 minutes left, and they're scared and they're worried, what would you say to them?
oh, just relax, take a breath, breathe, go outside, let the air go through your hair, look up at the stars, take a walk, get your feet dirty in the garden. When I go and do my gardening, I wear bare feet quite often. And so my feet are quite black. I did have a shower today, so I got the dirt between the toes off. But yeah, no, get out there and hug a dog. do whatever you can with the animals, because that energy that the animals have is unbelievable.
So beautiful. All right, give her a round of applause. She's an international
Thank you.
best-selling author.
Thank you.
Congratulations, my girl. Blessings to you. Have a beautiful day. I hope you get out in nature today and hug a tree for me. I'll be
It's
stuck inside all
pouring
day.
rain,
Yeah,
pouring
blow some
rain.
kisses my way. All right.
All
Big
right.
hugs
Thank
to
you.
you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Such good advice. I hope you're already writing some things down and taking notes, because each and every author is going to probably give you a fantastic nugget. And one of them, if not more, are going to really speak to your heart, because in this beautiful experience of life, we are all connected through this wonderful thing known as the consciousness of the red thread. It's no coincidence that you're here. It's no coincidence that you're watching. You might be driving, you might be doing laundry, you might be at home, you might be with the kids, you might be at a most important moment of your life, and this Facebook Live or this recording popped up, or this Facebook Live showed up in your life because there's something for you to learn, to know, to see. So dip into it, dive into it, and enjoy it. All right, well, let's welcome our very next author. Beautiful to have Mary Jo with us. Mary Jo is one of my clients that did a white glove program. If you don't know what a white glove program is, that is where I support and assist you in writing your solo book, your 80 to 100,000 word solo book that we launch all by you and me together and go bestseller on Amazon together. And it is a beautiful process, because usually it takes between 8 to 10 months to 12 months that we get to hang out together every single week. And I really get to unravel the beauty and the wisdom within you. And we work together to put it on the page. Now, Mary Jo did white glove, and part of her message is resilience. And so, of course, it only makes sense that she would be in the resilience book. Welcome, two-time international best-selling author. Welcome to Igniterama.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here.
So every time you go bestseller is kind of gleeful. They're all a little bit different. So this one really was, I mean, your whole entire solo book was about resilience, but this was a very specific story. Share a little bit about your story. Don't give away all the plot, but tell us a little bit about what you wrote in this book.
So this one is called The Mighty Oak.
Mm-hmm.
And I was drawn to the use of the imagery of an acorn and the mighty oak to tell the story about the life in a woman's shelter and what it looked like from behind the scenes, because sometimes from the outside, it looks like a place of absolute devastation, but in reality, it's a greenhouse. It's a place of compressed, fierce survival and resilience.
What a great analogy. You're right. It is a greenhouse. It's fostering, it's blooming, it's nurturing, it's germinating. Like, there's so many great analogies around that. I want to congratulate you for being so genuine and open with your story. We talked to Lorraine at the beginning of the call about fear of being judged. Did you have some apprehension about sharing your story now that you've done it? How do you feel on the other side?
I knew that it had to come out. It's just a matter of where. And so the acorn represents everything about the shelter. Going into the shelter, like you're stripped of everything familiar, you're small, you're closed off, and you're buried in the dark. But an acorn isn't just a nut. It is a locked container holding a massive future. And so the darkness of the woman's shelter isn't a graveyard, it's a seed bed. So that's where we're talking about the germination is lovely. So to grow, an acorn must crack open. And sometimes it feels like breaking, but it's actually the first act of resilience and a willingness to survive. So it's very powerful to be able to let that out.
You know, I love that analogy, because I have often thought of an apple seed. Like, an apple seed is so tiny, and an apple seed grows into an apple tree and then produces more apples. And what my analogy is, like, every single thing that needs to happen to be that giant apple tree with all those multiple apples is in that one seed. And so often we think we have to change, we have to be different. We're a leopard with a different set of spots. We want to be a tiger, whatever. Everything is in that seed. And I just feel the same when you talk about the acorn. everything to become the mighty oak is already encoded in the acorn. It doesn't need to be different. It just needs to be what it is. And that's such a beautiful analogy also.
Exactly. So as an acorn, you're holding the entire forest inside you, and you might not think that at the time. And so growth in the middle of trauma is fragile, and it's awkward, and it requires, an immense community. And that's where you go into the sapling phase. And Ignite Resilience is such a beautiful community with both a solo book and compilation book. It has different rhythms, different rewards and hurdles, but it's a lone voice versus part of a collective. And I thought the compilation book was showing the power of community.
It's so true, right? There is this energy in community, and there is this momentum, and there is this beauty of knowing I'm not the only one. And I always say people show up with their Ignite moment on their sleeve. It's not about how much money they make, their career, what they drive. It's about their change. It's about their transformation. And that is an elixir of community, to know who people really are and what they've been through. You've been through a lot. You've endured, you've overcome, you've achieved. And yet, through all of it, I have seen you just be optimistic, outgoing, inspiring, and at the same time, very, very grounded. Was there some part of your Ignite moment that really helped build the roots for that personality, that quality in you?
I'm generally the eternal optimist, which sometimes can backfire, but in general, the power of connection can create an immediate built-in support system. And that's what I really liked about the compilation series. And we are all anchored in our unique stories around the strong central theme of resilience. And I think that compilation book leverages a network effect, and that's why we can all learn about everyone else's stories. I find that a solo book lets you own the stage, but the other compilation books allows you to be part of an impactful choir.
Oh, can I steal that?
Yeah, I liked
it. Text that to me. That's a gooder. Very well said. So may I ask a little bit, and I haven't shared this yet. So when we did Ignite Resilience and all of our books previously, we put our authors in, we showcase them, we share our story. This book, something came to me, something I was inspired to include people in history who have ignited resilience, who have represented resilience. And so what I did in the writing process, and for those of you who don't know, we spent about 4 months working together as a community. A group of authors come together and we start to work on our story. I asked all the authors to pick the person that represented resilience to them from history. And this was become a really beautiful thing. And as we go on throughout the day, I'll share more. But Mary Jo, you picked Helen Keller. You actually were the first story I did the pairing. So I read your story, I read your qualities, I read your theme and what your main message was. Then I did research on Helen Keller, and then I tried to create the synergy, which was so easy because her qualities are so emulated in you, and your qualities are emulated in her. Your stories are very similar. When you read, before you read it, tell me a little bit why Helen Keller was a symbol for you, or a mentor for you.
I was always astonished how she could communicate, despite her limitations. And it just showed me that anything's possible. And one of the craziest things about all of this is I had a meeting with Diana Wentworth, who wrote the foreword. And when I had a conversation with her and I told her who my historic figure was, she said, "Oh my goodness, Mary Jo, I have an expression and a framed picture right here with a poem from Helen Keller." And I'm just like, oh my goodness, this is meant to be.
Right.
And that just astonished me. So I just thought it was a beautiful journey that Helen had accomplished. And she really inspired me.
And again, amazing daisy chain. Like when we kind of take a moment and look back and how we got to where we are and all the things that had to happen and all the beautiful synergies that had to unfold, it's quite miraculous. And at the same time, it's like so obvious. Like, of course that had to happen. That was beautiful. Diana also showed me the photo and the letter that Helen Keller wrote, and she was just absolutely enamored that she got to spend some time with you. Have you felt that in reading some of the other stories or even reading Helen Keller's story, you've had some takeaways?
I like the diversity of all the stories. I thought that was wonderful. And it's like a surprise every time you read one. And I find like I the other Ignite books that it's not a book you read all at once. It's like you read the story, you set it down, you kind of think about it and see how it, applies to you. Um, so that's what I like, is I like to read a story and then, digest it. But I love that all the stories are from all over the world too, the authors, and it's been a great collective. Um, Everybody's shared their energy, and it's been a terrific connection.
Now, can you just indulge me and the folks on Facebook about your first encounter with an Ignite book?
So my first encounter, coincidentally, was in this shelter, women's shelter. There were two books there. I think it was Ignite Forgiveness and Ignite Wisdom. And I thought, oh, I've never seen these before. I think I'm going to read this. And particularly the one about forgiveness, because I was full of emotion at the time. And I thought, I think I need to write my story, but no, maybe I don't. So I didn't write it for almost 2 years. And then I think I got the Ignite Modern Goddess, and I thought, I can write a story just like this. And so that's how it happened. It was just serendipity, picking up these books in craziest of places. And it was very, very, very rewarding.
It just makes me totally emotional to hear your story because it does. It really does. Like it makes me feel so excited that there's this bigger force out there in the world that's happening to put our books in women's shelters, in transition houses, in doctors' offices, in libraries, in schools, in purses, like on airplanes, and that reading that book again was a daisy chain and started this momentum and started this new absolute look at where you are, international bestseller, award winner, Canadian author, recognized. Amazing things are happening in your life, and yet you can look back and say there was a day when I was in the women's shelter, when I walked out of my life, where I had to be an acorn and regerminate and reinvent my entire existence. And I was inspired by a book that was written by other people that was started, and that's why it just is so powerful when you say it. So thank you for telling it to me again, because it really fills my heart and reminds me why I do what I do. And it should tell all the other authors in all of our books how powerful your stories are to change lives and make a difference in just one person that will go on to make a difference in multiple. You are igniting lives. I hope you know that. I hope you know your work is inspiring others. Have you had any fan mail or people reach out to you who have shared that we're complete strangers, right? Because it's one thing when it's family, but when a complete stranger reaches out, that's very powerful.
I can think of two stories. One, I I've just I'm number 8 in the best-selling rank of crisis management, which is amazing, and crisis management and education. So it's gone into a niche of leadership, which is fabulous. I met a gentleman the other day, and he said, guess what story my sister's reading? And I said, okay, what? He goes, she's reading Ignite Wisdom. He goes, I've never even heard of this book series until I started talking to you. And now everywhere I go, people are talking about it. So it's just incredible.
The power of the momentum. Share with people the name of your solo book in case they're interested and they read a resilience chapter and then they want to know more about your solo book.
Thank you. Of course, it's called Built to Thrive: How to Use Generation Wisdom to Grow Your Resilience. So They are very complimentary, this book and the solo book, and it's been a fantastic experience working with you, JB. I was very shy and quiet at the beginning. I didn't want to share any of my details. Look at me now.
Exactly. And I know I heard a couple months ago, you're like, oh, I'm already thinking about my next book. So I'm so excited. I know you've got big things in the works. Let's leave people with one final thought. As a two-time international bestseller with really resilience as your word, what would you like people to understand about resilience? Because a lot of people think resilience is the tough go, it's the fortitude, it's the pushing through. I know you have a much more beautiful description of that.
Well, my philosophy is, if my book or this compilation book can just help one person, know that if they are feeling small, or if they're feeling closed off and buried in the dark, that, the darkness goes away and life goes on, and any act of resilience is in us already. So our willingness to survive and come out into the light basically exists within us.
Amen. Amen. Give her a round of applause. Woo! She's an international best-selling author again. Thank you, Mary Jo. You're such an inspiration, coming to us all the way from Canada. Big hugs to you. Thank you, and have a fantastic day. Blessings, blessings, and blessings.
Cheers,
Well,
everybody.
thank you. As you can see, folks, I have, when I started the Ignite series, I wanted that same belief system. If I could just change one person's life, if I could just make a difference in one person's life. And I know that I have over and over again, but sometimes you can track how those things happen. And sometimes you talk yourself out of the magnificence of it because you're like, oh, they're just being nice, or, they just found it, or someone gave it to them, but to hear Mary Jo's story, when she called me, I didn't know who she was. She reached out to me and she shared that she had seen one of our books when she was living in a women's shelter, and it had helped inspired her to know that one day I could do that too. And that one day is right today, is this weekend, and is last a couple months ago when she launched her solo book. And she has changed her life profoundly from that one idea, that one moment, that one spark that said, I can do that. I can do that. I don't know how, I don't know where, I don't know when, but I can do that. And here she is, not that much long later, not many years have gone by, and here she is. And so I just want to share that with all of you the same. If you have that belief, that one moment that I can do that, then go out and do it. All right, well, let's jump in with our next author. Welcome to IGNITEARAMA. I'm so excited. Also, what I love is many people come into my life. We talk, we visit, we share, we get to know one another, and the seed is planted. Let's use the seed analogy. The seed is planted, and it takes time to germinate. I met Nolan a few years ago. Time passed, and then here we are. He reached out to me, asked me if I would support him in the conversation that we had a few years ago. I said yes. And then this book, Ignite Resilience, came up, and I was like, Nolan, you need to do this book. He thought about it. I don't think it's the right time. I said, no, you need to do this book. He thought about it. He said, I don't think so. A couple weeks went by, and I was like, okay, I really don't want you to think that I'm a freak, but I really think you should do this book. And here he is. Amazing. Congratulations, Nolan, international best-selling author in resilience. How does it feel to be a part of this book after I had to drag you all the way there, knowing that your story was absolutely powerful, amazing, and going to change lives?
Well, after I did reflections on it, I realized that this was just like a pit stop, in driving down a road. And it wasn't a distraction as much as I thought maybe it was, because it did take me a little bit off track from my original book that I'm working with you on. That is really dear to my heart. And yes, that does take time on the solo side of things. But this really allowed me to actually see what I'm writing for, and it allowed me to create, essentially my future, kind of like the oak, the acorn cracking, so to speak, into the future. So I actually started to build the future a little bit before before, when I thought I was going to build that after the book was done. So it's been actually much more of a blessing. And yes, you were very relentless in asking me, as much as I said, well, I don't know it, because as you know, I was carrying a lot of weight, and that's really what my book's about, which is super cool.
Well, a couple of things you said, which was so amazing, is you started to build your future before it happened. And I think, folks, you should write that down. We all need to start building our future right now, in this moment, as soon as we think it, as soon as it shows up, to build your future to where you are now. So, international bestseller, we've gone bestseller in Canada, we've gone bestseller in America, we've gone bestseller in a few other countries, which I will share at the break. So how does that feel? Because sometimes if you've never written before, when we first met, you hadn't written, but you had a desire, you had a wantingness, you were working on a book, but now it's here. So you've pulled your future forward. How does that feel?
It's kind of funny because there's these two thoughts. One is, am I really? Because there was a compilation with that many more authors. So is it the same with not being just, on my own? So that kind of has been trickling on but you know what, at the end of the day, I look at it and I say, yeah, the getting together with this many people and creating that powerful force moving forward has been incredible. And it's a different journey. And it's super awesome. Like I thought, oh yeah, this is part of that mindset. Oh, it's only 6 or 7 pages, or it's only this, or it's only that, and sort of downplaying the actual effort that this took, even to do 6 or 7, or just this one chapter, has been an immense amount of energy and effort from everybody, not just myself, and from from Ignite. And it's incredible. Like, honestly, I did not have any idea how much it actually takes to create something so beautiful like this. It is it's like doing the bison art. You don't just go slapping colors on there.
Right.
It is an amazing amount of effort. And so I've given myself that mercy and grace to be in acceptance of this. And I said, this is what it's like. Not to compare myself to the Beatles or anything, but it's like having a single solo song before the album comes out.
Right.
And that's what it's like. So I've released the single song
Yes.
to get like a Costco sample of what is going on and what is going on in my mind. And I think that is amazing.
Good for you. What a great analogy. So talk a little bit about your story. While you were working on Ignite Resilience, you had a beautiful trip to Morocco. You had a little bit of time away and came back, and something really sparked in you. Share a little bit.
Well, that's where the acorn split. Is the minute I got, like, not even on the camel, but at the camel farm, I was like, this is it's not like I've dreamed to ride a camel per se, but something of that nature, to be in a different country, like in Africa and Morocco, and to actually get stepping on a camel was amazing. And what I realized is how often I'll just stick with my mind, how it can go back and go, oh, well, should I be going on something else? Or is it good enough just to be on the camel? And that's where kind of things sort of sparked. And what I also realized is that once the fanfare is done, once I'm on the camel and I'm like excited and let's go, how slow the process is with a camel. It's not a horse ride. It's not some really extravagant, fast moving thing. And during the middle of that, it wasn't always so great. Like, the legs are over this wide thing. It started to feel heavy and uncomfortable and all that kind of stuff. And as I started to reflect this is where I started realizing that most things in the middle is where things are left. So if we're carrying a dream, like a book, it's in the middle where there's no fanfare, there's no one clapping anymore. It's like running a marathon. People are more clapping at the beginning or at the end, cheering you on to finish. But in the middle, there's nobody there. and so I started realizing this is where the dreams fizzle in the middle. That was kind of one of my lines. And it's the same with grief and things like that. Like, we can be caught in grief, trauma, loss, or anything like that. And in the middle of it, whatever that time frame is for people, it's like, well, what do I do? And a lot of people don't know. I guess I just have to stay in this grief. I don't know that there's another path possibly. It doesn't mean getting rid of it. It just means sometimes it's given permission for us to drop the weight. And this year has been, I've been gifted with carrying so much weight like the camel. I can start to relate to how the camel works, and it's one of the most resilient animals on the planet. To be able to go from 7+ days in the desert heat and facing windstorms and sunstorms and all kinds of stuff, carrying large amount of weight, and it just keeps moving. And that's what I started looking at my life. It's not about it having to be super fast. It's just about taking life a little bit slower, but moving forward on a constant basis. And that's sort of the premises of where it was all born.
With such true intention. I love it, folks. I hope you realize like the camel is one of the most resilient animals out there. How neat is that? And I love that you sort of had this awakening and you have so many analogies around it, Nolan. It's so, so terrific. Well, I see you have some guests, so I'd love to acknowledge them. One of the beautiful things that happens often in books is we have family members who write at the same time. So unmute yourself. Welcome. Your sister, Nicole, also an author in Ignite Resilience. Super happy to have you here, Nicole. We will interview you a little bit later, but I would love to have you say what you would love to say to your brother.
Well, I'm here with my mom as well, and
Hi, Mom.
so yeah, just want to say that I'm super proud of my brother, and we're both waiting to read each other's chapters, so it's kind of exciting. We haven't read it yet. I do know that he has a camel analogy, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to say, and super proud of everything that he's done, and pushing forward with a personal book and also writing a chapter in here as well. And yeah, it's really nice to see. So, Mom, you want to say something?
So just before you move on from that, tell me why you guys haven't read each other's chapter. Are you waiting to be together or be in the same room or after the launch? Tell me are you going to turn it into a special occasion?
Yeah, so for us, it's really special. I want to just be able to have a book in hand, and I want to just find a really nice place in nature and to be able to open the book and just to allow whatever emotions want to be there, laughing if you want to cry through things, or, celebrations. So for me, it's just a personal way to really nurture the story and just be in the moment. So
what a beautiful sentiment. I want to share that with all people. We haven't mentioned it. I'll talk about it on the break, but you can go and get your copy of Ignite Resilience. Take it out into nature. What a great idea, Nicole, and really nurture and enjoy the story and really be a part of it. I love that idea. I'm going to suggest that even more. Well, Mom, here you are with your two kids who have done something really spectacular. Both of them have been brave and resilient to be writing in this book, to be putting themselves out there. Have you read either of the chapters?
Absolutely not, but I can hardly wait to read them. Because I know they're going to be good.
Yeah, well, it's kind of neat because when you're the mom, right, you probably lived part of the story. But just to acknowledge Nolan right now, he has been on the writing journey. It's been very cathartic for him. It's been inspiring for him. Have you seen some changes in him as he's been writing?
Absolutely. Yeah. He's changed for the better, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, I loved him always, but now it's just, there's something I see in Nolan that I probably maybe didn't expect to see. And I am so, so very proud of him for doing the changes that he felt he needed to do. And what more can I say? I have to stop because I'm gonna cry.
It's
Well,
beautiful.
I'm gonna cry now, Mom.
Yeah.
I am crying a little bit.
It's so beautiful. Thank you. And thank you for representing all moms out there who are proud of their kids for making an extra effort. Nolan, you are representing men in this book because not always men feel the courage and the vulnerability to share their story. What would you like to say to the other men who are maybe sitting on the fence and thinking, I'm not sure if I should tell my story?
Yeah, it's extremely important for men to, there's a thing in society that has been, to be a man is to be, tough and rugged and this and that and all that stuff. And I'm not saying that people have to be wimps about their emotions. You can be strong and still intact with your emotions. We're all born humans with a heart. We all bleed red, no matter what color we are, and we all have a heart, and that's what we're born for. Our purpose is to love, and it's no different for a man. And so unfortunately this has been part of the nature for a long time, and this is the time where we can break those cycles. And that's what I feel I've done, like in the last 2.5 years, has been going deep, like into the depth of who I am, kind of like Bruce Lee did the same thing. And until men are willing to face that, then we will remain with those old stories that we have to be a certain way. And I think we can be strong and loving and kind and not be a wimps about it. And that's really, to me, it's the enlightened warrior aspect, and that's who I am. You don't want to mess with me, but I also am kind and loving, because that's who I am.
Well said, which leads me into your historical figure. Do you want to share with people who you chose?
Well, there's a prime example of who the most resilient character is. My favorite movie of all times is Braveheart, William Wallace. And he was the one that, he could have slunked away and went and farmed and would have been fine. But my back is going tingles, and I know that I'm speaking the truth. And he fought for what was right, for freedom. It's the number one thing, especially for men, that we crave. And oftentimes the sedation and stuff like that keeps us away from actual true freedom. And that's really what it is, to be in touch with who we are, is the freedom. And so William Wallace is a man that depicts exactly that: a leader, one that's willing to give his life for others, and to share that. And so, yeah, he's been one of my main figures of mentorship for a long time.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And William Wallace was dedicated, it was slow, it was consistent, it was perseverance, it was resilient. The camel is slow and perseverance and resilience, the way you have done things. And so I just smile because, he is reincarnated in you. You have the same qualities of one another. It's just beautiful to see it all. For those who are listening and you want to give them one little nugget of note to write down, what would you like to share?
There's so much, because I feel like I've really expelled a lot in here. But I would say that, really honestly, follow the camel principle. It is really one of the most amazing things that's come out of me. And it sounds funny. It's like, well, what is that? It sounds weird. The camel principle, or maybe it might change the camel way or something like that. But ultimately, it's, what are you carrying right now? What kind of weight? And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. And that's okay. And how do we adapt? How do we meet that in the middle and endure the storms that are there? We're not ever going to be storm free in this world. And then how do we become leaders because of it? Those are the 5 pieces of the camel as it's broken down. And that's what I think it is. We're all carrying some level of weight, metaphorically. And You know, sometimes
Emotionally, spiritually, physically, and all of
all
those
of it,
things.
all of
Mhm.
it, all of that kind of weight. What is that? Identify what that is. Can I let it go? Can it be dropped? Can it be transformed? What can you do? And that's all the part of the adaption. So I'm looking forward to seeing where that road takes me as well.
Right. Like, do I need to keep packing this around? Do I need to keep carrying this with me? It's really, really beautiful. Well, congratulations. You are an international best-selling author.
Love you so much, JB. Thank you so
Love you
much for everything
too.
you
Love you,
do.
Nicole. Thanks, Mama, for being here. Blessings to you. Take care. Well, that's just the start of this morning, talking to our amazing authors in Ignite Resilience. And it just warms my heart and just fills my spirit to know that every single one of these people are making a difference, and they're sharing their resilience story, and they are igniting their own lives, which I'm going to just say it over and over again. They're igniting humanity. It truly is my own life mission and purpose to ignite humanity. And I just feel like I'm doing it every single time I talk to one of our authors. Well, if you have not yet got your copy of Ignite Resilience, please jump on over to Amazon. We will show you the beautiful copy of the book. Ignite Resilience is amazing. It's available today on Amazon, and we are giving away free downloads. That's right. You can go to Amazon and download Ignite Resilience for free. You can just get access to it on your Kindle, and you can read all of the stories, not just of the authors, but also of the historical figures. Ignite Resilience is also available for purchase. So if you would like to go and get your very own copy sent to you through Amazon, you can do that. And thank you so much, Peter. If you also are thinking of someone you know that is going through a resilience time of their life, please send them their link. Please let them know. Please drop them a text, a note, a Facebook, a little voice message, and let them know that Ignite Resilience is available free right now. We do that on purpose because we want as many people to have access to it as possible. We have already gone bestseller in multiple countries, Canada and the US in multiple categories. And as the day goes on, I will even share with you more breaking news of how we are doing with our Ignite Resilience. That's just a few of our authors. We have more to come. And what I want to ask you to potentially do as you join us for this day of resilience is to ask yourself a few questions. And let's start with Sundet Nolan. What am I carrying that I no longer need to carry? You know, what weight is upon me spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, in relationships, in community? Really deep dive into the things that you carry with you that are no longer necessary. Old ideas, old opinions, old relationships, you know, even old kudos and shout out to Cheryl and Anita, old possessions and things in our house that we no longer need, that no longer serve us, that no longer support us, that the vibration and the frequency are just not in alignment with who we are. We are entitled and inspired, and truly the universe and source wants us to evolve and become the greatest versions of ourselves. And sometimes that means letting go of the weight. You may want to ask yourself, where have I been showing resilience lately? Or where have I not been exercising my resilience? These are all wonderful and beautiful things. You could go back to where or how can I spend more time in nature, or what is my favorite place to be in nature? You might want to ask yourself, how can I, like Dalmain, in nature, but then Lorraine talked about community. In what ways can I exemplify resilience in my community, which is really beautiful? Mary Jo talks about, for those of you who have had those moments where, how do we open up the acorn? Like, what seed has been planted in you that you are not allowing to germinate? What seed, what idea, what dream, what magnificent, what new version of yourself is inside that seed that you have not yet allowed to crack open? And then Eric, who really talked about accessing your operating system. You know, we all need to update our phones. We all need to update our computers. We all need to update anything. We upgrade our cars. We upgrade our treadmills. We upgrade our clothing. What in our lives can we upgrade by reviewing our own operating system? What do we do by habit? What do we allow to be broken? How many times have you walked by your house and there's something that you've been wanting to fix and you haven't fixed it for months? Or your car has a dent and you don't repair it, or there's just something that is always not working perfectly and you just keep allowing that. What if we were to say, how do I upgrade that operating system so that I can be the best version of myself? All right, woohoo! Thank you to all the wonderful authors that are in the green room. Big hugs and kisses to you. Congratulations. We are going to take a short break. This means go get your tea, go get your coffee, go get a snack, go get your notebook, go get your pen, go get your comfy chair, nestle in, and then take a moment to reach out to people and share the link. Let people know that we are live on Facebook. Go to Facebook and go to Ignite Television. You will find us. And let people know that you're having a really great time watching this Igniterama all about Ignite Resilience. All right, we will be back at 11:30. That's not true. We'll be back at 11:30. We'll be back at 11:45. That's right. We'll be back at 11:45. So see you in just 11 minutes.
There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength, finding your passion and going after that, not listening to anyone else, not wondering what anyone else is doing, not looking to the side to see who's doing what, just staying focused, looking forward. What are you going to do? How are you going to handle things? What's important to you, and how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that, immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal, go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it, your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you. It's breakthrough day. You woke up this morning and you decided, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to make a difference today. I'm going to do that exercise. I'm going to learn that course. I'm going to start doing my life differently today. Today's the day.
So go after it. Grab hold of that feeling inside that you're going to do today differently, and start. If that means putting on your running shoes, do that. If that means emptying out the fridge or the cupboards of all the food that you don't need, then do that. If that means sitting down at the computer, filling out those forms, or learning that course, then it's time to do that. Because today is Breakthrough Day. Today's the day that you take the motivation inside of you that you've been feeling for however long, and you go after it. You don't let your body or your brain or your mind or anyone else in your universe stop you from doing what it is you want. Because Breakthrough Day means breaking through the old ideas, the old patterns, the habits that have held you back, and doing it differently. In a Breakthrough Day, you don't stop, you don't question, you don't wonder, and you don't compare. You certainly don't look backwards. You look forwards and you go after it. So today is the day that you've decided you're going to break through an old limiting belief or get rid of a pattern. Then let's do it together. One foot in front of the other. Let's decide that this is the day things are going to be different. So what does that mean? It means making a list of what it is you want to accomplish. It means using positive affirmations to propel you forward. It means only positive languaging in your mind. It means writing down things that are going to help you achieve what it is you want. It means seeing success happening to you. You're going to do this. You're going to get this. You're going to figure this out. You're going to feel everything you need to feel each and every step along the way as you do it. Because when you do the work and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on Breakthrough Days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old. Well, welcome back, beautiful. So glad that you are here at Igniterama 2026. We are talking about Ignite Resilience with all of our incredible authors. They are from all over the world. We've been already to South Africa, we've been to Canada, the US, and now we're jumping all the way to Mexico. Please join us and welcome into the house for Igniterama, Miss Pauline McGuire. Come on in, Pauline. We're going to talk to you and share the beauty of your Ignite story. So thank you for joining us. I hope on that break you took a moment to get a few things so that you can take some notes, write some things down, and remember some of the juicy nuggets that are going to come from these authors. Hey, Miss Pauline, welcome.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here.
I'm so excited to have you. It's so cool and so amazing. So, international bestseller in multiple countries and multiple categories. What about your resilience story? How's it feel?
Did anyone else bawl their eyes out? I did. When I got the message, boom. I was just like, wow, that happened.
Yeah, and you did it.
It was very emotional, and it actually took a minute to settle in and before I could do anything with it. And I think that, yeah.
Well, you know what's neat about that? I love that you say that, because I want all the authors who are watching and who are part of this, like, take Pauline's advice, let it settle in. But you know what it is it's the cells of your body are changing, upgrading, calibrating. It's so powerful.
It's like, because I've been doing a lot of nervous system work, which is one of the reasons I stepped into this book. It is like your nervous system got a really high voltage energy that has now, my whole body's moving, that has now expanded your capacity. And a couple of things. One is we do so much to have those moments happen to us. So to just gloss over them and just be like, oh, now I'm going to post on social media. No, my body was like, oh no, you're taking a minute and here's some Kleenex.
I love that. And it is really neat because a lot of people thinks it's a task and an action. And, you know, you and I have some beautiful history. I just want to share with all of you. Pauline was masterful in spending a month with Peter and I last year as we completed our 2 world records. Pauline drove our RV, fed us, nurtured us, counseled us, supported us, cheered us on, helped us. And just did this magnanimous, beautiful, beautiful process of supporting 2 people in accomplishing their dream. I feel blessed to be able to return the favor to her to accomplish her dream of being published. But there is really this beautiful knowingness around, we're so busy doing stuff, and Pauline was there when I was doing every day my doing. And then you get to this point where this is the new me. This is the new version of me. I've changed who I am on a very profound level. And I love that you're taking time to feel that.
You're so right. Like, yeah, I was listening to the interview before, and your life can't stay the same when you do things like this. It just can't, because you're not the same. You have transformed. What you see is possible is very, very different. What you see you're capable of is also different. You just expand out, and from there, everything is different. And that doesn't just pertain to us, that pertains to everybody that we're in relationship with, because nothing can stay the same when you don't show up the same way.
You know, Pauline, this morning I was doing my journaling and reading this book, and it just came to me. It was about a doctor who took over from Mother Teresa and has been running, you know, one of her facilities to help people in the most impoverished place in the world. But what it said was when you help people, you know, you help the world. And what I really heard was when you ignite lives, you ignite humanity. And it really reminded me that we are in this beautiful conscious collective. And when we change, when we uplift, when we make a difference, we can't help but then impact and inspire and uplift others around us. I know that you do that with your business, with your brand, with your personal life, with the things that you do. But writing this story, I just want to ask you, and this is some of the stories about you and your son and this very big pivotal moment in your life. Do you feel that, you know, and of course you're going to say yes, but the preparation, like all of this had to happen, this wonderful cosmic stir had to happen to get you to where you are right now?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I'm going to say that I wasn't really happy with a lot of what was happening. It wasn't like I was communing with the universe saying thank you. I was like, you always get what you need. And if you need strengthening, you're going to get opportunities to strengthen. If you need to go within, you're going to get a lot of noise that is going to beckon you to go within. So yes, everything. That's one of the ways I know I've kind of gotten through a wormhole. When you're going through something and you just know, man, I just got to put one foot in front of the other because I can't see the end. It doesn't benefit me to look at the top of the staircase. It just benefits me to be, okay, what do I need to do to just do the next step, just to do the next step? And awareness that we are mirrors. That's how humanity works. We are mirrors. We mirror things back to each other. So I'm very cognizant of what kind of mirror I am. What am I showing up as? Right? Am I showing up as complaining? Because people are going to resonate with that. You know, if I show up and then we got no water or whatever, and then that's the frequency people are going to meet me at. And they're going to be like, oh, let me have something in common with her and let me tell her what I'm upset about.
Right.
Whereas if you show up and, you know, I spent the morning out at my favorite coffee shop, and I had multiple people come up and they're like, you're always happy, but you look happier today. What's going on? And I was like,
well, just so if you want to know.
Yeah. And they're like, give me the link. I want to read it. I see you all the time. And so people step into our field, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how expanded and juicy and exciting and full of potential do you want that to be? That's how I look at things, because you know, somebody will tell me something amazing that they're doing, and immediately is, do that, or would I want to do that, or would I want to do it in a different way? Like, it just calls me forth.
Right. Well, I just want to tell you, girl, and I was saving it for you. We have gone bestseller in Mexico. Yes, we have, ladies and gentlemen. Ignite Resilience has gone bestseller in Mexico. So now when you're walking around Mexico, you're like, because Pauline lives in Mexico. So you get to say, I'm an international best-selling author in Mexico. Congratulations. Your community, your
In
team,
both my
your people.
countries.
Pardon?
In both my countries, Mexico and Canada.
Exactly. Your home country, Canada, and where you live now in Mexico. And that is the power of momentum. That is the power of intention. That is the power. You said days ago that you had a great group of people that were going to support you. And look, they have supported you. You've reached bestseller
You know
in
what's
Mexico.
You know what's really funny too? Is that my most inner sanctum, my son, my best friend, like my most inner sanctum, were first to post. Their reviews have not been posted.
Wow, interesting, right?
Isn't that interesting? So, because they're like my son, he's camping this weekend, and he's like, Mom, my review hasn't posted. I've resubmitted it. My best friend Steven. And so it's been fascinating, because on one hand, part of me is like, what's happening? Why has my own posse made the efforts to show up, but it hasn't happened? But yet seeing what's actually been happening in the world, and the messages that I have been getting. You know, I was trying to sleep last night and I got a message, and it was very specific. It was referencing one line, this very specific line, and they were just like, this just changed my life.
Awesome.
And
that's how it happens. That's how it happens. One line, one sentence, one paragraph, one idea, one thought can absolutely change a person's life. It can become that 1 degree where they start doing something differently.
It changes you on a cellular level.
Cellular level.
Right? That's
Pauline and I can go on about this forever because we get so excited. We're just mirrors of each other. Like, right? We're changing on a cellular level, which means if we're changing on a cellular level and the authors are changing and the book is changing and the people who are reading it are changing and the family is changing. Pauline, I'm sure, and I want to ask you, how did your son feel about reading your story since he was a main character in it?
I have to give him so much credit, because none of the invitation. And it's one thing accepting the invitation. It's another thing to have your mother write it in a book.
Right.
You know, I'm doing a masterclass on it on July 21st, because in my opinion, we found the Holy Grail. We overcame so much handed down from both lineages. And some people are stuck in these dynamics. They don't even know where to start. So to see it actually done, to see the pictures, like the before and after pictures of me, the before and after pictures of him, that's when you can see change on the cellular level. And you've seen the pictures. I don't know if you've seen my son's pictures, but yeah.
Good for you for doing a masterclass about it. Good for you for taking this to be the springboard to do something more, to do something greater, to really share your wisdom and your learning with others.
And thank you. And here's what I believe. We changed the field, right? Like in whatever capacity, what I did, I ran a 4-minute mile. So whoever's needs to do that in their family doesn't have to, they're not starting from scratch. They're starting from a higher elevation because of the work of others.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the limitations, people think it's going to be so hard, but people are going off like popcorn on the planet right now, waking up and changing. So I'm going to say to whoever's listening, it's never been more accessible.
Mm. It has never been more accessible. And go ahead.
And it takes one person to change the trajectory of an entire family, an entire lineage. Because when you're doing your healing, you are going 7 generations before and after. So if you want to leave a really great inheritance to your kids and your grandkids and your great grandkids and your great 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 grandchildren, do your work.
So well said. I absolutely love it. I want people to read your story. Do you know what page you're on?
Oh gosh. No, I don't. I'm
question.
sorry. I should.
And share just a tiny bit. We have 1 minute left. Share just a tiny bit about your historical figure.
Oh, Carl Jung was a really important factor in my NLP training, neuro-linguistic program, and master NLP practitioner. And I got the nicest message from my teacher yesterday. He messaged me his review before he posted it. What I do is, one of my gifts is I see patterns. I see patterns and architecture and how they show up in the words we speak and our behavior. And I map those two together. So I can be like, oh, they're experiencing this because they said this and they chose this. So Jung was a mapper. I'm a mapper. I'm a wilderness mapper.
That new wording. I love
the beauty of it is I get to do all this freaking cool stuff. Like going to Alaska, right? Like, what was I supposed to do? 9 days with you? I ended up 33 days on the road because it's just this willingness to, life has got so much juicy stuff for you. How much are you willing to accept?
Amen. Give her a round of applause. Love it. She's an international best-selling author. She's kicking it up. She's making a difference. I just feel it in you. I feel the energy in you. Congratulations. Go and celebrate. Go have fun. Just go be the.
Do I have another couple of seconds?
Yeah, take 1 more second.
This would not have been possible without you guys. You and I know I have a solo authorship book coming. I needed this.
Amen. I'm so glad.
I needed this. Again. This was the contained ecosystem that allowed my nervous system to handle it. So thank you so much, because whatever comes forward needed this to happen.
Amen. Absolutely. Well, thank you for saying yes. And thank you for putting in the work. And thank you for showing up. And thank you for being exactly who you are in all your magnificence. I just can't wait for us to dalliance together again, whatever the universe has in store for us. Big blessings to you, girl. Thank you so much. And I'm so proud of you. I love it. I love what you're doing. I can just see you floating on air. Go out and ignite the world.
I'm doing it, sister.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Blessings and blessings to Pauline. It's so wonderful to just dial into the excitement and the energy that other people are feeling. You can see it in every single person here. They have changed through this process. This experience, it isn't just writing their story. So many people, put it into tiny words. I'm just writing my story. Our stories are what define us. Our stories are what refine us. Our stories are what awaken us. And when you really capture the power of your story and what you have learned, you can do amazing things. Well, let's welcome our next guest. Katie is in the USA. Katie is going to share her amazing story. And you're going to hear another example of when when something challenging shows up in life, it is meant to refine us. I've said this years ago. I got the pleasure of working with Mr. Les Brown. We were on a call one day and we were talking about stories. And I said, your story does not define you. It refines you. And Les just loved it. He's been saying it ever since. And I think of that with Katie. Katie, welcome to Igniterama. Happy to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much. I am just so humbled and grateful for you and the amazing team. So thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so much too. And I also humbled and grateful for you. You wrote a very, very powerful story with some real, true life challenges. You came out on the other side. And what I really appreciate was how you told your story with dignity and respect and grace, not just for you, but for the other people in your story. Share a little bit about how grace and dignity has been showing up for you based on some of the challenges that you have experienced.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, grace has just been woven throughout my life. And it really, I have to thank my parents, my dad, Nick, my mom, Jeannie, and my dad, Joe, who's no longer with us. But just to see the way that they loved others through adversity and to see the way that they suffered for others when they had nothing to gain. And it taught me from a young age to show grace, and through the midst of adversity. And, I think when you live in a broken world, you're going to be met with adversity. And so it's so important to know how to navigate that, right? And for me, God was a staple in my life. And so for me, for grace, I'm human. I make mistakes. And so to see the grace that my parents offered to those around them, and they loved them no matter what, it helps me to offer grace to those around me. And when you offer grace to those around you, grace comes back to you.
It's true.
And so, anyways, I think grace has just been woven throughout my life. And, there's been some challenging moments, where there's so much evil in the world. And, to understand who our enemy is so important, and who we're fighting against, the spiritual principalities of this world, and to have that discernment. And when you know who your enemy is, you can offer grace to those around you because you see them for who they truly are, their intrinsic value, their spirit. And so for me, when I have people that don't necessarily love me, or, come at me with a lot of adversity, which I know, JB, you've experienced yourself, and so
It's true.
Yes. And so to be able to know who you're up against, then you're able to offer grace to those that come against you.
Yeah, we have a kindred story in a lot of ways. There's some similarities in some of our story. And so I encourage you to read Katie's story. And you also had the courage and bravery also to speak about your faith and how important it is that faith was a big part of your journey. As for me also, I remember there's a time, God said, no one's coming to get you. You got to pick yourself up. You're on your own here. I'm here with you, but like no one is coming. And so these moments, these inner moments where we really get the knowingness of how to behave, how to show up next, you had that, you shared that in your story. Would you like to maybe just elaborate so other people who might be watching this, maybe being in difficult times, to really understand that within them is that faith and that grace?
Yeah, so I guess to share a little bit of my personal journey, right? When you read my story, it really, domestic violence is the topic, and I think we all experience domestic violence in one form or the other, whether it's emotional or physical abuse. And for me, I experienced both, but for me, the emotional was far worse than the physical for me. And so I think for me, you know 4 or 5 years ago, I was in a domestic violence relationship, and he ended up breaking my back. And I remember being devastated because I'm a very active person, right? And so I love to run and I love to hike, and working out was my therapy, and that was taken away. And when that was taken away, the grief that I felt gave me so much empathy for those around me who have suffered the loss of a limb, or,
A limitation.
yes, to where their
Right.
lives never changed. And I was like, and to see people rise above that with grace and kindness and strength. Now it's like when I go through adversity, it's a blessing because it gives me empathy to those around me. To be like, hey, you know what? I know how that feels. I've been there, and then that kind of helps, I think you offer grace through that. And so, but anyways, throughout my story, woven in that is grace. So, I was in a domestic violent relationship, so it's getting physically and emotionally beaten. And throughout, though, I saw him for who he was and not what he did. And I wanted him so badly to know his worth in Christ. That was my whole intent. And, I made a lot of mistakes because I put my worth and my value in the world. And so when I tried to find validation in my relationship, he didn't love me, and here I am trying to be like, what can I do for you to love me? I just want you to love me back, and I think that's what we all want. We just
We
want to be
do.
loved for who we are.
We truly do. It's a very common thing amongst, I mean, it's a human condition. What I would ask, and just curious, is writing your story and sharing that, do you or have you felt an onpouring of love come to you by sharing what often, and we've talked about this before, things that people think should be private or we shouldn't share? Have you felt a new surge of love towards you for being vulnerable and open about your story?
Yes, yes. And I will say this, JB Owens, I have so much admiration for you because being vulnerable is scary. It's not easy, to put yourself out there. And so but you know what? I tell you what, the community, my church, my parents, my family, my friends have all came around and supported me with words of encouragement and love. And that keeps me going because, the more you put yourself out there, the more likely you're going to be met with adversity, right? I mean, the more you put yourself out there in the public, you're really putting that, the eyes on you. And so to have people that love you for who you are. And so that's what I do is I surround myself with those that love others. And
Amen.
that keeps me going.
Amen. Amen. And I see you have some people who love you. Is this mom and dad? Unmute yourself.
Yes, this is my mom, Jeannie, and my dad, Nick.
Welcome, Jeannie and Nick. So happy to have you here. I know that all parents love their daughters and want to protect them and want to save them and want to, make sure that they're safe at all times. And yet, sometimes we daughters, I myself included, get in situations where we put ourselves in danger. And yet, also gives us the ability to make us stronger. This is an opportunity for you to really share with Katie the essence of her story and what it means to be her parents and witness her growth and grace that she has shown the world. Would you love to tell us a little bit about what it meant to read her story and watch her journey?
Well, we are beyond proud of Katie. We have watched her grow and change the last year, or about year and a half now. We saw her, I know I'm going to cry. We saw her struggling, and that was really hard. As parents, we really couldn't step in and just take over because she was an adult. But we were there all the time if she needed us, and I had to learn to keep my mouth shut when I needed to keep it shut. And not give her advice she didn't need. But we have just seen her change and grow into a beautiful lady that's strong now. And I don't believe that this will happen to her again. So,
yes, amen. So it's so hard for the parents because they can't. No one could have told me, no one could have said it enough, no one could have done it enough, no one could have thrown a lifeline enough. I had to go through it myself, just like Katie had to go through it. But what's so fascinating is on the other side of it is this incredibly strong woman that we witness right now. And it's powerful to see that, diamonds get forged through pressure and, beautiful things come and resilience comes from adversity. Nick, would you like to share something with Katie that maybe you haven't told her before, but now that she is declaring to the world her strength and her resiliency, that maybe she would love to hear from you?
Well, I usually try to give her advice that she probably don't need, and I've learned to back away from that, she's really grown. And you love your kids so much, and you think you're the dad regardless. And sometime down the road, you have to step back and let them make a few mistakes, because that's how people grow. And when they're being hurt, it's really hard. And if you give too much advice, you will push them away, and then you have no control or no help. You're not any help at all then, and you have to learn to. And that's a big learning thing for me. I had to learn to step back and so that I could keep her close.
So
And I want her to know
beautiful.
that I do love her big time and always have. So
Well,
love you,
thank
Katie.
you. I love you so much. Thank you guys.
Such beautiful sharing from both of you. Thanks, Nick and your mom. What I notice is their grace to you, allowing you, holding space for you, being there for you, but not trying to control it, not trying to maneuver it, and such a beautiful thing. You've really raised an amazing daughter, and thank you so much for being an example of incredibly supportive parents. I really appreciate that. The world needs to see more parents that love and support their kids and care for them the way you do. Thank you. Katie, the love and enjoyment and new awakenings that have come. Let's talk a little bit about being on the other side of it. After there's the aftermath, and then there's the new version of you, the butterfly, the out of the cocoon that's come to something different. Tell us a little bit about the blessings that are in your life right now.
Yes. I will say getting out of adversity, like a situation like that was last year was the toughest year of my life. Like that challenged me. And it really reminded me of that cocoon, butterflies in that cocoon, it's struggling. And coming out of that and just kind of rebuilding in Christ and figuring out who I am in Christ. And now that I surround myself with those that love others, wow. JB, I'm telling you, my life has completely changed. My health has changed. I gained healthy weight back in my life because when you surround yourself with those that don't love you, it will drain you. You will feel anxiety, depression, stress. And so if I can encourage you, if you are in the midst of adversity, surround yourself with those that love others. And that's what I've been doing. And that's kind of my other side is just loving people. And if you don't love me for me, then I'll love you from a distance.
Amen.
Amen. Yes. So that's kind of where I'm at. And yeah, that's
Well,
me.
enjoy and give yourself a round of applause. International best-selling author in multiple countries, in multiple categories. You did it, darling. I'm so glad that we met and we were able to have our kindred share and to just watch you bloom and blossom and do amazing things in the world. Good job. Congratulations. And enjoy being a bestseller. Bravo.
Thank you, JB Owens. I love
You're
you
welcome.
and I appreciate you.
You too. I love it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, these stories are unique and yet they are similar. They are all different. We've talked about losing a friend, we've talked about domestic violence, we've talked about riding a camel, we've talked about all kinds of the oak tree. They're different, they're unique, they're the 360-degree view. I talk about when we write our books about resilience, and you get so much different support and encouragement and inspiration around the same topic that you can realize, you know what, I have adversity, I have resilience, I'm capable, there's so much I can do. All right, well, let's welcome our next author, Miss Chantel. Please come on into Igniterama. Now, Chantel is one of the special people in this book. She stepped up to be one of our project leaders, which means she did extra. She showed up. She was at every call. She was at every event. She was at every process, and really blessedly a part of what this book has to offer. Her name is on the cover with mine, and so I just want to acknowledge her as being one of those people to really do more than expected to support the other authors. This is her second time writing. Welcome, Chantel. How has it been?
Amazing. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
So a little bit different than the last time, the same, something more? Just tell us the difference.
Well, I have to start by saying how touched I was by Katie's share. And It just really hit me, and I'm feeling emotional from that.
Right.
I guess that's how I would love to lead this. Is the first story that I wrote was so much for myself and my own healing, and I knew that it would be liberating to share it with the world. The second time around, it feels so much more about community. It feels so much more about sharing myself vulnerably so that it makes an impact, not just for myself, but for everyone else, and being able to share that wisdom.
You said that so beautifully, because a lot of times you're right. The first time we write an Ignite story, it's often what is really at the surface. It's something that we need to share. It's for our spirit, our soul, our evolution. It's for us. And as we go through that process of really finding ourselves, we then find a story that we know that will help others of kindred soul, kindred spirit. And so beautiful. Also, I recognize why Katie's story touched you and is emotional, because you have a similar story and also have a similar resilience side of you. Would you like to share a little bit about the resilience that you found in yourself?
Yes, I mean, I always thought of resilience in the way that I was taught from Jen Smith, and I'm so honored that she's here today. And it was just the perseverance to keep going through so much adversity. And in this last year, I've really paused and surrendered, as I shared my story, and just created this resilience in myself that I would say is more emotional and more rebuilding the capacity to meet myself and to hold myself, so that as I move forward, it feels more like this solid foundation that I'm rebuilding from.
Well, you bring that feeling in me, because like I also have the same, like there's resilient moments where you really have to utilize resilience, and then there's moments where you soften and you pause and you integrate and again, we use the word marinate, and you transform, you start to transform, and then you go through another resilience phase. Jen, welcome. Chantel mentioned you, so I'll just jump to you quickly. Thank you for being an inspiration and a mentor for her. Unmute yourself and maybe just share very quickly. She has some other people in the room. If you could just pour into her a little bit as she catches her breath and takes a drink of water. Pour into Chantel a little bit.
Well, I remember Chantel coming into my life like 19 years ago. And so towards the end of grade 9, we met. She had a teacher that was at her previous school that brought her over to meet me. And that was the start of, me getting to witness her resilience as she's gone through many, many things in her life. And to have the honor of actually, standing in place with her through a lot of them. I have 2 sons, so it's nice to have a version of a daughter out there for me, and to see the strength that she has. And in particular, when, she had her children, they are the focus, and they've always been the focus, and they've always been the driving reason. I believe that she finds the strength to go through some pretty daunting things and does so with such grace.
And thank you for being a role model or your support for her. Because what I know about resilience is it's not something we do for somebody. We can't make another person be resilient, but our greatest gift is to be beside them, to watch them, to support them as they create their own resilient muscle in them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, very much so.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Well, Chantel, it's fantastic that at a young age you had a great role model and someone supporting you. Resilience was an interesting word. We talked about it. Sometimes we question ourselves, especially when we've been through difficult situations and they keep repeating themselves, or we keep coming back for more. We're like, is that resilience? Now, what is your definition of resilience for yourself?
I think it's just my ability to stay true to myself, my truth. And even if that requires a moment to pause, I think that pause is so incredibly important. And the idea of conscious surrender is to pause, to meet yourself, and then to move forward with your own wisdom, the wisdom of your heart.
Yeah, so well said, because resilience does take the courage to be yourself, not to give in or acquiesce or just do the norm. Really, I think the greatest resilience is to be exactly who God designed you to be. That takes great resilience because it's easy to just want to fit into the norm.
Absolutely, yeah.
Awesome. Mhm.
Oh, I just think it's incredibly important to move through life for yourself first. And I was someone who used to seek that validation externally. And so to move through life with that internally as the navigation system, I think it's very pivotal.
Yeah, absolutely. Not
Yeah.
selfish, powerful, incredibly. Jessica, unmute yourself. So Jessica is here. Jessica, what would you like to share with Chantel as you are a part of Igniterama globally? I know there's a little button on the bottom of your phone just to unmute your microphone. Chantel, how do you know Jessica?
Jessica is one of my besties. She's my soul
Mhm.
sister. And she's one of the first people that I really opened up to vulnerably about what I was going through and what I've shared in my story. And she is just a person with so much grace and so much love. And I just have so much admiration and respect for her.
Beautiful. Jessica, in return to Chantel?
She's just the sweetest. I love Chantel so much. We met a few years ago when our kids were little. And I think, you meet someone, and I think we just instantly had a connection. I think I could see her and she could see me. We both had young kids. We were both going through lots. And she really is that epitome of resilience. And she's just a dearest friend to me. And she's so supportive of all of her inner circle people. And she's definitely an inspiration to me as well, because I see the things that she's had to walk through and the struggles, and she just always keeps moving forward. And yeah, I wish she could give herself as much grace as she gives others, because I think she's so gracious with her friends and the people that are close to her. And it's so nice to see that evolution kind of happening and seeing her putting herself kind of first and taking that time. But I just
Beautifully
adore
said. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. I love it. And Miss Delmaine, you're here to congratulate Chantel. What would you like to share?
I would just like to say thank you, Chantel, for sharing your story. And it really resonated with me with some of the things that I've been through in my lifetime. And I know that your support for me has happened just over the last year, but it made me realize I was touching people. And so it's one of those moments where out of the blue, someone comes up to you and say, what you said was really important. And so it's what she is saying is really important as well. And I want to support her in that.
Well, Pauline just talked about mirrors, and like all of you here, like I just look at each and every one of you and you're all just beautiful mirrors of each other. Because what you say about somebody else often is, in your heart already. You can't recognize it in someone else if you don't have it in you. And so it's just beautiful to watch all of these gorgeous mirrors looking at each other, congratulating each other, encouraging each other. And yet you are also that similar version of that same quality that you're acknowledging. Chantel, there are people out there maybe who have not yet reached where you are in their awareness and in their surrender. Is there some suggestions that you could give to them?
Yeah, you're not alone. And don't feel like you need to carry it alone, because that's what truly erodes you from the inside. Reach out to your safest people or find a safe community that you can lean into, because you will feel so much more empowered to walk alongside those that want to be there and want to walk beside you.
Yeah, I know it's so interesting that we think when somebody violates us and our dignity and our humanness, that it's our fault, or that we should hide that, or we should take that on and it's not a fault in us, it's a fault in them. And yet we often put that upon ourselves, that it's a shortcoming in us when it's not really a shortcoming in us. And yet that shortcoming that we take on often empowers us to go that much further. Since you last wrote your first story and this, just share some of the amazing strides that you've taken personally, emotionally, and in your own heart.
Yeah, I mean, straight after writing in Ignite Impact, all of this took place. And so I think I'm celebrating as we cross the finish line that I've done a lot of inner work. And so it wasn't very seen on the outside. And that was very difficult for me this past year because I have this vision that I'm trying to step into for myself, beyond fear. And it just very much felt like a pause that nobody could see. And so I had to really acknowledge that for myself. I would say that through writing in Ignite Resilience, I have become even more connected to the mission that I have to help women to feel safe and to feel seen. And I truly feel like the world needs that sense of liberation right now to get out of that feeling of entrapment to just support one another again from the heart.
Well, from someone who loves you dearly and is maybe just a few steps ahead of you in this process, it is a little bit like baking a cake. Like the cake is only delicious if you let it bake long enough. And so that inner work and the stuff that we do for ourselves and the constant growth that we allow ourselves to heal and to fortify and to strengthen, it takes so much beautiful, blessed, delicious time. And just let that cake bake, because when it's ready, then that's when everybody truly gets to enjoy it. If you take the cake out of the oven too early. So just bask in the glory that you're doing and the wonderfulness that you have accomplished and the joy that you're sharing all of us. And I would just like to give you a big round of applause. She's an international best-selling author again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here with me today. And thank you so
Thanks for,
much, JB.
yes, and thanks for all the work that you did and all the love that you poured into the extra authors. I appreciate it so dearly. One of the roles as a project leader in Ignite was something we call campfires. So in the writing process, people come and do 4 months with us. We come together as a community, we work together, we share, and we have campfires where we really support one another, just on an emotional and a personal basis. Sometimes writing a story can bring a lot of emotion to the surface. It can be healing, it can be inspiring, we can get nervous. And so it was just really beautiful that Chantel took all that she has learned and to put it into supporting the other authors in this process through doing her beautiful campfires. And Jeanette also did the same. All right, well, we've left Canada. We're back over to the US of A. We are going to welcome our next author, Lauren. Lauren and I met through a wonderful situation, and she shared with me on the phone this beautiful, incredible, resilient process that she went through between her and her mom. Well, Lauren, welcome. Happy to have you here.
Hi.
So good. Congratulations on being a 2-time, 3-time, 4-time. Well, we're a bestseller in 4 countries, just so you know. Best-selling author. Good for
Thank
you. Yeah, how's it feeling?
I don't know. I'm trying to take all this in, and this is the first time I really put my story like pen to paper and saw the whole thing laid out together. And going back, seeing the book and reading through my pages and everyone else's pages, just seeing it all there at the same time is just incredible to me. So
Well, you and I met on business in a different
Yeah.
forum, and then as we got to get to know each other and talk a little bit, you did sort of leak out like, I really love writing. I really would love to be a writer. And so that wish, that dream, that wantingness has now come to fruition. And I'm hoping and assuming that your body's like, okay, yes, I know what that feels like. Are you
Yeah.
feeling that little jazz?
Absolutely. I think like now that I have written in Ignite, like I don't want to do anything else. I just want to keep that momentum going because it's good to share your own story for yourself, but also realizing that you have the voice to let other people read it so they can change their own lives in the way that you've used your own resilience to do. I
Well
think
said.
there's nothing better. So
So well said. So well said. Well, let's just give people a sneak peek. Don't tell them too much. But you have a very powerful, resilient story between you and your mom. Do you want to just share some of the highlights?
Yeah, my mom's actually in here too, so this is cool. But I actually last year, it hasn't even been a full year yet, I donated 60% of my liver to save my mom's life. So, so that was a crazy journey because it's not something you can really prepare for or know a lot of people that have tons of experiences actually giving an organ. But I think the shining moment for me was the fact that once I did that, it changed everything for me because it showed me how strong I was and how I could use my voice to show other people how strong they can be.
So incredible. Mom, I don't know if you can come on camera. I would love to ask you a few questions, but I remember when Lauren told me the story, I was just like, wow, wow. And she very much told it with, not such a big deal, wasn't a big deal. She did it, it was something that she felt called to do. Excuse me for a second. And Mom, I would just love to know, welcome, Cynthia. Happy to have you here. Just see if you can unmute yourself. I would ask you a few questions. But there is this incredible bond between mother and daughter, and it's beautiful that you took that and your story, the way you share it is so fantastic. And the night before, the moments before, all of that was so beautiful. There you go, Cynthia. If you welcome to Igniterama. Happy to have you here and love your daughter so much. She's amazing.
Thank you. She is amazing.
Isn't she? Have you had a chance to read her story?
I have. I've read it several times already.
Isn't it interesting because you were there, you were on the other side, you were in the other hospital bed, you were in the same room, but you get to read the story from the other person's perspective, and I feel you learned so much. What did you learn about reading Lauren's story?
Just how she was so into it, and there was nothing that was going to change her mind, and how she looked at me and saw me, and how she wanted to save my life, and nothing was in between that. That was really touching to me. Like,
There was
I
no
just,
question. There
it
was no
was no
apprehension.
question.
Yeah.
There was no question about it. And no matter how many times I tried to talk to her and tell her, I don't think this is a good idea, she just said, nope, I'm doing this, Mom. They're not going to change my mind. And also how she saw me, and saw me all through the years. It really
It's really
touched my
neat,
heart. Yeah.
right? It's like you are looking at her and looking at the experience, and then when you read the story, it's like you're looking at the experience through her eyes, and it kind of
Right.
changes everything. And it's very deep and intimate. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, so beautiful. I love the story. All right, Lauren, you have some other people here. Who else should we talk to?
Whoever you
Shannon. Shannon. Let's unmute you, Shannon, and then we'll talk to Kevin.
Shannon
Tell
is
us.
my godmother.
Oh, Shannon, fantastic. Have you read Lauren's story?
Yes, I have. It was beautiful and beautifully written, I might add. And Lauren,
True.
I'm
She's
so
a great
proud of
writer.
you, yeah, for sharing something so personal. Your story will give hope to people who may be facing their own difficult circumstances and maybe make them more brave to share their story.
And I love that. Not only was she so brave to share her story, but also so brave to share a part of her body, a part of her organ, to do something
Absolutely.
magnanimous for absolutely inspiring other people to do that. So beautiful. So you got to witness it. You got to witness the two of them as the godmother and part of her life. And then seeing her story and her writing it was also a different perspective.
It definitely was. I was just taken aback at how not only it was a story, but how beautifully she put it into words. I was so impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. She has a writing career in front of her for sure. All right, Kevin, unmute yourself and then we'll go over to Stephanie. Kevin, what's your relationship with Lauren and her story?
Lauren is my younger cousin.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we grew up together. She's basically my younger sister.
Beautiful. And you also have read her story?
Of course, yes. I want her to know how proud of her I am, and that even though she's my younger cousin, I will always look up to her because she embodies resilience. She is an amazing human being, and I'm so glad to have her as a family member.
I'm gonna
She
cry.
really does. Go ahead, Lauren. What would you like to say in return?
I mean, obviously that this was my experience, but I also feel like everyone in this call, this was our experience. And JB, you gave me such a beautiful experience and a platform to put this so I could do what I've always wanted to do, which is change the world. And I didn't know what that took. Like I've said that for so many years, so long, but I didn't know what that meant until I met you and I was able to have this platform so me and all these people here that love me could share the person that they helped shape me into. That wasn't a solo journey. Resilience, I don't think, is a solo journey. It's going through things, coming out the other side, and the people that lift you up and hold you together help you see what you can be.
Write that down, folks. Resilient is not all by yourself. Like it is, you have to have people around you. And the people that are here, Lauren, really exemplify that and support you. And we feel that. And it is true. Like we gain our strength and our resilience from those around us who are supporting us because we have to do it together. Well said. Stephanie, there's two of you there. Who wants to go first?
Hi, I'm Allie and this is Stephanie. We've met Lauren. We were all the way in college, probably about 10 or 11 years ago, and we've been best friends ever since. And we're just so incredibly proud of her. She is such an inspiration, and her story really deserves to be written and told and acknowledged. So we love her so much, and we're just so proud of her, and we want all the best for her.
I love
Well
you.
said. Well said. Go ahead, Allie.
Oh, me. She's my best friend. I am so inspired every day. She's a role model for me in my life. We love her. We're so proud of you.
Thank you, ladies. So, Lauren, we talked months ago and you wanted to write your story. And I said, yes, let's do it. And then your story has now come to fruition. You've started writing. When you say you want something, the universe gives it to you. Okay. I always say prepare for your prayers because if you keep praying for something, it's going to show up. Here you are now, international bestseller in 4 countries. Folks, we've gone bestseller in Canada. I've got the note from the team. We've gone bestseller in America. We just launched a little bit earlier with Pauline. We've gone bestseller in Mexico. And now we have gone bestseller in the UK. So I'm so excited.
Amazing.
Yeah, 4 different countries are reading this book. Thousands of people are downloading it and getting access to it. Now that you have stepped into this, Lauren, and become a role model and become an inspiration, as many people on the call have shared, what would you like to be that message, that core message that people can walk away from listening to you?
I think it would be your resilience is where your biggest fears are. So if something scares you or you don't think that you're going to succeed or be the best, or there's obviously trauma and dark things in life, but use it. Use it to be everything you thought you couldn't be. A lot of times I think when people go through painful moments, they say, well, this is it, and they throw their hands up. That's the exact time that you should use that power to show the universe in turn, this was hard, but now I'm better.
It's so true. And when you read your story, it's very pivotal because there's very scary moments where you're 100% healthy and you're going to go into a surgery that could have all kinds of ramifications.
Yeah.
And your resolve was so clear, like your knowingness was so definite. And I think that is such a powerful like the resilience before the resilience. Like your resilience told you, I'm going to be fine, it's going to be fine, it's going to work out. And you created that and manifested that result because of the resilience you had, even mentally. So many of us talk about emotion or physical resilience, but this mental resilience was really in you.
That's what you need, because resilience doesn't just happen once. You experience it, and it's almost something that you strive to keep going, keep having, because it is a mental game.
Mm-hmm.
You can go through things and you can let it hurt you and destroy you, or you can go through things. And oftentimes now I find myself looking for the harder path just so I can use that resilience because I know I have it.
It's like a friend, right? My resilience is a friend. It's like, hey, come here. Like, I need your support right now because you were here with me before in my life and I can lean on you again.
And in turn, like also when you're resilient once and you get through that and you do it, once you do it again, it creates the most pivotal like changes throughout your entire life and the people that you touch. If you're only staying where it's comfortable, what are you becoming?
Right. Let's talk for a few minutes. We have 2 minutes left. Let's talk about your resilient historical figure.
Princess Diana.
Right. Now talk about resilient, to be resilient, to continue to be resilient. What made you choose her?
Actually, I mean, aside from her resilient story, she was on the news when my mom was having me. When she passed away, my mom was having me, and they told my mom that she wasn't going to live through my birth. And so it's someone that my mom and I, through my story of giving my liver and to my mom, she was almost there, like with us from the very beginning of our resilience journey. So I
Wow.
just thought that would be a beautiful just tribute to her and the ways that her story could touch others, as well as it is a big part of mine. I mean, it was happening when I was born. So I couldn't think of anything more or better, any other better person than her.
So fitting. Well, beautiful. Allie, Stephanie, Kevin, Cynthia, and Shannon, thank you so much for being here for Lauren. She is amazing. Give her a round of applause. She's a best-selling author. Absolutely best-selling author. Lauren, it's been just a delight to work with you. I'm so
Thank you
excited.
so much. You were
I know
so
that God
amazing.
is going to bring more fun stuff together for us, and blessings to you.
I
All
know.
right, enjoy
Thank
your
you.
Sunday. You got it. Take care. I love hearing such profound stories of human resilience and giving a part of your liver to mom to save mom's life. Like, that really is an amazing story, and just one of many of the 26 stories that are in this book. And I'm going to share a little bit with you. Let's show you the cover one more time. If you've loved these stories and we've just been giving you little tiny hints and little tiny crumbs, and you want to read more, you are absolutely capable today to get a copy of Ignite Resilience. It is available on Amazon. I don't know if we can blow that up anymore and show them, but this is a wonderful book, Ignite Resilience. Available on Amazon today. All you have to do is go to Amazon, search Ignite Resilience wherever you are in the world. You will see it come up. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ignite Resilience. Stories of how everything, of the ways that you can endure and become stronger. And one of the really cool things about Ignite Resilience is that beautiful photo was also a contribution by one of our authors that we are going to meet a little bit later today. Go get your copy of Ignite Resilience right now. We're going to take a quick break for the next 15 minutes, giving you time to go to Amazon, type in Ignite Resilience, and then move over to the far right corner. There's a yellow button and an orange button. Click on the orange button that says get the copy for free. You don't necessarily need to join Kindle if you already have a Kindle, so you can just go and get the book for free. If you want a physical copy in your hand, yes, you can go ahead and order a copy also. Support the authors as we continue to go bestseller. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the authors that are in the green room and watching, you are now bestseller in 4 countries. How exciting, and blessings to all of you. Take a quick bio break, grab a little snack, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Blessings.
Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it? Who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires. Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Get up. It's time to go after your dream. You've got an idea, so wake up, baby. This is your day to start moving towards achieving exactly what it is you want. Put your shoes on, grab your coat, and get outside. Light that candle, sit down, and meditate. Do what you have to feel good. Grab some water and drink the whole glass. Stretch your body, move, reach, wiggle your toes, and get out all the old stuff that doesn't feel good, because today's your day. You're going to do something magical today. You're going to make a difference because you're going after what it is you want. This is your moment, so take it. Do something today to get one step closer to what it is you want, because guess what? The universe is waiting for what you've got brewing inside your mind, and it's excited to help you, encourage you, motivate you, and push you forward, because what you're thinking, it wants to see. So go after it. Sit down at the computer, get some work done, grab your notebook, write out that list, do some training, teach yourself something new, be a good student, learn what it is you don't know. Ask questions. Look to people who are doing what it is you are doing and emulate that. See how you can do more. What can you learn? How can you stretch? How can you push the boundaries of what you're used to and do something different? Because you gotta be different if you want different, and this is your time. You know this is what you want, and so go get it. Push yourself. Encourage yourself. Support yourself, because you can do it. You've got this. We're all watching you and we're cheering you on, because we know that your passion and your belief is undoubtedly going to get you there.
Don't let anything stop you. Just keep reaching, keep leaping, keep climbing over whatever obstacles you have to go after it. You got this. It's yours. It's just waiting for you. The idea came to you because it wants you to execute exactly what it is you're dreaming of. It wants you to succeed. So grab the day. Grab hold of all the possibilities that are right there. Just reach out into the air and grab them. They're right there, waiting for you to be amazing. Because you are amazing. You're fantastic. You're exceptional. And the universe loves your idea. Seize the day. It's yours. You got this. Go get it. There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength, finding your passion and going after that, not listening to anyone else, not wondering what anyone else is doing, not looking to the side to see who's doing what, just staying focused, looking forward. What are you going to do? How are you going to handle things? What's important to you? And how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that, immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal. Go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it. Your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you. It's breakthrough day. You woke up this morning and you decided, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to make a difference today. I'm going to do that exercise. I'm going to learn that course. I'm going to start doing my life differently today. Today's the day. So go after it. Grab hold of that feeling inside that you're going to do today differently, and start. If that means putting on your running shoes, do that. If that means emptying out the fridge or the cupboards of all the food that you don't need, then do that. If that means sitting down at the computer and filling out those forms or learning that course, then it's time to do that. Because today is Breakthrough Day. Today's the day that you take the motivation inside of you that you've been feeling for however long and you go after it. You don't let your body or your brain or your mind or anyone else in your universe stop you from doing what it is you want. Because Breakthrough Day means breaking through the old ideas, the old patterns, the habits that have held you back, and doing it differently. In a Breakthrough Day, you don't stop, you don't question, you don't wonder, and you don't compare. You certainly don't look backwards. You look forwards and you go after it. So today is the day that you've decided you're going to break through an old limiting belief or get rid of a pattern. Then let's do it together. One foot in front of the other. Let's decide that this is the day things are going to be different. So what does that mean? It means making a list of what it is you want to accomplish. It means using positive affirmations to propel you forward. It means only positive languaging in your mind. It means writing down things that are going to help you achieve what it is you want. It means seeing success happening to you. You're going to do this. You're going to get this. You're going to figure this out. You're going to feel everything you need to feel each and every step along the way as you do it. Because when you do the work and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on Breakthrough Days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old. Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it? Who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option.
another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Get up. It's time to go after your dream. You've got an idea, so wake up, baby. This is your day to start moving towards achieving exactly what it is you want. Put your shoes on, grab your coat, and get outside. Light that candle, sit down, and meditate. Do what you have to feel good. Grab some water and drink the whole glass. Stretch your body, move, reach, wiggle your toes, and get out all the old stuff that doesn't feel good, because today's your day. You're going to do something magical today. You're going to make a difference because you're going after what it is you want. This is your moment, so take it. Do something today to get one step closer to what it is you want, because guess what? The universe is waiting for what you've got brewing inside your mind, and it's excited to help you, encourage you, motivate you, and push you forward, because what you're thinking, it wants to see. So go after it. Sit down at the computer, get some work done, grab your notebook, write out that list, do some training, teach yourself something new, be a good student, learn what it is you don't know. Ask questions. Look to people who are doing what it is you are doing and emulate that. See how you can do more. What can you learn? How can you stretch? How can you push the boundaries of what you're used to and do something different? Because you gotta be different if you want different, and this is your time. You know this is what you want, and so go get it. Push yourself. Encourage yourself. Support yourself, because you can do it. You've got this. We're all watching you and we're cheering you on, because we know that your passion and your belief is undoubtedly going to get you there. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep reaching, keep leaping, keep climbing over whatever obstacles you have to go after it. You got this. It's yours. It's just waiting for you. The idea came to you because it wants you to execute exactly what it is you're dreaming of. It wants you to succeed. So grab the day. Grab hold of all the possibilities that are right there. Just reach out into the air and grab them. They're right there, waiting for you to be amazing. Because you are amazing. You're fantastic. You're exceptional, and the universe loves your idea. Seize the day. It's yours. You got this. Go get it. There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength. Finding your passion and going after that. Not listening to anyone else. Not wondering what anyone else is doing. Not looking to the side to see who's doing what. Just staying focused. Looking forward. What are you going to do? How are you going to handle things? What's important to you? And how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that. Immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal. Go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it, your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you. If there's one thing you should do today, it's wake up and be happy. Before you get out of bed, before you open your eyes, before you reach for your phone, check an email, look at a text, or do anything else, you ask yourself inside your mind, what's going to make me happy today? And you wait for the answer. You lie there, not moving, not thinking about what you have to do or what you should do, but instead think first, what's going to make me happy today? And then wait for the answer, because let me tell you, your body will share exactly what it is that will make you happy that day. Little things can make you happy. Being with your family, spending time with a friend, cooking, baking, doing a craft or a hobby. There is definitely something your body wants to do that will make you happy. Exercising, playing, enjoying the company of others, reading, writing, journaling, working on your next book, meditating, exercising, stretching, having a bath, taking care of yourself, looking after your body. There are so many things that you can do right now today that will make you happy, and all you have to do is ask. Ask yourself, what will make me happy today? Sure, there's lots of things we should do, lots of things we could do, lots of things we feel we're supposed to do, but in truth, what we're supposed to do is do what makes us happy. It's so easy. Every day, wake up in the morning and ask yourself, what's going to make me happy today? And then do that. Go after that. Make that happen. Of course, you got to do all the other stuff, but do what makes you happy. Also, set time aside for it. Make a plan. Structure your day so you get all the things done that you have to do, and then do what makes you happy. Be with your kids. Be with your partner. Be with yourself. Do what makes you happy each and every day, and I guarantee you, guess what? You'll feel happy. Your life will be joyous. You'll trust yourself. You'll recognize the things that you need, and you'll know that your voice and your commitment to yourself matters. Do what makes you happy. That's what it's all about. Eventually, you'll get up every morning and make sure that you do what makes you happy first. And then you'll get on to the other stuff. And then you'll do what you have to do. And then you'll do what you should do. But eventually, over time, if you get up every day and do what makes you happy, pretty much your whole day will become what makes you happy. Your work will make you happy. Your playtime will make you happy. Your chores will make you happy. The things you have to do suddenly will make you happy, because inside, happiness rules. Wake up every day. Ask yourself, what do I need to do to make myself happy today? And do that. Go after that, and happiness will fill your life, and your whole entire day will be filled with that happiness, the way we're supposed to be, the way life's meant to be, the way we love to be. Enjoy that and ignite your life with happiness each and every day. Ignite possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction. Having that conversation. Understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world. It's breakthrough day. You woke up this morning and you decided, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to make a difference today. I'm going to do that exercise. I'm going to learn that course. I'm going to start doing my life differently today. Today's the day. So go after it. Grab hold of that feeling inside that you're going to do today differently, and start. If that means putting on your running shoes, do that. If that means emptying out the fridge or the cupboards of all the food that you don't need, then do that. If that means sitting down at the computer and filling out those forms or learning that course, then it's time to do that. Because today is breakthrough day. Today's the day that you take the motivation inside of you that you've been feeling for however long and you go after it. You don't let your body or your brain or your mind or anyone else in your universe stop you from doing what it is you want. Because breakthrough day means breaking through the old ideas, the old patterns, the habits that have held you back, and doing it differently. In a breakthrough day, you don't stop, you don't question, you don't wonder, and you don't compare. You certainly don't look backwards. You look forwards and you go after it. So today is the day that you've decided you're going to break through an old limiting belief or get rid of a pattern. Then let's do it together. One foot in front of the other. Let's decide that this is the day things are going to be different. So what does that mean? It means making a list of what it is you want to accomplish. It means using positive affirmations to propel you forward. It means only positive languaging in your mind. It means writing down things that are going to help you achieve what it is you want. It means seeing success happening to you. You're going to do this. You're going to get this. You're going to figure this out. You're going to feel everything you need to feel each and every step along the way as you do it. Because when you do the work and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on breakthrough days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old.
welcome back, everybody, to Igniterama 2026 in June for our amazing latest book, Ignite Resilience. I'm Lady JB Owen. I'm super excited to be here. We've been going all day since 10 o'clock this morning, Mountain Time, talking to our authors about ways that they are igniting resilience in their life. We all have resilience. This is one of my favorite books. We put together some very fun information for you, stories. We've even added some cool opportunities for you to read about historical figures who emulate and have been the example of resilience for our authors. We'll get more into that, but let's get it going. Let's welcome to the show our next wonderful, amazing author. She's coming to you from Canada. We've had a lot of fun today. Canada, South Africa. We've been in Mexico. We've been in the US. And we've been talking to authors, so grab your notebook, your pen and paper, and take down some notes on how resilience can absolutely ignite your life. I woke up this morning with this very distinctive thought. When we uplift one person, we truly ignite humanity and uplift others. Welcome, Steph. Unmute yourself. Super to have you here. We've got some of your friends and family joining us, but first, let's kick it off by talking to you. Welcome. How's it feeling? Your story has gone out into the world and people are reading it. What's that like?
It's so surreal.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's something I've always wanted to do. And it just feels so surreal.
I love that. So, we've always wanted to do something and then we go through the motions, we put in the work, we put in the effort, and here we are. Now we get what we wanted. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Just kind of like take a deep breath and just like, okay, Steph, you got this. Like, you can do this.
And it allows you to look at yourself in the mirror and see a different version of yourself. Have you had that feeling yet?
Yeah. It's coming slowly.
Right.
There's been like, I've been busy over the lot, but it's been so good. And I think taking a deep breath and seeing all my supports, is just truly, it means so much to me.
Yeah, well, let it bake in, as I said to Chantel earlier about baking a cake. Let it bake in because, we are a certain way, we act a certain way, certain things come into our lives, we behave a certain way. And then when we start to do change, it takes time for us to really recognize that that's who I am now. That's the new superhero cloak that I'm going to start wearing. Do you feel a little bit more connected to the deeper version of you or what you want to show to the world?
Yes. I think through this whole writing journey, it's just been, I know like deep down my story and what it has to offer, but to have it like fruition come to life, and it really puts it like, you see all the support and on social media, and it's just truly amazing.
Do you want to share a little bit with the audience what you wrote about?
Yeah, so I wrote about, I don't want to give too much away, but I wrote about my journey ever since I was a little girl. I have faced, I'll just give a little bit, resilience ever since I was really young. And actually, my power quote is, in the blink of an eye, your life can change, and resilience is there to support you.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. In a blink of an eye, your world can change and resilience is there to support you. You've had a lot of resilience. You've overcome a lot of things. And I agree with you. Don't give away too much of your story because we want people to go and download them and get them today. But the writing process, you really dove into that. You really took it on. How was that for you?
It was very good. I knew what I wanted to write. It was very healing. Very healing for me, and it brought some tears, and there was a lot of people that I wish were there, but I know they are spiritually. So
beautiful. Now your fellow Ignite author is here with you. Chantel, do you want to unmute yourself? What do you have to say to Miss Stephanie?
I met Stephanie in elementary school when she was really going through the heart of her experience and where resilience really started to shine through. And I am just so blown away by Stephanie's strength, but it's also her grace and her kindness that always shines through. And so she really shows that soft side of resilience, and it has inspired me my whole life. And so for her to share her story and to really see the impact that her experience has on other people, yeah, it touches me very deeply. And it means a lot to me that we were able to move through this experience together. Good job, Steph.
Thank you. That really means a lot, Chantel. I also want, it just means so much. And we've reconnected, and I'm so glad that you helped give me that little nudge to, you know, continue and write. And oh, I'm so grateful. So
sometimes I love that. Sometimes Ignite is like a rowboat. Like one of the authors are in the rowboat and they throw a lifeline to another person. Chantel was instrumental in bringing you into the process. They throw you the lifeline, they pull you in, you get in the lifeboat and you realize it's a cruise ship. Fantastic. I love it. And Chantel, kudos to you also, because it takes a great, courageous, confident person to share a process of this that includes acknowledgement and recognition, and we share it with somebody else, because a lot of people like to covet things for themselves. So it shows a lot about your character to share this with Steph. Steph, you've got a couple other folks here. Christine, do you want to unmute yourself? Tell us a little bit about Christine. Steph?
She's my mom.
Hi, Mom. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
So how has it been reading and watching your daughter transform herself into this process?
Well, I've always seen the spark within Steph. She seems to buff it out a lot by the confidence. Just has never really, when she gets the confidence, she seems to be knocked down again. I want to thank Chantel so much. I watched Chantel and Stephanie go through their struggles in elementary school that kids shouldn't have to go through. But I thank you, Chantel, for giving Stephanie this opportunity. What it has done for Stephanie has been waiting, knocking at the door for many years, that she just hasn't been able to break through, peeling those layers, a way to be vulnerable. She truly does have the gift of grace, the gift of kindness. And so this journey, her sharing her vulnerable story, she's always talked about writing and writing a book. So this kind of pushed that forward. And I'm just so proud of you, and proud of you, Chantel, as well. And just I'm so I can't wait for the next chapter. I think this is just another door opening.
How exciting. Steph, any comments? I mean, breakthrough. Watch out.
I want to thank my mom so much. My entire family has been amazing supports, and they have watched me go through the ringer. They've been there for me, and they've seen me through thick and thin. I want to thank you, Mom. And I also want to thank Ben, who's my brother. He's here.
Ben, you want to unmute yourself and share a little bit with your sister?
Yeah, sure. Hi.
Welcome, Ben.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
It's interesting. Again, siblings get to see this side of the story, and then when they read the story, they get to see the other side. How was it for you reading Steph's story?
Steph's just such a beautiful person. And I think this process for her has been just monumental in just her own self-worth, just to reflect, to look back on something that she might have not wanted to look back on, but to look back on it and just collect from it the good and to lean into what she has. She has built up so much strength over the years, and hearing about her story and helping her through. Obviously, I'm her brother, so I've been there while she's been writing all of this. It's been a really beautiful process, and I'm super proud of her. I think this has been super grounding for her. It takes a lot to look back and gain strength from something you didn't think you could get strength from. But she has become such a warrior in life, and it's been beautiful to see. I'm super proud of her.
Thank you so much, Ben. That means so much. More than
of course.
More than you.
We too have watched her just grow and be such a strength and just become so resilient and really step up and want more for herself and for others. She's really one of those people that pulls people forward, and we really recognize that. I've watched her in this process get more excited and new ideas and awaken. And so, Steph, I just want to congratulate you also to see how you have just decided to grab the reins and let's go, let's do this, let's have some fun with it. And it really is, it's beautiful because, again, diamonds forged through pressure and through adversity. And so, again, just this beautiful diamond that you're blossoming. For people who may be where you were or may be still reaching for that lifeline, what would you like to share with them in encouragement?
Just reach out. Your supports are there. Never stop, keep going, never stop. I guess something that I've always gone to is never give up, keep going. Even when life knocks you down, as hard as it's going to seem, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and there's people there to support you.
That was a really silver thread in your story. Like, if you get knocked down, just get up. If you get knocked down, just get up. If you get knocked down, and you brought that forth in your story a lot.
Yes, it wasn't easy to get back up, or, like when you continue moving forward and you're all positive, and then there's another setback. So there's just something in me. Just keep going.
It's called resilience, girl. There's something in you that keeps going. It's called resilience. Well, we're so proud of you. We're so excited that you chose to go on this journey with us. I'd love to just give you a big round of applause. You're an international best-selling author. Your story is changing lives. You are making a massive difference on the planet. Thank you for being a part of that. Thank you for being willing to do that. And thank you for sharing that with others. Double applause. Any last words you'd like to leave your fans and viewers with?
I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank you for going on this journey with me and taking part. And I look forward to potentially something else coming into fruition. So
It's only just begun. We should play that song all the time. It's only just begun. Look out, world. Here comes Steph. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Congratulations. Have a fantastic and beautiful day.
Thank you so much. And thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome. It's so wonderful to watch the authors just grab hold of that beautiful golden ring that's just waiting for them. And yes, life can look like a merry-go-round, and we can go around and around and get knocked down and get picked back up. But that golden ring is really us, the fortitude, the resilience that we have to make it happen. All right. Well, coming up next is a special guest. So I'm not sure who our special guest is. So, what's wonderful about the Ignite team, and especially my partner in crime and the love of my life, Peter, who's in the background making all these wonderful things, is always dazzling me every single day. And he is literally making me cry and bringing my heart to the absolute pinnacle. Thank you so much. I'm so excited, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Miss Beautiful Diana Wentworth to the call. Hello, my gorgeous. Thank you for surprising me. My whole body is tingling. Everyone's like, how do you be online and be live and don't get a word nervous? I'm like, nothing. Now I'm all like, I'm all excited because you're here. Well, Diana has been one of those true beacons in my life, one of those great pillars of strength, and that source that I go to all the time. And I asked her if she would be so gracious to be the forward writer for Resilient, because in the amazing time that I've spent with her, in the 8 decades that she's been on the planet, she has done some very powerful, resilient things. So thank you for saying yes to me and all the other authors.
Oh, thank you. I'll never say no to you.
It was so beautiful. Diana took the time to come into one of our masterminds where the authors were collecting and we were coaching and training with them. Diana spent some time in that coaching call and then time with the authors outside of that. I'd love your retrospect on how resilience was this beautiful common thread between the authors that you met and just the experience itself.
Well, the stories are so amazing and so beautifully told. And I really didn't even know when I was writing the foreword exactly what the book was going to be like, you know. And so yesterday I sat with the book and I turned the pages, and each author had chosen someone that was a guiding light for them in history. And that just made the whole book so incredibly fascinating. Not only to get to know the stories of the authors, but to find out that beacon that led them through the dark. You know, it's brilliant. It's absolutely a brilliant book, and I love it.
Thank you so much. You know, birds of a feather flock together. I say that all the time. We create this frequency. We want to vibrate with the molecules that are vibrating at the same frequency. And just to bring up the historical figures, this was a new thing. We've never done this before with any of our Ignite books. We wanted to just add that next 2.0 layer to it. We asked the authors who was someone in their history that inspired them and emulated resilience, and they all gave us a name, and we included a small synopsis of that person. Well, Diana, I know that you and I talked about this before, but what's so fascinating and yet so apropos is that the people they chose was just such a reflection of them already. And I just thought that this was so beautiful. Let me ask you, because I didn't ask you, who would be your person? Who would you have chosen?
Well, that's easy for me because I have above my desk a letter that was actually written by Helen Keller.
Right.
To her publisher. It has her own signature on it. And to me, she epitomizes resilience, you know. She couldn't see, she couldn't hear. And in this letter, she describes things about the birds and the sounds of the birds and the colors of the field that she's staying near in Scotland. It's the most revealing letter, but I mean, that lived inside of her. She wasn't limited at all as far as she was concerned, I think. And out of that, she touched so many lives. You know, can you even imagine not being able to see or hear? I mean, you're just in the dark, and your spirit just begins to shine through and just shine out of you and touch everybody in the world. She was an amazing soul.
Well, because you're an amazing soul, in my opinion, I absolutely just feel your amazement, and which is fascinating because you see and hear and resonate with so much beauty. And so it's very, very kindred. Share a little bit, maybe something that you felt not created resilience, but maybe fortified the resilience that you already possess. Because I feel we all have resilience in us. We all have that magic of resilience. And sometimes we just need to open up the genie pot a little bit more. And these Ignite moments create that. But it really is a permeating into our soul, what we already own.
Well, gosh, you know, I think everybody listening, everybody in the book for sure, has felt the world crumbling beneath them for one reason or another. And in my own life, there was a financial time that we just absolutely lost everything. There was another time that our career was ending and we had no idea what to do as a new career. And we really had to dig deep within ourselves and figure out what had motivated us originally and what skills did we have that were unique, that we could think outside the box, you know, and come up with something. And we came up with the idea for a morning breakfast forum weekly that lasted for 40 years in three different cities. And it was there that Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen began writing the Chicken Soup for the Soul series. And Louise Hay just had this little tiny book. And, you know, these were people at the very beginning of their careers. And there was something that we offered, this kind of a community that was very encouraging, that brought out the best in people. And I got to give parties where people would have to show up as who they were going to be in 5 years. And it was terrifying to them, you know, but it was funny and poignant and all of that at the same time. People digging deep within them to find out what they'd been born to do and how to do it, you know?
Well, and it's interesting because you talked a little bit about like coming out of the box and like being a different, like awakening to something new. And I think resilience inspires us to be innovative, and that resilience pushes us to think differently. And when we're in hard times or financial worries or the unknown, instead of surrendering and shrinking, we're like, okay, how do I expand? I'm not sure what that is just yet, but how can I expand? And you are an incredible example of how that expansion has led to amazing things that have ignited humanity, ignite other lives. This morning journaling, I was reading and I was very much inspired. When I do this work, I feel so uplifted, and just uplifting one person, I know it's creating this incredible ripple effect through humanity. And I think when we bring forth our resilience, we're giving permission for so many others to do the same and showing them that it's possible. And you've done that over and over for me.
We are both, in a way, voyeurs of people's bursting into a whole new blossoming. You know, it's been the most fulfilling part of my life, for sure.
And I thank you so much, because you just, in, you know, the resilience that I see in you, I just, again, we talked about mirrors. You have a great idea about mirrors. Share a little bit about that, because earlier in the call, one of the other authors said, you know, we're all kind of mirrors to each other, but you really use the term shining mirrors.
I do. I love the term shining mirrors. I feel that, you know, when we do look up to somebody that is somebody we admire, like I admire Helen Keller, she's a shining mirror to me of qualities that I have that haven't yet been born or exposed. And it helps me to think much more expansively about what I can possibly dream up to do that would be a mirror of that, you know. And then in following those prompts from the people we admire, we become shining mirrors to other people. And so, you know, when we see somebody, for instance, who stands up and they are glorious in some way, they may have written a fabulous book, or they're a painter or something, it sparks something in us that we just light up inside. And I feel that that's fuel, you know, that's fuel for us to use to explore what are they showing us? What are they mirroring to us that we don't yet see, you know? And so that thrills me to pieces when I
Yeah, and when we can recognize it in someone else, we can't recognize in anyone something that we don't already possess in ourselves. I don't think as human beings or souls we have that. I can't recognize something in someone else I don't already possess. So all the good things that we see in others, and the not so good, that's our beautiful opportunity to have this shining mirror moment. Many of the authors here, and you've been in your shining mirror for decades, but many of the authors here, this is brand new to them. And, you know, they're polishing or buffing or, you know, getting some of the mud and dirt and grit off of their mirror. What would you say to them as they step into this new version, this new role that they have? Not such an obligation, but, you know, their soul has really called them forth to do this. Here they are, they're here now. And this shining mirror place might be new for them. Can you give them any suggestions and encouragement?
Well, in the authors that I got to hang out with a little bit on Zoom privately, they really were just coming alive and lighting up, and recognizing that in themselves already, that they get to be, because of being included in this book, that their story is going to have tremendous meaning to other people. I was so impressed with the quality of the stories and the variety of the stories in the book. They're just amazing, these lovely women.
Yeah, it's interesting because yeah, exactly. We had lots of men in this book. Fascinatingly, a lot of people think that, oh, resilience is just one thing. And what we see in the stories is it's many different things. What is resilience to you?
Well, I think of my first husband I met in a hotel lobby in Hong Kong, and I don't know, it was magic. I mean, we were perfect for each other. We were so happy together, and we had a career together, so we were really joined at the hip. And then suddenly, just after our 25th anniversary, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and everything shifted. I had no idea what could come out of that that would be good, you know. It was like I was losing everything, really.
Right.
And then as I was going to get him some water, he suddenly said, I don't want you to be alone. I said, send me someone. And that sparked something in him. He just said, I will. And 2 months later, in our business, The Inside Edge, a widower walked in. And I was remarried within 8 months. So, I mean, then talk about resilience and talk about a terrible loss turning into something completely new and beautiful. I just trust that that can happen.
And I think resilience too is that faith and that belief and that knowingness of the future. Because a lot of people think resilience is, sort of toughing it out in the muck, or, life is hell, so I'm going to build a condo. No, we're going to don't get out of the hell that you're in and move something forward. And resilience for me really has that pushing forward momentum. No need to stay where you are. It's time to shift. It's time to make a new step. Is there a practice that you do that supports people or even yourself? And how do I move out of this into my resilience phase that is going to give me something bigger and better?
Well, gosh, I do believe in asking very, very provocative questions. So when I wake up in the morning, without fail, I've made this an absolute habit. I'll notice that worry starts to creep in. What do I have to handle today? How is this going to work out? Or what's going on in the world that I have to solve? Whereas I'll say, okay, so how much amazement and beauty is flowing into my life today? And there's just something about that that's so magnetic that I feel in quantum physics that we can't help but attract a similar energy. And sure enough, every single day I can honestly say that something touches me, amazes me. I see beauty that I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't set my intention in that direction.
Such beautiful, beautiful thing. And folks, in the spirit of books, yet 'tis more to come from Miss Diana Wentworth. More to come in this area, more writing, more sharing. How many books have you been a part of and published now?
Well, 14.
14, just 14.
Yes, and I was the first co-author in the Chicken Soup for this whole series.
Yeah, so impressive.
But I do a romantic memoir, called Send Me Someone, which I sold to Lifetime as a movie book ticket. So
well, you know what is so great is that moment sparked into so many other things. You wrote a book, inspired so many people, opportunity to make it into a movie. Like, how beautiful is that? One moment, one little spark, one little ignite moment can create so much in people's lives. Well, thank you for being an absolute treasure in my life, honoring so many of the authors. I just love and adore every second I get to spend with you. You are such a treat, and you've just taught me so much. Thank you. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm so grateful for you. And this book is better and richer and more glorious because of you.
Thank you, darling girl. Thank you.
Love you. Love you. Thank you for my surprise, Peter. I appreciate you so much. Have a beautiful day, Diana. And then just another cool, wonderful thing is Diana's daughter, Lexi, was also in the book, and she's going to be coming up later on today. We're going to be talking to her about her Ignite moment and her willingness to write in the book and share with us. And that is what I really love. During the break, I was thinking, I'm so blessed to know the authors in different ways. We meet through friends, serendipitously at events. They live in the same town with me. They were across the world with me. One of my authors in one of our books was literally, I was on a beach in Bali, and she was trying to do a Facebook Live, and it was hard for her to do it. And so I just got up from my chair and walked over and said, hey, how about I hold your phone for you so you can do your Facebook Live? And we became great friends. She became an author. And so you just never know the beauty of how you're going to meet someone. I was introduced to Diana by a mutual friend. Diana has now become a cornerstone in my life. So be a shiny mirror, say yes, be open, be willing, and just welcome all the opportunities that resilience brings you. All right, well, let's introduce our next author. We saw her a little bit earlier today, and now she's back. This is Nicole. Nicole was Nolan's sister, and Nicole also, her and I met a while ago. About 2 years ago, Nicole was going through a very difficult time in her life. She wanted to write her story, and she also knew then that she needed to do some more healing, some more life experiences needed to unfold, and really has come back into the fold to be a part of the Ignite family at a truly powerful time in her life. I did my story polish with her, so I meet with every single author. Before their story goes into the book, we spend about 90 minutes together. They read their story to me, I read their story back to them. And Nicole's story was truly heartfelt. It was a big story. It needed a lot of breathing room. And I was so impressed how she told her story in such a beautiful and gracious way. Nicole, welcome, welcome.
Thank you for having me here. And just to let you know, my mom is sitting beside me. So when you're ready to introduce someone that's here to support me, I'll just let her jump in on the screen here. So
awesome. We'll have her slide over. That will be
Yeah.
great. So your story is a big one and involves the loss of your daughter. And I know that it takes a great amount of healing and strength and courage and resilience to go through the losing of a child. You wrote your story very poetically, very in tribute to Abigail. And I just want to honor that. Very few people can relate to what you're going through, and yet to have the courage to say, I want to tell my story. What made you want to share this story, knowing that it would bring up hurt and loss?
I think for me, any opportunity that I have to be able to do something through expression, through the loss of my daughter, has been helpful. So I do tend to write a lot. I write a lot of poetry. And I find that without expression, it causes depression. And I learned that through a grief coach that we had. And so learning to express ourselves either through art or language or dance, movement, that creates and gives us permission to be able to move through what we're navigating. And so through the loss of my daughter, it was obviously very challenging. I've lost a lot of people in my life, and she was an exceptional loss of great pain. And so when the opportunity came for me to be able to write and share, my hope for doing that is that perhaps that someone else that maybe has endured a loss, and especially the loss of a child, that perhaps I can be somewhat of an inspiration to them, that they can see that there are ways that we can continue on and to help build a legacy for our children. So that's really become an important part for me, is to build and create a legacy for Abigail. And so writing a chapter in the book has been a big part of that, because I know that every step that I make when I'm creating her legacy, it's also building mine as well. And I think that's really important. And one of the really special aspects of this Ignite Resilience is that not only was the topic of the book really relevant to me, but my brother also wrote a chapter in the book as well. So it's a pretty amazing and special experience to have two of us as siblings writing in the same book. It's just a really special something that we have that will just be there forever.
Yeah, it's kind of like a unique bonding experience. It's like you get to have similar emotions and similar experience and similar celebrations. So I always love it when siblings or mums and daughters or family members are in the book together. I think what you said, and I want to just go back to it because it was really powerful, is expression is the opposite of depression. And obviously for everyone in any ilk or any part of their lives where things are feeling difficult, they can use expression in multiple ways to uplift themselves and bring themselves to a different state. So folks, I've been encouraging you all to write things down all day, and I think that's a really good one. So at the expression of writing, let's talk a little bit about that, Nicole. Was this writing process helpful for you?
It was helpful. It always comes with, I always see, I'm continuously dancing with grief. And so there's times because I'm having to go back to very intimate and personal parts in the book, experiences that happened. And so when I'm going back to those moments, of course, it's like ripping the band-aid off, and it becomes very raw once again, and I'm revisiting the experience. And so it's taking an experience that happened 3 years ago and bringing it into the present. And sometimes that's a dance of, it can be very challenging, but I have found for me, when I'm writing something that's really challenging, like that, certain sections of the book, I write it, and then I just kind of give myself space to just allow those emotions, and eventually they come through. And to be honest, the one of the most challenging parts of my chapter is actually the first chapter that I wrote. Even though it was most challenging because it's bringing me back to such a raw experience, it was actually the easiest part to write because it's kind of ingrained in my cells. So it was a process to write, and there's always a dance through all of the emotions, and I don't think that will ever end. But writing and the expression and doing it in the honor of my daughter felt really healing, and to be supported with the team was an amazing part of the support. So that's what I just felt through my process worked really well. And I came up with an analogy that I won't give away, but it's a sunflower analogy on how I see resilience. And I never really kind of thought about resilience before I was challenged to write about it. And so it there was also a lot of self-reflection, a lot of time where I had to sit with that and come up with what does resilience mean for me. So it was a big process of navigating all of that and coming full circle with it.
Well, I want to share that what you have just spoken about is probably very inspiring to a lot of people, because when pain or grief or these tough emotions show up, a lot of people gridlock, clam down, turtle in, they resist, they avoid. And what you said was really special, like to dance with it and then to set it aside and to just sit with it. Like that's really good, beautiful feedback to invite people to allow difficult times to permeate through them instead of just stay stuck in them. And so thank you for sharing that. Why I love Ignite Stories is because every single one teaches us a lesson, becomes a door opener for us, becomes a hinge that opens a door to something more. And as tough as our stories are, they have beautiful silver linings and great golden nuggets. And your story has that with the sunflower analogy, which is so powerful and exciting. And so encourage everybody to read Nicole's story. Now that you're on the other side of it, because we talked years ago about you writing just after Abigail passed, you needed more time. Now you've written this this story. You were so composed when we met and had our polish, which I appreciate, so much, which has shown me the growth and the understanding that you have around it. What Ignite stories often do is there may not be the exact same scenarios, but what they do is they remind, when we're reading someone else's story, then we feel a part of ourselves. And many of us, in many ways, have felt lost and loss and grief. Is there something that you would love for people to know, being a survivor of this kind of situation, that you could just plant that seed in them for a time in their life when they may be ready to be where you are?
I think one of the biggest elements for me is I kind of came up with this idea of passion projects. And I think that's really something that we can do that's beautiful. It's a beautiful way to honor people that we've lost. And so passion projects can be, maybe they were a mechanic and they were working on a vehicle and they never completed it. And you get the vehicle up and running, completing different things that are meaningful to them. And so with Abigail, we have a motorhome that me and my mom and Abigail traveled in all the time. It's called Gypsy. And the last time I used Gypsy was the summer before Abigail passed away. And so it just kind of sat there for 3 years. And I said, I'm going to make this a passion project and I'm going to gut it and I'm going to fix it up and I'm going to have little beautiful elements that Abigail loved, like little white lights and, certain colors and a sunflower, painted on the wall. And so creating passion projects has become something really important. And I also I've created an annual soccer tournament for her that we do every year in her honor. So there's ways that I've learned to honor her. We do fundraising in the community under Team Abigail name. And we have apparel with a logo that I created. I have wristbands that say Team Abigail, Be Unstoppable. And writing in this book was another part of building and creating that. It's a passion project. So I feel like it's like, a lot of people will describe it as we have so much love as humans, especially as moms. And sometimes we don't know where we can put that love anymore because we invested so much into our children. And she was my only child. So when that's gone, it's like I want to keep being her mom and I want to keep moving forward with her. And we have these beautiful symbols as a family that Abigail shows up, deers and rabbits. And today, as my mom was coming to my house, there was a beautiful deer on our front lawn eating off a tree. And last night, a rabbit popped up into my yard and I tossed some carrots out and he was eating the carrots. And there's just all these beautiful symbols. And I know that she's just loving and supporting and cheering us on and cheering me on. And so I learned to really connect with her on a spiritual level. And I really honor that too. And I think that when we can sit in the silence and really listen and not be wanting to respond because that's how we are as humans. Instead of listening, we're hearing. But when we sit and listen and we take that in, it's amazing the information that we can learn from nature and from signs and symbols. So yeah, so I know she's absolutely cheering me on today. I've got this, she bought me this little candle here for Christmas the year before she had passed away, and it's got Mom on here, a title just above Queen, and I have a candle, and she's sitting here with me today. So
We love it that you're here, Abigail. I kind of agree with you because, again, you and I talked a couple years ago and then we hadn't chatted. And then when this book came up, and Nolan and I were talking, and I was like, I really, 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 really think Nicole should be in this book. And it just really my perseverance and my determination and my continually reaching out to you was really inspired by Abigail, because you had shared with me so many of her qualities, and I was like, I know Abigail is just doesn't want me to give up, get a bone, like a dog with a bone in my mouth. I'm not going to give up. And so I agree with you. She's absolutely here, absolutely enjoying this process with us. Well, Mom, let's take a moment to connect with you, and then Nolan will reach out to you. I have a little extra time, so I'd love to give it to you guys. So lots of changes in the family with Nicole and Abigail and daughter and son and granddaughter, lots of dynamics unfolding. We give a lot of credit to the authors who write the book, and yet there is a family that is also deep in resilience with them. What would you've watched Nicole, you've watched Nolan, you've seen part of today. Is there something that you would like to drop in with all of the authors and all of the listeners in regards to resilience? Yes, you.
That question to me?
Yeah, it's a question to you. Yeah. I mean, you've had to be resilient through all of this also.
Well, we've experienced a lot of things together. And since the loss of Abigail, our family has become closer than it ever really was. The girls and I were always close, but in the changes that we've shared with Nolan, the three of us are closer than ever. So that is very special to me.
Hmm.
And all I'm going to add is that if there ever is a true definition of resilience, she's sitting right here beside me. She's the most resilient person, and what she's gone through and has come out as a flower herself is beautiful to me. So I'm so proud, and I'm glad you encouraged her and got her to come and do this. It's very precious, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, she really is a beacon of strength and courage and resilience. And I think a lot of people can recognize, and you're a role model for people, Nicole, and people can learn a lot from what you have shared. I love the Passion Projects idea. I also got to say, I love, because your motorhome has a name, Gypsy. Our motorhome has a name, Epic. And so, we love our RVs when we name them, and it just goes to show part of our personality. So I can't wait for you to bring Gypsy and come and see us. I mean, I'm totally supporting you. Come on over, bring Gypsy. And you're right. I mean, having a place to pour your love outward, and to be able to give it to other people through Team Abigail and all of that is absolutely beautiful. Well, let's get Nolan on the line or on camera, because I also saw the two of you, and it's love what you said, Mom. Yeah, come on into the camera. That's fine. That how the kids, or how your kids and are bonding through this process, and Abigail is smiling down at all of us. But Nolan and Nicole, you recently did a Facebook Live together. Can you share a little bit about that? What was that? What sparked that idea?
Are you
Whose
talking to me
idea
now,
was
JB?
it? Whose idea was it?
Well, I created something called Tuesday Talk, which is every second and fourth Tuesday. For some reason, I just wanted to, again, Nicole's talking about expression. We've learned that we're a very expressive family, and this was just a way of doing it. And we're both happy enough to be in front of the camera. We did a seminar long time ago. We took courses on it and public speaking and that. And so it was just kind of natural to, as we were leading into the book launch, to do the Tuesday Talk together. We see each other every Tuesday, or most every Tuesdays, to work in our business. And again, you're talking about passion projects. Abigail's changing the way that we're doing our real estate too, and offering more heart, more compassion as realtors in Red Deer. So she's like literally every single where there's a sunflower. She's she's there. And I'm wearing the shirt right now, the Team Abigail logo shirt. And so yeah, that's what we did. So yes, we and we meet every month, like as the Three Musketeers. Sometimes it changes, but 95% of the time we're meeting every third Thursday. So these are things that we created so that we didn't lose the connection when this happened. So we made logistical things that we could stay together, and that's something that we honor between the three of us.
Very well said. I do think resilience comes with repetition. I do think resilience comes with creating good habits. I think you can continue fortifying your resilience when you put in good practices. Nicole, would you agree? Like having that resilience comes with recommitting to good practices over and over again.
I think it's like an inner muscle that we work and we train and we develop over time. In my book, I do mention that I don't believe that resilience is something that we can read or learn about in terms of a book. We can't take the definition and then apply it into our lives. It's something that's internally, I believe, within all of us. And when we get challenged as humans, that resilience, it's almost like it's like a little pilot light that's just sitting there. And when it gets ignited by a need, then it's there. And I believe that that's absolutely fuel that we all have within us. And it's a matter of being able to tap into that and also finding resources and connections that help us ignite that resilience, that pilot light, because when we look to community, that's where we can get the love and support, and we don't have to feel like we have to do it all alone. And writing the book has been a part of a community. It's a tribe of people all on the same resilience path, and connecting with bereaved moms has been a path for me as well. And interesting enough, when I met you 3 years ago at a women's conference in Red Deer, that I absolutely believe again was guided by Abigail, because it was literally a couple days before that event. And I went on there and I looked at the speakers and I saw you. And I saw what you were going to be there speaking about, that you were with Ignite Publishing. And in that very moment, I was like, I have to be there. I have to sign up. I have to meet JD. And I didn't know why that was. And so I texted my mom and said, do you want to go to this event? And we went, and that's where I met you. And what's really interesting about that, so there's all these synchronicities that are really beautiful. But it was at the Harvest Center, which is actually where my daughter's celebration of life was 6 months prior to this women's conference. And one of the ladies, Anita, that has written in a few of the Ignite books as well, she was at that celebration of life and she loved that space. And because of that, she said, this is where I'm going to have my women's conference. And so there's all these synchronicities and all these beautiful connections and these people, and you can't help but notice them when you're awake to them. And so yeah, so it's been a really beautiful experience and journey. And then of course we recently connected again through this chapter. So it's all come full circle again.
And what a beautiful interwoven web, because Nolan texted me this morning and said, is Valentine Owen your mom? Because I read her story in the book, and Yes, Valentine Owen is my mom. And so Nolan texted me that he had met my mom from before and knew her through a real estate deal. And so, like, you're right. It's not even laughable because it's so perfect and it's so magical and it's so meant to be. And so my heart just swelled when you told that story that you came there. And I know we chatted and talked, and then now we are here. And that goes to show people like God's grace and divine assignment is not on a timeline. Nicole and I met years ago, 3 years ago, and all these other things had to be put into play. All these other file folders had to be filed in the filing cabinet until the right and perfect time came. And this is the right and perfect time. And I think, Nicole, you and I can both agree, if you would have wrote your story then, it wouldn't have been the story that you wrote now, and it wouldn't have helped as many people as your story is doing now. So everything has its beautiful lineage. And I just think it's wonderful. Thank you for telling me that.
Mhm. Yeah, it is really
Awesome.
beautiful.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
was fantastic. All right. Well, any last words you'd like to share? Thank you for going a little extra long with me today. I am really blessed. Nicole's story is at the very end of the book. And one of the reasons I want to share is, but people read books and then they remember, they remember the end sometimes more than the beginning. And so we put really powerful stories at the end of the book. We gave Nicole and Abigail some extra pages. We wanted Abigail to truly have her voice in the book, and she really is there. And it just means a lot. Nicole, as we close, talk about your historical figure.
So this is another beautiful synchronicity. So my daughter had a few different tattoos, and one was on her arm, and it said, "I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul." And in the research process of writing this chapter for her, I wanted to dive more and have a better understanding of what that uh, what that sentence meant and where it came from. So I connected with her partner Gus and asked him some questions, and through that, I realized Abigail got that tattoo on her arm when just as she graduated high school, so she would have been 16, 17 years old. And in high school, she had to interpret that Invictus poem. And for some reason, it was so empowering to her that she tattooed it onto the inside of her arm. When I started researching the Invictus poem, a movie came up, and there's actually a really powerful movie. It's called Invictus, and it is produced by Clint Eastwood, and Morgan Freeman is the actor that plays Nelson Mandela. And there's a scene in the movie that Nelson Mandela, he's speaking to the captain of Springboks rugby team, and he's having an inspirational talk to him. And Nelson Mandela says to him, "How do we inspire others to greatness when nothing less will do? How do we inspire everyone around us?" I sometimes think it's by using the work of others. And what's really interesting about that is Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for 27 years. And in the movie, he speaks of how he was inspired when he lived for 27 years in an 8 by 8 cell. He was inspired by the poem Invictus. And he references that poem throughout the movie. And so, again, there's a beautiful connection. Now, he was the president in Africa, and Abigail and I always had a dream of going to Africa and volunteering at an elephant sanctuary. And she actually had an elephant tattooed on her arm as well. And so there's this beautiful connection with Africa, elephants, Nelson Mandela, the Invictus poem. And it's just like, wow, sometimes you can't make that stuff up.
No, and I just want to say, like, I got goosebumps because you should be on a plane in August to go to Lorraine's women's event in South Africa that she's putting on. And there's a bunch of other Ignite authors there, Allison and our other great author, Nolan from South Africa. We have many, Vivian, there's lots of authors in South Africa. You should be like, let's get you to Africa. And at the same time, Nicole shared with us this Evictus poem that we ended up putting at the front of the book. So when you download the book and you see that poem there, that was inspired by Nicole and Abigail and this story. So I love it all. It makes me smile because it just shows what an interwoven, beautiful community and family that we are. So love it, love it, love it. Big hugs to you. Give her a round of applause. She's an international best-selling author today with her brother. Woo! So congratulations, and it has been said, so let's get you to Africa in August.
I'm all in.
Let's do it. All right, blessings to you. Take care, everyone. And our next author is coming right up. Wonderful to have another beautiful, amazing person. And you know what, folks? It's once it is said, so it shall be. And as soon as Nicole was saying that, I was suddenly thinking about Lorraine, who was at the very beginning of the day sharing with us her story. Well, we are in Alberta now. We're moving over to BC, British Columbia, Canada. Lots of Canadian authors this year, then authors who are international. I love it. We have represented 47 different countries in our Ignite books, and we have gone bestseller with this book in 4 countries and counting. So fantastic. All right, unmute yourself, beauty, and bring your camera on. Love to see you. Welcome to Igniterama. Congratulations.
I'm so honored, JB. Thank you so much for having me, and what a journey this has been.
I know, it's been absolutely phenomenal. We talked yesterday, you went bestseller in 2 countries. Now today, 2 more countries have hit the bestseller mark. And this story of yours has been beautiful. I love the title. Tell us the title.
The title is What Box?
Yeah, what box? So talk a little bit about that. Like you and I were having a chat. We were talking about the boxes that we live in. It really inspired your story. Share it. Don't give away everything because we want people to get the book, but tell a little bit about the what box. What does that mean?
Well, what box is a statement that I woke up when I one day on my girlfriend's floor after a beautiful day of driving to Vancouver. And it's almost like I got hit with this one-liner, and it was a what box? And I scared my poor girlfriend Tracy half to death. And I realized that the boxes that I'd been living in were really limiting when it came to setting goals and doing what I wanted to do. I knew I was supposed to have a great and brilliant life, but I was living by so many other versions of myself, other people's values, my former opinions, my BS, basically my belief systems were running me. And the boxes were very, very limiting.
Well, I always talk about Ignite moments. It's like the strike of the match and something kind of like it happens so quickly. And what's so fascinating is there's so much before the Ignite moment. Then there's this epiphany, there's this strike, there's this awakening, and then so much comes after it. When you had that, what box, what came after that?
Well, it was 2 weeks of joy and elation and driving back home through the mountains from Vancouver to Edmonton, thinking I was going to rock the world. I was going to change everything, and I was going to tell everyone in the world that there were no boxes. And then
Box came in
happened.
New box.
New box.
Cement box.
Pretty much.
And yet here we are years later writing this story. And is it breaking down the boxes? Is it getting comfortable in the box? Is it lifting the lid of the box? Give me the analogy around how do we come out of those boxes?
It's in the realization, JB, that there are seriously no boxes. They're all made up. They've been imposed on us basically from birth, maybe from media, from our religion, from our politics, and especially from people who love us and want to keep us safe. So when I got to there's what box, people would say, just think outside the box. And I'm like, okay, well, what box is that? And then it just hit me. It's like, what if there's no boxes? What if we just have the life that we are choosing and we're not victims to anything, to any box, to any opinion, to anything else that is going to limit our greatness? And when I woke up on that floor, on that futon, I realized that there are no boxes. And if I could live my calling and take this message to the world, it's so simple. There's no boxes. In my coaching practice or in the world that I live in, boxes keep people safe. It gives you a frame. It gives you an identity. And the work that my husband Patrick and I are doing on Mind Shui is that there really is an identity that we're keeping suppressed, and it's really hidden by our hidden and basically our inner beliefs.
Yeah, wonderful. Tracy, let me ask you, unmute yourself. So you're there, Stephanie's on the futon, she wakes up, the no box. Did you see like an immediate shift? Did she have it all? Was she sharing with you what her belief system? Did she give you the download?
Yes, and our relationship has always been like that, because I mean we met at 13 and 15, and so she was enough of a mentor even then, you know, at that age as an older girl, like yeah, and just so wise already for her age. So these things, you know, she was I just always had the feeling that she was always so great. It was like, yeah, that's profound. Yeah, you know, you've always done it. Like, go for it. You know, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. And it's I'm so grateful to have had someone in my life from that early an age who just excels and yeah, and shows that you know what box, and shows you know lives what rules. And so yeah, it was
Have
one
you
of
read her story? Did you get a chance to read her story?
I just received some of it, so I don't know, it wasn't downloading part, but I definitely read some just
Good.
now, and I'm excited to read some more.
It's always neat to read the story when you were a part of it, but you were on the other side of the lens. So I'm looking forward to you reading it. Well, let's jump over to Patrick. Patrick, welcome. Love it when husbands are there to watch their wives kind of do something. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's going on? What are you writing? I know that you're super supportive of Stephanie, but how has it been witnessing her unfurlough this story?
Well, how has it been watching her? You know, she's reflecting, she's going back into a time in her life where she's always had that what box kind of, she's been living in that world for a long time. Although she's used the phrase a lot, she's never really dug into it to the degree that she has in this particular segment of the book that she shared in that chapter. I can go back though. Of course, we've been married 30 years coming up next week, as a matter of fact.
Congrats!
Been together 35 years. And, you know, what I share about how Stephanie, you know, along the lines of what Tracy said, is she's always come with that wisdom. But I'll share a really brief story. Early on, when I met her, we crossed paths in business, and I had a couple of business partners at the time. And what Stephanie was doing at the time was a good connection, I thought, with the business that we had in Edmonton in our retail skating business. But the story is that I had two partners, and I said, you know, Stephanie had reached out and said, hey, would you be willing to do this? They'd gotten to know her a little bit, and I was really impressed with just how outside the box she thought, although I wasn't probably thinking in those terms. The important part of this story is that I thought she was really special. I thought, man, she thinks unique. She's got this kind of view of the world that's really unique. My partners thought she was crazy. They went, she's nuts. Like, what are you talking about? We can't go and do that. And I went, oh, yes, we can. So it was one of those moments in time where you, like in reflection, you think back and just how not only creative she was, but how outside the box she was thinking even 35 years ago, before that term was even really coined, if you will, and how she landed as being a little crazy. Yeah, I fell in love with the crazy. So there we go.
Absolutely. We love the crazy. Let me ask you about her stepping into this new version of herself, this writer, sharing her message in print, putting her ideas on the page. How has that been blossoming?
Well, I think it's been like anytime we go into these new, what we call new versions of ourselves, I think it's always there. You know, that lives within Stephanie, and having the courage, and you've helped her, support her, and having the courage to actually share her story, because it is a powerful story. It has a lot of meaning and really can impact a lot of different people. So watching her, kind of frightening, scary, going, oh my gosh, I'm putting it out there. But that wisdom is real, and it really does matter. So drawing it out of her, going back in the memory banks, going back in those old stories, and busting through, you know, what we would refer to perhaps as limiting beliefs, which is outside the box. So for her, it's always, okay, well, I actually lived this, and now it's going to the next level, and I have to stretch outside maybe the box that I actually did have, but recognizing it. So that's kind of how I see it, as husband looking in, watching, and encouraging.
Well, as husband of 35 years or 30 years, congratulations on your upcoming anniversary. And I know Stephanie, and we both have the same love language, which is words of affirmation and words of recognition. This is your moment to give her those beautiful words in front of everyone. Words of affirmation. What would you love to say to her at this moment?
Well, what I'd love to say, and just because we've done so much work ourselves, is that you are here to shine. It's time to shine. You are worthy, you are wise, you have so many messages that I think the world needs to hear. And it's time to step up, step out, and share your message with others. And you will change and have a positive impact on many people's lives when you do that. You already have. I'm looking forward to you 10xing it, 100xing it, or whatever the phrase we might want to use, and to be aligned and be supported by not just myself, but family, and of course, JB and Peter. And that's what I'm excited about.
Yes, Stephanie, take that in, baby.
Letting it in, letting it in.
You're like 1000x, right?
I know, it's so fun.
Congratulations. Thank you, Patrick. That was beautiful. All the women around the world are like, yes, he did it. Awesome.
I know, and I am. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know it's so beautiful to have a partner that supports you. I feel the same. I have this wonderful person in my life that gives me encouragement every single day. I've watched the two of you, this tremendous bond and relationship that you have. And just if you want to pour back into Patrick for a moment, thanking him for, lots of times the guys have to support the wives as we're going through this process also.
Well, it's true, and he's always been my biggest fan, and he says that all the time. And it's so amazing to have a powerful man that stands in his own truth and has enough confidence to be a partner to someone like me. The most thing I love about you most, Hun, is that you also love all my women. You love Tracy and Mary France and Lolo and all the women that I have around me that keep me grounded and keep me in the present. And because of that, I feel like I have a very balanced and successful life in our terms and our definitions. So I love you tons. I love doing our podcast together. I love being your partner and the guardians of our beautiful menagerie of 2 big dogs and 2 black cats.
Hey, JB, can I add
Yeah.
something just I want to share, as a
Of
husband, and I know Peter will relate to this, is because knowing you is sometimes it can be a little frightening being married to a Ferrari. And when you guys go into high gear and put your foot on the firewall, it's like, whoa, hang on. I hope she knows how to drive this thing. And so there's a little bit of that goes along with it. There is a little bit of frighteningness or fear that goes along with being married to Ferraris. So that's what I got to say about that.
I love that. Hey, Steph, we'll take it, right?
Yeah, I'm going to
We'll
take it. Thanks, son.
Let me ask you this, Stephanie. There are people who love your analogy about what box, but they have been living in a box. And maybe this conversation for the first time, they're like, it's not just one box, but it's a box amongst boxes amongst boxes, like the stacked boxes, you see at Christmas.
Totally.
Is there something that you can share with them to bring them to that a knowingness that really what's the box, or why the box, or does the box really need to be there? Do you have a process or a step or something that you can give them, a tangible tool?
Absolutely. I think the first thing is to identify what your but is. I want to do this, but I don't want to do that, but my life is this way. And so what happens is we create these stories in these boxes for ourselves for all the right reasons. And for me, it's not, and where the resilience piece came in was that it wasn't about more boxes, like those Chinese, I guess they're Ukrainian dolls, and they're one inside the other, inside the other, inside. It takes a lot of strength and vulnerability and self-kindness and self-compassion to go to that tiniest little piece of you that maybe the diamond is a little bit dusty and you have to go in and really dust it off so that it can start to shine again. We're all born for greatness. I believe that. And that the boxes that we put on ourselves for all the right reasons need to start coming off, but on your own terms and on your own pace. Development and performance, etc., which is the space I've been playing in for the last 30 years. It's not a race. Performance is a state of grace whereby we can understand who we are and be vulnerable. Resilience isn't a big cloak you put on. For me, it's the opposite. It's unpacking those boxes and maybe putting them aside and trying them on and remembering why you put them on in that place, or why you put yourself in the box at that time in your life, and honor that. And then start to let it go with grace and love and compassion for self. And I think that's the biggest thing, is when I realized that there were no boxes, and it took me a lot of resilience, a lot of strength, and a lot of courage to step out and then to declare to the world that they're all made up. And that was one of the gifts that Tracy Bell gave me growing up too, is that she always said, it's all made up, it's all made up, it's all made up. And when it finally hit me is when I stepped out and had the courage and the resilience to just drop the boxes.
Well, you said something really neat, because we do create boxes in our lives, but many times we create them for the right reasons, or we don't, because human beings can be so right or wrong. That was right and that was wrong. I should have done that, I shouldn't have done that. But when you build a box, or you perceive a box, I love that you said that let's honor that. Let's not judge it or condemn it or question it. Let's honor why we put ourselves in that box, and then in honoring it, we can release ourselves of it. And I think that's really a good takeaway for many of us watching. Write that down. Is how do you honor the box, and then honor the letting go of it too. I mean, there's kind of a celebration around letting go of the box.
Absolutely. And we don't celebrate enough. I know for me, on my journey of the Olympic Games, and with my dearest friends, Marie-France Dubray and Patrice Lauzon, building a business that is so out of the box when it comes to sport and ice dance and figure skating, that we have a hard time even explaining why we have the level of success we do. And a lot of that is because the boxes have been really dismantled, but honored, because we still want to exist in a space of grace, respect for the history, tradition of sport, tradition of figure skating, but still move it towards the future and remove the kind of barriers that we've put in the way, whether it's mental, emotional, social, physical, gender, etc. The barriers that we put on ourselves are what our limiting beliefs are based on. So for me, if there's anyone who is feeling judged or really wants to hang on to that box because it gives them purpose or it gives them identity, but it's a limiting factor, a limiting belief, maybe just don't, bust it down. Maybe start to take it apart a little bit at a time and peek over the edge and see what's out there. I was looking, Patrick was mowing the lawn today, and I look out and, I'm sure you've heard of the tall poppy syndrome. We've got a bunch of flowers and lilacs that are poking out places where they shouldn't be. But I love that, because with the tall poppy syndrome, the poppy that grows the highest, that's the one that usually gets the head cut off. But I want the people around me to grow and to flourish and be in all different directions and all different colors, and to surrender into that growth and into the development, who they get to be, because performance, development, growth, it's not a race. So honor your pace.
Well, you kind of glossed over it a little bit, but just so you're all catching up, Stephanie was part of the Olympic ice skating teams of this past Olympics, and was there. I saw her on the camera when the Olympic teams were going for judging and stuff like that. Patrick, you were there, correct? You were there with Stephanie in Italy, is that correct?
No, I wasn't physically in Italy. When she goes on those trips, people ask, she's been to the Olympics 5 times. She's been to numerous worlds. She travels the world.
Say, can you just bring us up to date on a little bit of her resume? Because you could tell us a little.
She's working though, right? So I don't travel with her. That's the long point of the story, is that she's working. So I don't travel with her. I don't want to be with her when she's working. I'm just there.
You came to Worlds after that, hon. You came to Prague.
Yeah, we did. We met at Prague and after Worlds, and we did that. So that was great. But that's kind of how we generally operate.
I know she kind of glossed over that she's been to the Olympics 5 times and that she's teaching these amazing gold medalists and that sort of thing. My question to you, Patrick, is when you see her up on the podium or up on the stage or in front of the cameras or being her professional version of herself, I'm sure there is no box. How could that powerful, amazing person be in a box? But at the same time, she gets to come home to you and be with you and, be in the kitchen and whatever, can't open the pickle jar.
So true.
You get to be that person. My question is when there's degrees of resilience. There's the one that's really up here, and then there's another one here, and there's this degrees of resilience. And I'm of the proponent of all of those degrees are beautiful and wonderful and an example of who we are. It doesn't have to always be big and grand. And I guess that's the point I wanted you to reiterate, that there are big and amazing moments where we show our resilience, but there are also those times that are precious and generous and tender. And those too are us using resilience to bring forth in our lives.
Yeah, I think there's, it's interesting about that is that as she holds space for her team and her athletes, I hold space at home for her. And, it's interesting thing about resilience and understanding that she can go to the places that she goes. She travels quite often, leading up to all these things. But to create and hold the space for her to know that things are looked after at home, no different than I'm understanding that she's looking after all those individuals and doing what she does there. And there's another part of resilience, I think, that we have to understand is we're all mere mortals. And as much resilience as we have, when you have somebody and we hold that same space for each other, sometimes we want to chicken out. Sometimes we want to go, no, it's too big, it's too bold, it's too this, it's too that. What will people say? We all have that kind of message. And sometimes it's that person sitting on the edge of the box, pushing, getting you outside the box, or actually supporting you and being more resilient. I often have used the phrase that, confidence isn't always owned. Sometimes it's borrowed. And sometimes I want to be able to lend my confidence in her, lend my confidence to Stephanie, that so she can be the best version of herself and have the confidence and the trust in herself that she does what she does, knows what she's doing, and can pull off what she's there to pull off.
Yeah, she's doing amazing things. Stephanie, do you have an example of 5 Olympic Games and multiple worlds and multiple things and working with the Oilers? Is there one time in your life where you really felt you were pulling, the resilience up from the ground up? And, it's just a nice little story to share, because part of your story in the book encompasses these things, but it's always fun to hear from the author themselves a little antidote, a little story.
Oh, there's so many. Are you talking to me or Patrick?
No, Stephanie.
Yeah. Stephanie, good. Phew.
Okay.
Take the pressure.
Okay, well, several. The first one, I guess, is when I first tried to retire from the Oilers. I tried to retire from the Oilers. I was traded to St. Louis for a bag of pucks. I spent 4 years in the farm team with the Worcester Ice Cats on the farm team. And then I tried to retire again, and it was going to change the world. And I ended up in Victoria giving a big seminar to the Canadian Figure Skating Association called Skate Canada at the time, with a seminar called Skating Inside Out. And I knew that I had a message, and I didn't realize how powerful the message was going to be for some of the people in the audience who are ice dancers, figure skaters, singles, pairs, whatever. I was just telling the story. And out of that came a request from Mary France and Patrice to be their mentor to the Olympics. And I said, yes. What does that mean?
Gotta say yes.
Better say yes. So we had no idea. So we built a relationship, a long distance relationship, where I was able to mentor them to the Olympic Games in 2006 in Torino. And what happened there was spectacular. It was an amazing experience, but there was a dramatic fall, and Mary France and Patrice ended up having to withdraw. And that changed everything for me, because I had to go into resilience mode. I didn't sleep for 72 hours. I slept on the floor beside her bed, trying to absorb the pain, physically, mentally, emotionally. And then when they decided to withdraw, there's nothing worse than having a W beside your name. So we had to dig really deep in that. It's as much as it's their story, the piece of it that I tell is my story, is that it was life-changing for me on many levels, because I really thought that was going to be a turning point in my life in a much different way. I thought I was going to then step into the corporate world, talk about, the Olympics. But what it brought to me was a relationship and an intimacy with my partners that I have now been working with them basically this whole time since 2002 to bring resilience and a message to the world. But it happened because of a fall.
Mm.
The next one happened because I found some inadequacies or some irregularities in the judging system, and I just was devastated, and I was going to quit figure skating. I was out of here. It's out of integrity. And then I hit my knees in the shower and got a message from God or whomever, the universe, that's saying, no, you have to do this. I'm like, no, I don't know anything about this. This is not me. This is not what I do. I'm going to go and rock the corporate world and, be a talking head on stage. And it's like, oh yeah, no, you're not. You're going back to ice dance. And it's kept coming back. So every time there was a drama, whether it was an injury, whether it was an injustice, whether it was something I found illegal or something that was devastating that happened to one of my clients, I rose.
Right.
And I didn't know I had that tool. I didn't know I had that skill. And I think that's what this journey's really given me, is the ability to look at what's happening and then get quiet, not react, observe, step back, see what the true situation and how others are reacting, and then come in with some gentle solutions and with some opportunities and offers of support that maybe I wouldn't have seen or people wouldn't have seen had we reacted to the negativity, or in the Olympic Games to a costume malfunction or to a devastating fall or something else, because something always happens on the way to your big goal. Always. The bigger the goal, the bigger the pushback. And the resilient piece is what I bring forward.
Such a great story. We're all just excited. I mean, stories are so beautiful. They teach us so many wonderful lessons. Thank you for sharing that. Marie, we have you here. I'm not sure if you want to come on. You're on your iPhone. The team has asked you. So just so you know, Stephanie, there's someone, Marie, here. It's just that she's not able to, seems like, there she is.
There she is.
Marie,
Hi.
how are you doing?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm by the pool. It's my last day of vacation.
Well, pour into Miss Stephanie for becoming an international bestselling author in 4 amazing countries.
I'm so proud of her. She's a superstar. She's been a superstar in my life and in a lot of my skaters' life. So yes, I'm super proud of you, Stephanie. Thank you for inviting me into this very special moment. I've heard some very inspiring things since I've been logged on. I'm sorry, English is not my first language, so I hope I'm being clear with my language, but
you're rocking it. You're rocking it,
Okay.
girl. You're rocking it. Stephanie, you want to just pour back into Marie?
I do. Now I'm going to cry.
No, don't cry. No, there's no crying in figure skating.
There's no crying in figure skating.
You know that, right?
You taught me about waterproof mascara, my friend.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so Marie France and her beautiful partner, Patrice Lauzon, have been with me every step of the way. We've become friends, business partners, colleagues, mentors, pushing each other's buttons. Just, Marie, you mean the world to me. You know that. My soul sister. I wouldn't be here without you. I keep coming back every time, every quadrennial, because of the space you hold. You are not a coach or a choreographer. You are a genius, an artistic director beyond what's even reasonable. You teach and you coach with your soul, with your spirit. You enter where skaters are at. Every single athlete you work with is empowered to be themselves. There are no cookie cutters. There's not one athlete, one team that represents a country that looks like anyone else, and that's truly your gift. So keep honoring that, keep going. I'm going to go as long as you go, girl. So you're not going to get rid of me that easy.
Well, in 2003, I kept going and I didn't quit because you got me into my heart, into my star. And that's the other part of the box that you haven't told yet.
Well, maybe I should write the next chapter.
Exactly.
Oh, I would thank you,
so
Marie.
much.
Thank you. Blessings
Marie
to you,
France.
Marie. I thank you so much for being. Steph, I
Thank
just want
you.
you to make sure you watch this recording, because everything you said to Marie, as we've been talking all day about shining mirrors and about like attracts like and about how we vibrate to the frequency of others, everything you just said to Marie, I was looking at you being like, and that's you. Yeah, and you do that, and that's you, and that's you.
Exactly.
And so that's the beauty of this process. All right, big hugs to everybody. Mwah, mwah, mwah. She's an
Thank
international
you.
best-selling author. Give her a fabulous round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, JB.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Tracy, for being here. Great job, Steph. Well done.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you too, babe. It's so fabulous to see people's backgrounds, to see people's stories, to see where we all, we all came from the womb. We all came into the world. We all have our backpacks and the things that we carry. And yet through it all, the truth is we all have the resilience to rise up to be the greatest version of ourselves. And I hope in anything that we're doing here today, it's inspired you to realize, like, if they can do it, hell yes, I can do it. If they can get there, I can get there. If they believe that, I can believe that. And I just really want you to know that that resilience to become exactly who it is you envision for yourself is 100% there. Yes, yes, true. I'm married to Ferrari also, and I'm a Ferrari. I love that, Patrick. That's going to be fun for us. Well, we're going to take a bit of a break so you all can go get a snack, get some water, and do what we love for you to do. Please hop on over to Amazon, type in Ignite Resilience, and download a copy of the book for you, for your friends, for your family. Share it on social media. Copy and paste the link and put it on your posts, and let people know that today's the day. Today's the last day to get Ignite Resilience for free. We wanted to gift you that. Now, I love, and we've done this 27 times, making sure that during launch weekend, the book is for free, because I never want cost or price to stop somebody from fulfilling their dreams. So go get that copy. If you don't think it's for you, I guarantee you know somebody that it's for. So go to Amazon and get it now. We're going to go on a break till 3:15. We will be back. We have a whole nother round of amazing authors. We're going to be in Singapore, in the States, and back in Canada, and back in the US, and all the way over to the Philippines. So please join us back. We'll see you here at 3:15 Mountain Time. All right, take care. It's breakthrough day. You woke up this morning and you decided, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to make a difference today. I'm going to start doing my life differently today. Today's the day. So go after it. Grab hold of that feeling inside that you're going to do today differently, and start. If that means putting on your running shoes, do that. If that means emptying out the fridge or the cupboards of all the food that you don't need, then do that. If that means sitting down at the computer and filling out those forms or learning that course, then it's time to do that. Because today is breakthrough day. Today's the day that you take the motivation inside of you that you've been feeling for however long, and you go after it. You don't let your body or your brain or your mind or anyone else in your universe stop you from doing what it is you want. Because breakthrough day means breaking through the old ideas, the old patterns, the habits that have held you back, and doing it differently. In a breakthrough day, you don't stop, you don't question, you don't wonder, and you don't compare. You certainly don't look backwards. You look forwards and you go after it. So today's the day that you've decided you're going to break through an old limiting belief or get rid of a pattern. Then let's do it together. One foot in front of the other. Let's decide that this is the day things are going to be different. So what does that mean? It means making a list of what it is you want to accomplish. It means using positive affirmations to propel you forward. It means only positive languaging in your mind. It means writing down things that are going to help you achieve what it is you want. It means seeing success happening to you. You're going to do this. You're going to get this. You're going to figure this out. You're going to feel everything you need to feel each and every step along the way as you do it. Because when you do the work and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on breakthrough days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old. Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it?
Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it, who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Get up. It's time to go after your dream. You've got an idea, so wake up, baby. This is your day to start moving towards achieving exactly what it is you want. Put your shoes on, grab your coat, and get outside. Light that candle, sit down, and meditate. Do what you have to feel good. Grab some water and drink the whole glass. Stretch your body, move, reach, wiggle your toes, and get out all the old stuff that doesn't feel good, because today's your day. You're going to do something magical today. You're going to make a difference because you're going after what it is you want. This is your moment, so take it. Do something today to get one step closer to what it is you want, because guess what? The universe is waiting for what you've got brewing inside your mind, and it's excited to help you, encourage you, motivate you, and push you forward, because what you're thinking, it wants to see. So go after it. Sit down at the computer, get some work done, grab your notebook, write out that list, do some training, teach yourself something new, be a good student, learn what it is you don't know. Ask questions. Look to people who are doing what it is you are doing and emulate that. See how you can do more. What can you learn? How can you stretch? How can you push the boundaries of what you're used to and do something different? because you gotta be different if you want different, and this is your time. You know this is what you want, and so go get it. Push yourself, encourage yourself, support yourself, because you can do it. You've got this. We're all watching you and we're cheering you on because we know that your passion and your belief is undoubtedly going to get you there. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep reaching, keep leaping, keep climbing over whatever obstacles you have to go after it. You got this. It's yours. It's just waiting for you. The idea came to you because it wants you to execute exactly what it is you're dreaming of. It wants you to succeed. So grab the day. Grab hold of all the possibilities that are right there. Just reach out into the air and grab them. They're right there, waiting for you to be amazing. Because you are amazing. You're fantastic. You're exceptional. And the universe loves your idea. Seize the day. It's yours. You got this. Go get it. There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength, finding your passion and going after that, not listening to anyone else, not wondering what anyone else is doing, not looking to the side to see who's doing what, just staying focused, looking forward. What are you going to do? How are you going to handle things? What's important to you, and how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that, immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal, go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it, your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you. If there's one thing you should do today, it's wake up and be happy. Before you get out of bed, before you open your eyes, before you reach for your phone, check an email, look at a text, or do anything else, you ask yourself inside your mind, what's going to make me happy today? And you wait for the answer. You lie there, not moving, not thinking about what you have to do or what you should do, but instead think first, what's going to make me happy today? And then wait for the answer, because let me tell you, your body will share exactly what it is that will make you happy that day. Little things can make you happy. Being with your family, spending time with a friend, cooking, baking, doing a craft or a hobby. There is definitely something your body wants to do that will make you happy. Exercising, playing, enjoying the company of others, reading, writing, journaling, working on your next book, meditating, exercising, stretching, having a bath, taking care of yourself, looking after your body. There are so many things that you can do right now today that will make you happy, and all you have to do is ask. Ask yourself, what will make me happy today? Sure, there's lots of things we should do, lots of things we could do, lots of things we feel we're supposed to do, but in truth, what we're supposed to do is do what makes us happy. It's so easy. Every day, wake up in the morning and ask yourself, what's going to make me happy today? And then do that. Go after that. Make that happen. Of course, you got to do all the other stuff, but do what makes you happy. Also, set time aside for it. Make a plan. Structure your day so you get all the things done that you have to do, and then do what makes you happy. Be with your kids. Be with your partner. Be with yourself. Do what makes you happy each and every day, and I guarantee you, guess what? You'll feel happy. Your life will be joyous. You'll trust yourself. You'll recognize the things that you need, and you'll know that your voice and your commitment to yourself matters. Do what makes you happy. That's what it's all about. Eventually, you'll get up every morning and make sure that you do what makes you happy first. And then you'll get on to the other stuff. And then you'll do what you have to do. And then you'll do what you should do. But eventually, over time, if you get up every day and do what makes you happy, pretty much your whole day will become what makes you happy. Your work will make you happy. Your playtime will make you happy. Your chores will make you happy. The things you have to do suddenly will make you happy, because inside, happiness rules. Wake up every day. Ask yourself, what do I need to do to make myself happy today? And do that. Go after that, and happiness will fill your life, and your whole entire day will be filled with that. Happiness, the way we're supposed to be, the way life's meant to be, the way we love to be. Enjoy that, and ignite your life with happiness each and every day. Ignite possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again, to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction. Having that conversation. Understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet, to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world. It's breakthrough day. You woke up this morning and you decided, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to make a difference today.
I'm going to do that exercise. I'm going to learn that course. I'm going to start doing my life differently today. Today's the day. So go after it. Grab hold of that feeling inside that you're going to do today differently, and start. If that means putting on your running shoes, do that. If that means emptying out the fridge or the cupboards of all the food that you don't need, then do that. If that means sitting down at the computer and filling out those forms or learning that course, then it's time to do that. Because today is breakthrough day. Today's the day that you take the motivation inside of you that you've been feeling for however long and you go after it. You don't let your body or your brain or your mind or anyone else in your universe stop you from doing what it is you want. Because breakthrough day means breaking through the old ideas, the old patterns, the habits that have held you back, and doing it differently. In a breakthrough day, you don't stop, you don't question, you don't wonder, and you don't compare. You certainly don't look backwards. You look forwards and you go after it. So today is the day that you've decided you're going to break through an old limiting belief or get rid of a pattern. Then let's do it together. One foot in front of the other. Let's decide that this is the day things are going to be different. So what does that mean? It means making a list of what it is you want to accomplish. It means using positive affirmations to propel you forward. It means only positive languaging in your mind. It means writing down things that are going to help you achieve what it is you want. It means seeing success happening to you. You're going to do this. You're going to get this. You're going to figure this out. You're going to feel everything you need to feel each and every step along the way as you do it. Because when you do the work and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on breakthrough days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old. Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it? Who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters.
It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. Turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason. There's another way. There's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Get up. It's time to go after your dream. You've got an idea, so wake up, baby. This is your day to start moving towards achieving exactly what it is you want. Put your shoes on, grab your coat, and get outside. Light that candle, sit down, and meditate. Do what you have to feel good. Grab some water and drink the whole glass. Stretch your body. Move, reach, wiggle your toes, and get out all the old stuff that doesn't feel good, because today's your day. You're going to do something magical today. You're going to make a difference because you're going after what it is you want. This is your moment, so take it. Do something today to get one step closer to what it is you want, because guess what? The universe is waiting for what you've got brewing inside your mind, and it's excited to help you, encourage you, motivate you, and push you forward, because what you're thinking, it wants to see. So go after it. Sit down at the computer, get some work done, grab your notebook, write out that list, do some training, teach yourself something new, be a good student, learn what it is you don't know, ask questions, look to people who are doing what it is you are doing and emulate that. See how you can do more. What can you learn? How can you stretch? How can you push the boundaries of what you're used to and do something different? Because you gotta be different if you want different, and this is your time. You know this is what you want, and so go get it. Push yourself, encourage yourself, support yourself, because you can do it. You've got this. We're all watching you and we're cheering you on, because we know that your passion and your belief is undoubtedly going to get you there. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep reaching, keep leaping, keep climbing over whatever obstacles you have to go after it. You got this. It's yours. It's just waiting for you. The idea came to you because it wants you to execute exactly what it is you're dreaming of. It wants you to succeed. So grab the day. Grab hold of all the possibilities that are right there. Just reach out into the air and grab them. They're right there, waiting for you to be amazing. Because you are amazing. You're fantastic. You're exceptional. And the universe loves your idea. Seize the day. It's yours. You got this. Go get it. There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength, finding your passion and going after that. Not listening to anyone else, not wondering what anyone else is doing, not looking to the side to see who's doing what, just staying focused, looking forward. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna handle things? What's important to you, and how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that, immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal, go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work. And so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it, your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you.
Welcome back, everybody. Ignite Resilience happening all day today. We are on a Facebook Live all day today. We started at 10 a.m. and we're still going strong. It's almost 3:30 in the afternoon. And we are going around the world to connect with our authors that are a part of this new book called Ignite Resilience. I can't wait to share some more with you. Well, let's not wait any longer. Chris, come on into the call. For those of you who are just getting here, we are talking about Ignite Resilience with our authors who have published and launched this weekend the 27th book of the Ignite series, and it's all about resilience. Resilience is the word of the house, the word of the day, and maybe even the word right now of the year. How are you igniting resilience in your life? How are you showing up? Chris, happy to have you here. Thanks for coming on in. How's it been going?
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
It's kind of neat. It's kind of exciting. Have you been celebrating a little bit?
A little bit. I've been super busy. I've been on the road for the last month doing the edits and everything else, and I'm coming to you from the south of France, so it's 11 p.m. or quarter past
Wow.
11.
Wow, well, we're glad you're up late. Thank you for being a part of it. So, wrote your story, shared a little bit. Love that you're one of the guys in the book. Every year, we're getting more and more men in the book who are showing up and being vulnerable. Talk a little bit about resistance, what resilience means to you.
Wow. What resilience means to me is just keeping faith when things get tough.
Yeah.
And I, incidentally, I've been a bit tested the last couple of days because I'm at a family reunion, and
Of course.
you know what that's like when you meet your old selves and people have old pictures of you, and they mirror those back to you. And sometimes there's some interesting stories, sometimes there's some things you'd rather forget, but staying keeping faith and keeping keeping your new picture of who you are and who you know yourself to be close to your heart. To me, that is resilience is a process, I feel. It's not a thing, it's not an end or beginning. You don't necessarily start with it. Maybe you have some. It's something you build as you travel. And what's beautiful, there's so many authors that shared so many stories that are all different ways of experiencing resilience.
Yeah, it's true. And
So
even
yeah.
today, we've quite a few of the authors have talked about mirrors and how we're shiny mirrors of each other and how we mirror ourselves and mirror our beliefs and mirror things. We've also just talked about challenges and Stephanie and Patrick, Stephanie was sharing about being in the box and what a better way than to be around family members or relatives who love to put you in your box. So, how do we break out of that? Any thoughts and ideas? Interestingly enough, part of your branding is about breakthroughs and breakouts and stuff, fun stuff like that. How do you create a new version of yourself or find the resilience to keep showing up as the new version of yourself?
It's a great question, and it's one that I've been confronted with in the last couple of days, and I think it's all to do with really just I someone reminded me today of and I there's a big event. I'm in Cannes right now, and there's a big marketing event. And on the plane here, I was talking to the person next to me, and they said like, I can't connect, I can't network, I don't know what to do. And I said, just smile. Just smile. And you do a beautiful job at that, JB, as does Sasha, I see on the screen as well. And
Yeah, Sasha, your co-author is here, so that's really great.
it's
And
beautiful.
smiling
Thank you,
is
Sasha, for being
resilience,
here.
right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
It is. It is. But it's smiling brings on so much more. It connects you with positive chemistry in your body. It
Mhm.
connects you with positive moments. It triggers other things. And it's also an invitation because I guess if I were to do this right now, I wouldn't be the most inviting author. So if I do this right now, right, I'm more inviting and people will approach you. And I think one other thing that's really great about resilience is to remember it's not just you. It's a network of people. I did not write this book by myself. I had many that lifted my wings at times during this process, including you, JB, and other people. And yeah, it was beautiful.
I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. I know sometimes we say yes to things we don't know why we're saying yes. We agree to it amongst all the other things that are going on. And I love because, someone upstairs knows a bit more than us, a little bit smarter than us, and says, like, go for it, do it, dig deep and find that resilience. And I do love that you said smile too, because it relaxes us, it opens us up, it welcomes people in. So, in this process of sharing this story, you shared a very heartfelt story about you and your family and your kids and your experience. Have you had now some of the benefits and reaped some of the rewards of the work that you put in? Have you had any experiences? Anyone at the family reunion read your story?
Yes, one or two of them asked, did I do a German translation? Because half my family is German, so I may
Uh-huh.
just have to do a German translation. Might be coming up. They all downloaded it. Unfortunately, some of them are landing on a plane right now, so they couldn't be here. They would have loved to.
Yes.
But no, what was unexpected is I shared the story with a big group of entrepreneurs and new thinkers in Singapore where I live. And
Nice.
someone literally just messaged me on WhatsApp to say, I read your story, it really resonated, and I'd love to talk to you more when you're back in country. And I don't even know that person. And so one thing, my objective, Lady JB, at one point was if I can just impact one person, one, then it's all worth it.
Well,
So
it's day one, and you get to like check. You've impacted one person, and now
there
the
we
rest is all
go. There we
bonus.
go. What more could I ask for? And I just wanted to say on the signing up process with you, it was beautiful because I did that incidentally on a train from Switzerland to Milan on the way on the train. I had to catch a flight, and I quickly sent in the Ignite application form, and it was great. So if anybody's listening who's excited to do this and wants to be part, I'm sure you'll do some more books in the future. Do lean in. I know Sasha and I were on the fence at one point, and I certainly am so glad that I went into this and shared my story
So
and
glad too. I
lots of
am so glad.
benefits. One more thing, I created a website for myself as well to start some coaching stuff. So
Yeah.
yes, all of that. I've been thinking about it for months, years, and I don't know why. At one point, I was just like, "No, it's happening. It's done." So that's in there as well.
But what
And
is the URL? Tell us.
have a guess. Transformyourblueprint.com. So there
Right,
you
right, right. I
go.
said breakthrough, but it's blueprint. Yes, it's
Yeah,
blueprint. Transform your blueprint. I mean, I love it. I love it because when we were on
blueprint.
our call, we were like, it was all kind of like coming to us. So perfect. All right. I can't wait to talk to you more about it. Well,
Love it.
what is really neat about resilience is it's kind of like I often call it the resistance barrier. No, we don't want to do something, we get stuck in the resistance barrier. We don't want to go for that ride. We don't want to build that website. We don't want to write that book. There's this resistance. And when we have the resilience to push through the resistance, like there's so much juicy, yummy stuff on the other side. Have you been feeling that ever since you signed up? There's been this new pushing through the resistance. Now new things are coming.
Lots of new things have been coming. Yeah, too many things.
It's only just begun.
It's I I remember the one or two moments when you said that at the beginning, and or even when we were talking, when we had our what would you call it? Our kind of
Polish.
no, no, not polish. Like even before that, the
Mm.
application process, and you alluded to that. There's so much great stuff that will come from this, and you must sign up. It's great. And there was a little part of me that went, yeah, yeah, well, yeah. I'm sorry, I have to be honest. And yes, it's everything from, this family reunion coming together the way it has been. It's I've had one or two turbulent things happen in between traveling to Mexico and other places. And I've had some job offers from people saying like, "Hey, I need to do some business in Singapore. You wanna get together and look into that." I've had two or three things in the last couple of days even that have just materialized that I wasn't even thinking about. So it's I do think there's something. Hopefully, I'm not going to woo-woo on everyone, but we
Power of
are
resilience.
we are ethereal beings, and so I
Right.
do think there's a vibe to resilience, and there's a sort of vibration that you bring out, and in bringing that out with positivity, with a smile, with everything else, it reflects back, and there's things that will reflect back that you're not even aware of.
Love it.
There's opportunities that will come to you that you don't even know of. And
Mhm.
so that's why part of the words in my book are sort of fear into faith, right?
Mm.
And it's that fear that keeps you constrained, and really beyond the constraint of the fear that is very certain. If you let go of that, pretty much everything is uncertain, and within the uncertainty, anything is possible.
Amen. Amen. Well, you were talking, I already was seeing us having dinner on the rooftop at one of those great hotels in Singapore.
Look forward to welcoming you to
Yes,
Singapore
exactly.
next
Sasha,
time you're
pipe
there.
in here for a moment. I didn't know that you two were friends at all when you both signed up. I didn't know that at all. So that was such a wonderful thing to unfurlough. Sasha, what do you want to say to your fellow author?
It's been such a gift to be a part of this family of upliftment. And there's so many people, including Chris and my family, and people that all around that are all pulling for each other. And reading your story, Chris, I love the way that you open up the walls, and like you're able to like peer out like what is right there in front of you, and then you're showing us that it's okay to be able to be free of those labels, and that you are really the creator of your life and not the manager of your circumstance. And like your example of living this life in your purpose, and starting with those simple things, with that smile, and just showing up, being present. It is such a gift to the world that you're showing through your example, how to just be fully you. And so thank you for sharing that with the world, being courageous enough to do so, and for supporting so many authors, even just in watching the masterminds. Like, you always have such beautiful insights that just flow right through you because you're right there. You're right there with that person. And so you offer so many gifts, and so thank you for gifting us your story, and to show us that anything is possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, well, Peter, if you want to invite Joy in, I just want to take a moment. How do you know each other? How did you meet each other? What is your connection before this book? Did you find out like I'm going to be in this book and so am I, or how did that all unfold?
We both serve on Team Tony. And
Uh-huh.
there's other Team Tony members as well, like throughout the Ignite family and journey.
Correct.
That
Yep.
have been part of it. And so like this movement of upliftment has been such a gift that has just kept expanding. And so we've heard about it from different places, and my family as well learned about it through there. And it's like, wow, well, this is the time to be able to share a part of our story. And so just to band together and support each other through it has been a huge gift.
Well, let's invite the third part of the fabulous stool, the three-legged stool. And I don't know if you have to run away, Chris, or if you have a few more minutes with us, but
I'd love to stay for both Joy and Sasha, if I may, because
yes,
you
please.
both
I
are
was thinking
beautiful.
we'll make it a family affair.
If I may, thank you.
I love it. Okay, so Chris and Sasha know each other. Sasha is Joy's daughter. Sasha wrote also in Ignite Resilience. Joy has written in Ignite Resilience. So we have them all together. We can just like, exactly, we can, woo! Team Italy. Is that Italy, Sasha?
It is. My mom is in Italy right now.
I know.
So we're all
Okay,
around the
perfect.
world. There's Brianna and Sherry, but we're supporting all over the world for all of our folks.
Okay, I love it. All right, so Joy, we're going to jump over to you and stick around, Chris. So Joy, welcome to your blessed Igniterama, your moment, your showcase. You're in Italy. Thank you for being coming online. I know it's a little late for you, but you're dressed and looking lovely. You and I have talked about you writing. You've talked about wanting to write. Now you put it on paper. It's a beautiful story. It's very poignant and stunning. Now that it's out there in the world and it's published, how do you feel?
Wow. Well, it does feel very exciting. I was, I have never been a writer, visual artist, so I was definitely a little bit scared. But you produce such a beautiful, support system and format for this to happen. So I felt so well guided through it that it didn't seem that difficult once you get going. And cutting everything out was the hard part because I wanted to add everything in. Once you start going, you want to add.
Right.
So I loved it. It was such a fun exercise, and I feel like I have a new tool now. So thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
A new expression, as one of the other authors said, right? Another great way to express. Well, your story is beautiful. You wrote about having an Ignite moment that was very powerful, spending some time in Italy, or you have back and forth between America and Italy. You're back in Italy right now. Has been walking the streets of Italy, writing your story about Italy, knowing this was the birthplace sort of your historical figure. Also, has it like really, we talked a little bit about Mother Nature and like sinking into the earth. Have you felt a deeper resonance with it now that you've published it and you're kind of in this origin source?
Well, I sort of do. I started writing it earlier in the year, and I just wanted to be part of this, and I didn't know what my story was going to be yet, and I knew it had to include St. Catherine. So I kind of went backwards from that. I feel very connected to St. Catherine. And so I kind of like constructed it backwards in my head. And so it helps make me feel more of this community. I've made so many more friends here, just sharing that. And, my family, they're so wonderful. Look at them. They think I'm a little crazy already. So having more people like on the St. Catherine train makes me feel better. So I'm just thrilled to be able to do that.
It's so true. Like a bunch of us crazy people get together, the ones that are all happy and joyous and full of inspiration. Even though we've had tough times and tough things in life, we're really finding a new way to do it. Well, let me talk to some of the folks that are here. Brianna, let's start with you, and then we'll go over, I believe, to Tad. It is. Unmute yourself, Brianna. Tell us how you know beautiful Joy, and then what would you like to share with her about her story?
Hi, I'm Brianna. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Does that work? Okay. I am Joy's oldest daughter, out of 3, and Sasha's coming out later, so I'm her older sister. I'm currently in Hawaii. Sorry for the keep moving around, trying to figure out the lighting. Very inspiring. Obviously, I was alive when she was talking about her story, but as a teenager, didn't quite know what she was going through. So great to see it in a new perspective. Also read it with adult ears with my own 2 kids. But very inspiring, Mama. And I love how you talk about how it's not like a quick fix. Don't like go into this expecting something to happen the first time, not even the second, third time. It might take 52 weeks, but it does happen. So very inspiring. And I love learning about St. Catherine at the end as well.
Yeah, it's really been beautiful. It's a great historical figure. Well, I love that you share that because it is true. It's not, resilience isn't something that just pops up and goes away. It's something that you really cultivate and you really curate in your life. And so I think Joy's story was a great example of that. Thank you for sharing. All right, I see Tad Thomas. Tad. Are you on someone else's Zoom? Unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, I'm Sherry.
Hi, Sherry. Tell us a little bit about tell us something about Joy that we don't know.
Oh my goodness. I love Joy. What do people not know about Joy? I don't know. She's right out there. She's in the open. She's pretty open. She puts everything right on the table. All her joy is just laid out for everyone to see.
And did you read her story?
I did. I loved it. It was, I just learned about St. Catherine a couple months ago, and I love St. Catherine. I'm Protestant. I didn't realize how amazing St. Catherine was, and I didn't realize there were so many parallels between St. Catherine and Joy. They're just
true. So I wrote the historical stories in once I did my work with the author and got their story, and I just was giggling all the time because I'd be like, of course they like this, of course this is their person, this is them so much, this is them, they're exactly the same. And so I felt that way so much with Joy and St. Catherine. It was really like just a mind meld of the similarities. So it was really beautiful.
Yes, it was an amazing story, Joy. I thought you did a great job, especially for not being an author. Fantastic.
Thank
you. Well, now she is.
Yes. Thank you, Sherry. She's my sister. She's my Sienese sister, Sherry. She came to Siena with me in March with my other sister, who I know is here somewhere, but and so we all fell in love with the more people that can fall in love with St. Catherine, I'm happier.
Fantastic. Well, that is the power of storytelling. You awaken somebody to something they didn't know, and you teach them something they didn't know, and you get them interested in that. Again, that's the power of Ignite, because you can change a person's trajectory because you can get them excited about something. Is it Desiree? Desiree, unmute yourself. What would you like to tell Miss Joy in her moment of bestseller glory? Oh, you just have to press the little button at the bottom. It's a little microphone. You just click on that. And
the other one. Okay, there I am. There I am.
There you
Hi.
go. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Well, Joy Beasley, she's my Beasley, is my younger sister. And I've always been amazed at her resilience from early on, really early on. And it actually like brought in, emotions, not going to come in right now, but she's always been resilient and she's always pushed forward. And I've always really admired that so much because I never kind of felt like I had that as much, like I would, if it'd be easier to stop, I would kind of just stop and go on to the next thing because I'd be good at other things, but I wouldn't necessarily fight through the hard. And she always did fight through the hard. And even if it wasn't easy, she just kept always going, always going. And that was always kind of her thing. And I realized I learned a lot in reading your story, B, because I knew you were going through the conversion, but I didn't know about a lot of those things. You used to tell me you were getting up in the middle of the night, you were going in. I'm like, what are you doing? And, you never really made it very clear what it is you were doing. But now reading that you did that for 5 years, and Gregor, she got left her husband's online too, that she would just get up and roll out of bed and go and do that. I mean, so much of that, and climbing on those marble steps on your knees. I'm like, what? I didn't know any of those things. I was just blown away because you just didn't share all that minute, that all those little details. And so I was very, very impressed, even more, than I always have been. And she introduced me to Sienna. I love Sienna. I've been there now 4 times or something at least. And just love it so much. And she's gotten me much more connected with spiritual things through her growth. I've become more spiritual, which I really appreciate. So great job, B. Great job.
Thank you, Beasley.
So beautiful. And it's such an example of, we think we know somebody, we think we know what they're going through, we think we know what they're doing, and yet we don't really, really, really know. And we certainly don't know the emotional toil of it until someone has the courage to share it in a story. And I think that is truly the power of stories, and has really guided me on my mission to ignite humanity, is because these stories bring us so much closer and bring us so much more connected. And so, Desiree, it was really beautiful how you shared that. She's your sister, you knew of it, but the way the story unfurled it for you in a heartfelt manner is so powerful. Fantastic. All right, well, moving to next, we have Kenny and Nanette. Unmute yourself. Hi,
Cal
Kenny.
from Florida. Vero Beach, paradise. Come and visit
Loves from
anytime.
Florida. I love it. I love
The
it.
beach
So
parking is totally free.
fantastic. What do you want to say to Joy that maybe she hasn't heard yet from everybody else? Is there something that you...
Joy's heard it all, but I'll share for others, because Joy and Greg and Joy have been our closest friend for over 35 years. And I'm proud to say Nanette and I were the reason that they're in Siena right now. Because we brought them to Italy. We finally got there after all these years. We talked about it. And so we show up in Siena, and Joy goes, oh my God, I got to live here. So we thought she was joking, but they got a place like before we even left the vacation. It was incredible. What can I say? I mean, I thought I had resilience after being in show business for 40 years. I got nothing on her. That's all I got to say. It's just, and what makes it so special is the spirituality of her resilience. It really brings home where it comes from, and something that everybody can identify with in such a beautiful way. And that's who she is. She's got so much heart. She's so creative. She's so talented. She's so artistic.
So loving.
And so, she's just the greatest mom, the greatest friend, the greatest everything.
The greatest hostess.
So we're so blessed. And the reader's story is just, God, she's even an author. It's like totally.
Right?
So
well,
I'm
you
so
said
proud.
something kind of beautiful that inspired me, that, faith and resilience are really in that beautiful locket box, that they come together. You really have faith, and it really fuels your resilience, and they come there, they really are part of a fortitude union of love and grace. And so thank you for sharing that. And I think, Joy, if you can comment on your praise, would you agree, like love, resilience, and faith really go hand in hand?
Excellent. They do. Of course they do. And I see my wonderful husband here had to leave something to come be here with me. And it's, he's often not, we're not often together right now because we're doing so many things. So honey, I love that you're here and you anchor the love and bring it here. So I love you for that.
Thank you, my
Come
love.
back. I'll come back to you, Nanette. So, Gregor, yes, go ahead. So, sometimes husbands don't have a clue what their wives are up to. What is she doing? It's some crazy thing. What is she up to? Did she tell you before she was going to write her story?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we discuss everything, and but I would like to just I was there when her father died, shoulder to shoulder, so I saw her whole world turned upside down, and everything she knew and thought she knew, and everything was just obliterated, and she was just on a quest to find something, and that something that she found was that peace and that quiet inside, which is everything. And that's and that was worth the whole journey, because for 2 years she was integrating this, integrating this whole new consciousness that she had inside about herself with God, and just that solid, all-encompassing force that we all have inside of us, she found, which was beautiful and brilliant, and the resilience of doing that, of getting up one more time when you fall, just keep on going, keep going forward, one more step, one more step, one more step. It's that resilience. And I got to watch her do that whole thing. And so yeah, I'm very well, just say happy that she found her peace. He found her peace.
Yeah, and you said found. I really also heard the word discover. There was really a discovery also in it.
Oh, it was all discovery for her, and for me too, because I mean, we all went through it, the whole family, and maybe especially me because I was the closest on a day to day. But it was wild, actually. It was pretty wild. I mean, when she came back from Rome, in the story she says, she came back from Rome and she was so lit up. She walked in and she was lit up. And I was feeling that energy, and I was going, okay, she's really got something here. And I remember closing my eyes, and all I see was crosses everywhere. I'm going, okay, this is what she's just brought in. It's like crosses everywhere. Yeah. And but yeah, no, she was on fire with it. And it took her about 2 years to integrate all that into because it's a life changing.
It is your cells, your body, your
everything.
Consciousness, your awareness, your whole everything has to marinate and take time. It's really beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, stick around because I want you to pour into Sasha. But Nanette, is there anything that you would like to share with Joy just before as we wrap up?
The one thing that I wasn't touched upon was the pilgrimage that she did. Really, I remember hearing stories about it, but it was really nice to hear the closeness that she had with the other people and the discoveries that she made along the way. It just made my heart dance. It was really lovely, and I was glad to be part of that in reading it.
Yes. Beautifully said. Beautifully. I'm going to jump to Sasha. Sometimes, Sasha, we all look up to our mothers. We put them on a pedestal. We think they're impervious and imperfect. And then that all comes crumbling down when we realize they're just human. And then there's this rebuilding of our relationship with our mom. And I also had the gift of my mom writing her story in this book. So it's been really, really precious for me also. as the daughter, as the child, as the one who looks up, and this is your matriarch and your role model, how has that been for you, seeing your mom's story, reading it?
It's such an inspiration, just to be able to dive in even deeper. Because you could have your own perception of what reality is and then realize that, you know, someone else could be in the same situation, they're experiencing it completely differently.
Yeah.
And so it was such a gift to have that courage that she stepped up and she was like, I'm going to do Ignite Resilience. And she presented it. I'm like, wow, like it wasn't even like in my sphere. And it just, like the support and the love that she has given all of us growing up, and then that she's willing to share her experience, her story has been such a gift to our family and to this world in so many ways, and how she spreads joy and love.
Yes.
So thank you. Love you so much, Mama.
Thank you.
Well, let's give her a round of applause. Come on,
Thank you.
everybody clap your hands.
Thank you.
And Chris, do you want to say anything to Joy before I jump over? And I'm going to give you a round of applause.
I just think it's really beautiful when one of the things we talked about in our sessions with you, JB, is the healing that can occur when we really go deep in these stories. And I think, and I believe each one of us as authors, best-selling authors now, has experienced some of that in that journey. And what more beautiful way to do it, Joy, with generationally in your family, when two of you can do it together. And that's really precious. And I gather your title is Joyologist, Joy. And one other thing that really rubs off is your beautiful smile on Sasha as well.
Right.
In Team Tony, that's one of the things she's known for. And I would say she brings joy to all of us when we're in Team Tony, and that's I believe that's something she probably got from you, at least in
that's
part.
sweet.
So yeah.
Well, and you know, Chris, one of the things you made me think of is like Joy's story is wide because it's family and it's husband and it's deep, you know, as it's full of generational. So that's really amazing, Joy. Thank you. Any last words before we jump over to Sasha? Joy, anything you want to share with your beautiful family that's here to support you?
No, I'm just so grateful that you all came here. Thank you so much. I love this. This is so much fun, and I'm gonna see you again, a lot of you, with Sasha. So we'll see you soon.
But we'll just keep everybody here. If
Just
you have
keep
to
it all
leave,
here.
yeah, we're gonna just keep everybody here. If you
Okay,
have
just
to
focus,
leave,
refocus.
don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Okay.
If you have to leave, absolutely you can check out. But we'll move over to Sasha a little bit. So it became a family affair. Yes, I met Joy beautifully through Diana, who many of you met earlier, who was our forward writer for the book. Joy and I had fantastic conversations, and then of course I met Sasha. So great people meet great people via great people. Sasha, you, as you said, had known that the Ignite series existed, and then was resilience sort of the hit on the head, like that was the nail on the hammer. I really want to do resilience.
Yeah.
And your story is so powerful because you went through very physical resilience. A lot of us have talked about emotional resilience and psychological resilience and personal resilience. You went through all of those, including physical resilience. Just share a tiny bit about your story. Don't give it all away.
I had built a life of movement. I love being in my body and being able to express that through a lot of most of my careers have been in backcountry guiding. I'm now a self-defense instructor, track and field athlete, gymnast, and that was my way of expression. And I'm calling it a blessing. I was blessed with the opportunity to see how much of a gift our bodies are and how powerful we are in being able to heal ourselves and create our life. And so it was a physical ailment that took away my ability to walk, and it was going downhill very quickly with a lot of symptoms. And the prognosis was not good. And it was a beautiful opportunity for me to let go and receive and to be held through it, not only by a higher source, but like by like each one of these people here. And in so many ways, like I can't describe it, but I felt the energy. I felt the prayers of like upliftment. And everything is energy, and that love, like love heals all. Love heals all. And I just felt this overwhelming love and pouring of healing energy through me from above, from around, from within. And it was a beautiful experience to be able to go through and witness, and then to be able to decide, wow, where do I want to go now with this whole body that I have back? And so it was a bit of my journey through that.
And I really felt that, because I think love, you know, is a great fueler, a great fuel. And also there was this part of you that had to have this inner resilience to fortify the outer, the shell, the inner soul, the inner spirit, the inner love that then gave to the outer exterior, I guess, or the body or the muscles and your back and all of that. Can you think of it's, you know, was it a consciousness that you were like, okay, I feel this emotionally, mentally, spiritually, now I'm going to put this into my body and use the knowing that was coming in to then do the healing? Because you talk about, you really had a knowing it was going to be okay.
Yeah. It's still a lesson I'm working on, but I could be in my head quite a bit and try to figure out all of the how-tos and the outcomes. And then I was in that space and with everything kind of going on, and I'm like, with doctors saying like, nope, the best case is that like we stop the symptoms, which would mean like I still wouldn't really barely be able to walk, that I would have a hard time using the restroom, that I wouldn't be able to do all the normal things that we can often take for granted. And when I finally just like went into my heart and just let go and just like I gave it over, I allowed that. I felt that presence of just being held, and just knowing that like there was a knowingness that came over me that like everything is going to be okay, that we're held all along, we just have to be open to receive it. And then through there, it was just a knowing that came in. It was like, I'm going to be healed. And if I don't get back everything that I had before, then I'm going to become a Paralympian. And I was like the clearest I'd ever been of like, this is the mission. This is like, so like it was putting in all of the strokes, all the calls, all the connections, and like from like putting that forward and then letting go, like just like grace move through. And so like just being resilient enough to like, I feel like resilience is still putting in the stars, but you don't need to push so hard. You don't need to be like in your like figuring it out. It's like, okay, of just trusting that next step, like finding the gratitude of all those beautiful moments and letting that build, because that gratitude is the ultimate receivership.
Correct.
And when you start feeling into like, wow, like I still have my beautiful family and friends that like just poured their love into me. Like it was just such a, it was being held from everywhere.
And don't we love proving those doctors wrong?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I love that. I love
Me
that.
too.
Yeah, amen to that. And so, Joy, you kind of prompted Sasha. It was a mother-daughter thing. Reading her story, and I love this because we as family members, we see it, you know, from our perspective. But then when we read about it and we see it from the other person's perspective, was there something about that journey in Sasha's story that you learned that was new to you based on her writings?
I don't know if it was necessarily new. I mean, she was living in our home because we had, we took care of her. So, I was the one that took her to the doctor. And I would just remember being in awe that morning of the surgery, which we really didn't even know if it was going to happen because, the whole closure thing and everything going on. we didn't have an answer. And watching her process in the 1 hour drive to the hospital, how calm she was and how I can see she was doing all this inner work. I wasn't really privy to it. Like I said, we communicate well, but we each do our own thing. But so I wasn't really, I didn't know what exactly she was going through. So she was very nice and clear when she wrote it. So that did help bring more understanding to it, because again, I see it because I'm a visual person, but I love that she put the good words to it. So to share it with more people, because it was so beautiful to watch. I mean, she could have been, just panicking and in tears and falling apart. And she wasn't. She was just so calm and so, with everything going on that it was, there could have gone any which way. So I was just really so proud and impressed with her. Like, she's doing well, like, don't interfere, because,
Right.
I'm not gonna be too chatty here. So she was just a superstar.
And how about you, Dad? Same question. I mean, we're dads. We're supposed to, men are supposed to be strong and they're supposed to fix everything and they're supposed to not let anything happen to their kids. And I'm sure there's moments where you had to push through your resilience to allow her to have her resilience through this process also.
Well, I just love seeing that, when she came up against this, where she went with it, which was inner, which was finding the strength inside, which was finding, the source of all things inside, living at, these things push us to, live from the inside out. And I think this was a big catalyst for her to do that. And I learned, in the story, really got me. I mean, that was the way she put it with the, her, being a physical being and how, expressing physically. And so there was a lot of things in there that I didn't, I hadn't known that she was going through in that way. And maybe she didn't at the time, and just in the reflection of it all, she came up with all this, which, that's what we do. We watch, that's the power of really, in reading her story, I saw the power of words and the power of a story and the power of putting things down and walking through it. It's like, wow, 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 wow. It's like, wow. And, as far as, what I was going through when this happened, when this was happening with her, I didn't even have a blimp of worry. I was just like, oh, this is all going to be okay. And it wasn't a made up thing like, oh, I really want it to be okay. It was like, it was solid inside of me, like, this is all going to turn out great. This is, so she was holding that, I was holding that. And, that's just, and I think what Sasha's all about is finding a way to out in the world and creating something out there for people to understand that there is that source and that power, and we're a part of that inside of us, and we can we can create with that out into the world, and we can have that inside of ourselves, and we don't need to look out in the world for answers. They're all inside. And that's how I'm just so happy that she's this was a great thing for her. Let's just put it that way. I mean, what could have been a tragedy, and it all looked like a total tragedy, has turned out to be for her. And that's one thing we do teach or we talk about in our household is God doesn't give us anything we can't handle.
Amen.
And so if it comes forward, you find what's for you. So it's like, oh, it might not look like it's for you because it's a challenge or this or that, but how else is our soul supposed to learn? How else? Because if it was all just easy and no, I mean, there's challenges, and we're here to experience, and our soul's here to experience. So this was a big one. This was laid down on her, and she took it, and I'm just and she turned it. So yeah,
Beautiful.
I'm a lucky man. I'm a lucky man to have such wonderful women in my life.
Well, if you were watching earlier, Patrick said he goes, my wife is a Ferrari. You got 2 Ferraris.
I do. No. I got 4.
Yeah, exactly.
I got 4 Ferraris. Where do you meet the other 2? Well, you met one of them, but yeah.
You're the luckiest man. You got 4 Ferraris.
Oh, yeah.
How fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with you because we are just tipping the 800 author mark. We have published 800 authors,
Wow.
800 stories. And I feel the same, even though the families think they know one another, even though the spouses think they know one each other, the siblings, the children. The story reaches such a deeper depth and it speaks so much more to the heart. And I get addicted and I transfixed and elated like every time because the stories bring the families together and they awaken the hearts, not just of the reader, but of the writer. And there's just there's so many beautiful things. So I agree with you 100%. The story, they truly do make a difference. And when people will read Sasha's story, who may be struggling with a physical ailment, will be like, well, if she can do it, and if she can find that peace and that knowingness, I can too. And that truly can ignite lives.
And
Brianna,
I want to thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Thank
really
you.
Wonderful. Appreciate it.
It's a beautiful life mission, and every single day to see my authors wake up and awaken to their greatness, and to find the glee inside of their ignite moment. Because in truth, we all have those very difficult moments that trial us to take us to our knees. I call it, walking over. I had to crawl over broken glass in my life too. But it's what we do with it. It's what we become because of it. It's who we turn into from it, not how we shrink back and become smaller. And so that's the power of these stories. And and the girls in your life, the ladies, the women in your life are just, again, it's like attracts like. So what a beautiful example. Bran, I'd love to hear from you, because I know sometimes parents and siblings, that it's different. There's a generational bond. There's a sisterly bond that happens. And I know sometimes when my sister's going through pain, I feel the same. So I'm sure there was remnants or residual of what Sasha was going through that really impacted you also. And when anyone in the family has to go through resilience, the whole family has to go through it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, anything you want to share?
No, I mean, I guess a lot has already been said, but I was one of the first people, I mean, obviously family knows, but I got to see when it was actually starting to physically manifest within Sasha. She was coming off of, was it Crater Lake? I think it was a big hike. And they called it quits a little early because they were going through devastation wilderness. And it was awful. So it sounded terrible. So she came to our house for a reprieve. And I can't even imagine having to go through desperation wilderness, not being able to move in the middle of May where there's 20 feet of snow falling, and you're just like, what? And you're dealing with this, but then just seeing her, I'm like, there's something off about you, but you could see that physically it was affecting her, but it wasn't mentally affecting her. She was always been very, very strong and doesn't want anything that's going on with her to affect how she's serving others. And I loved reading, your version of it, because obviously I don't know how you were going through it, and we don't live in quite the same area. So I got to see bits and snippets of it. But, you being the middle child, you've always been the one who, peaceful Sasha, and making sure, having you explain it that way, I knew it, but having it concise down to words, I was like, yes, that's Sasha in a nutshell. And I'm so grateful that I got to read that side, and that you have that insight to be able to share it, and how that can bless others, but also how you can take care of yourself in the same way and not put yourself on empty. So knowing that about you it's very lovely. And I'm very grateful to be your sister.
Sasha, I want to hear from you, because sometimes we achieve, great things, miraculous things. We overcome things, and really very few people can understand it because, they didn't live through it. Is there something that you want to share, in the sense that maybe somebody who's going through a diagnosis or a prognosis that is scary for them and they don't know, and you can speak, you're a little bit ahead of them, and you can speak to pull them into the knowingness and the possibilities?
remembering that anything is possible and achievable. Anything. And when your heart and your mind and your soul, you're all aligned in that direction of, and then stepping into the knowingness that was the clearest I'd ever been of like, I know I'm going to be healed. And then giving it over. And there was like, I held the vision, but it wasn't like I must heal or that nothing else. Because like, I was like, if I don't, I'm going to be a Paralympian. It's going to be great.
Exactly.
So like, and so it's just like a
and that's going to be awesome too, right? Like I resonate with you so much. I've said I want to ignite 1 billion lives, and people are like, what if you don't make 1 billion? I'm like, well, if I make 500,000, 700,000, 250, like, yay! Like that's a bonus too. Like it's not a consolation prize, it's a bonus.
Yes.
And that mindset pulled you into making something else even more possible, because I'm sure as you recovered, you couldn't even envision the life you have today.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, you know, Tara, the other Ferrari, she's in the hospital with 2 more Ferraris. She's twins. And I don't think she can go on camera, but I know she wants to say something to Sasha. If we can hear from her, I know she's there for you too, Tashi.
Oh, there we go. Hi, Tara. Unmute yourself, can you? Little button on the bottom left corner. Brand new twins, Joy? Brand new Ferraris?
She's 27 weeks pregnant with 2 girls.
Oh, fantastic. All right, do you want to speak? There we go. Got it.
Hi, everybody. Hi, family. Hi. I've been listening and loving and really enjoying this from the hospital. I'm on a monitor, so I'm trying to keep my energy low, else I start contracting. So we're just keeping low. But I just wanted to say with both my mom and Sasha, how proud and inspired I am that in moments of grief, hardship, unexpected news of twists and turns as life is always filled, but specifically with both their cases, they turn to God. They turn to the higher source of us all. And that is something I've always admired about my family, and specifically in their stories, when you can turn so many routes, you can go down all different choices, but for them to choose God, for them to choose the highest good, and for them to choose the greater light and the bigger picture is always like a hallmark of inspiration. And especially now, like as I sit in the hospital and had like kind of a interesting, unexpected twist and turn in my pregnancy, it's just this level of surrender. I really resonate with my mom, with her stillness, because that's where you really connect. You listen, you hear. I really resonate with Sasha because was the actual pivot to my whole spiritual journey, watching her really tap into her heart and her knowingness and her connection and faith in a very unknown time for her body and her future, allowed me to see what's possible. And just like she said, anything is possible. She truly lived that when she surrendered. And so I think the power of stillness, silence, and surrender is just a theme I'm hearing here that I love to bring forward in my life because of my family and because of everything that I witness through them on a daily basis, specifically with these these stories that we're talking about. And I just love you all so much.
It's beautiful. Well, we send you so many blessings in the hospital, and we just send you that love. And I can already see like a whole family theme book coming around, some other stories, some amazing joy. I really feel it unfolding. I see Shelly's in the room. Shelly, do you want to unmute yourself and share? And then is it Sandia? Yes, after Shelly. Go ahead, Shelly, unmute yourself. Thanks, Tara. We love it. We're sending you love. Go ahead, Shelly. Just press the unmute button on the bottom. Can't get it. All right, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Shelley. Go ahead.
Okay. Just feel very honored to be invited in here by Sasha. I learn with a self-defense gym that we go to through Sasha, and she shared her whole story. And it's so inspirational. It's just amazing. You know, it's not amazing because you know her, and it's not shocking that she can pull out all this resilience and know what to do, but it is amazing just in terms of humanity, everything she does. So I'm not surprised. And I have not met you, Joy, but I read your story, and again, amazing. And then seeing the whole family, it's understandable, you know, where Sasha gets it all. And it's very humbling to be here and hear it all. And I'm just so happy to lend whatever support because, you know, she's so worth it.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Resilience in the house. Fantastic. All right. I'm sorry, I don't want to say your name incorrectly. Tell me how to pronounce it.
My name is Sandy.
Sandy. Awesome. Sandy, tell us, pour into Miss Sasha a little bit and the family, if you like.
So Sasha, Shelly, and my daughter, who's in the Bay Area now, she's 8 years old. But all of us are training with the same martial arts institute with Sasha. The first time I met Sasha, I'm like, who is this person? You know, she just came like with her arms open with a hug, and I'm an introvert, so I'm like, she just said, you don't have to hug me if you don't want to. You know, so Sasha's like that. She's like ridiculously intuitive. You know, she's like the rainbow. She comes after the rain, but she's there. You know, she's like this force that comes when it pours. When I read the book, it takes a lot for me just to be you know, like gobsmacked I was. Um I felt, how dare you not share this, Sasha? Like, how dare you? It started from that to say, like, you went through this and you just turn up, right? You're just there and you still refuse. You know, like if you say, hey, Sasha, do you need anything? It still pivots, like the way she says in her book, she will turn it around to, do you need anything? You know, so that hasn't gone, but you begin to understand every question, every concern. Like when someone is like, if their stance is off, Sasha's watching like a hawk. You know, the book gave me a little bit of insight to the questions, to listen to your body. It will come to you. Like all of the stuff she would tell me in the gym just took on a different meaning. And I thought, this she's like the softest rock you've ever seen. Like, oh my god, she's like so soft. And then she's like, so for me it was very personal when I read this. Sasha evoked a lot of feelings, you know. It felt like you were in the room, especially if you know Sasha. So for me, I was like, I was honored. I was like, oh my god, that explains everything. You know, oh Sasha, now I know why you are who you are, but I feel this is just the beginning. She inspires everybody in the gym. And you know, like my daughter said, Mama, I want to be Miss Sasha. She writes it every year in her yearbook. Who's the teacher you love the most? And I make it a point to share it with Sasha. Her words matter. She matters in ways that she cannot even conceive. And now she's gone on to a global forum. Oh my God, Sasha, you've just changed so many lives you don't even know. And your book is going to live in the hearts of millions. This is the butterfly effect. This is the rainbow effect. You make a difference, you know? So thank you so much for helping us all, you know, believe in things. And because it's coming from you, it's a lot more believable. Thank you for that. And anytime you say, watch your body, I'm going to be like right back at you.
Sasha, can I borrow Sandy and have her on the whole rest of the call for all the other? That's like the greatest testimony ever. I love it. I love it. This book is inspiring millions. And Sasha and Joy and Chris, your stories are truly igniting the lives of others. I woke up this morning, I've said it a few times, but I'll say it again, with this incredible knowingness that when we just uplift one person, we are actually uplifting all of humanity. And the three of you are doing that graciously and with so much love and compassion for one another. It's beautiful. I know there's so many, you can't all see it, but there's tons of comments in the chat. What a great family. Beautiful. So amazing to see. Love the support. And so all of you, just congratulations. Anybody who wants to say any one thing? Yes, go ahead, Desiree, Auntie.
I just wanted to say one quick thing to Sasha that I remember, and then something to you, JB. So first of all, Sasha, I remember when you, after the surgery, and you were sitting in that big, beautiful chair with the big bougie behind you and sitting there, and we had a get together, if you remember, with Anita, and we had a whole group who kind of did like this whole meditation thing to help heal Sasha. But the first thing that I noticed when we walked in is the smile didn't leave your face. Her teeth were always showing as a smile. She was just sitting there like with it. I'm like, what is it? Always it was, and I think that Anita might have said, listen, if you think of everything and you're just it's going to make things better. And she took that so to heart because she smiled the whole time. And we did this whole, it was just the most amazing thing. And all the time, she's always just so happy and so smiley. And I think that that just helped her heal faster, and it was great. But I remember that just going, that's not easy, okay, after what you're going through. But she just sat there smiling, so serene. It was just amazing. And so proud of you. But the thing that I wanted to say to you, JB, is that, you know, like my sister said and Sasha said, you know, they're not writers. Yes, they write beautiful letters. Maybe they, you know, put some nice thoughts down. They're always emotional. It's wonderful to read, but it's something to be able to write, and whatever you have done to be able to pull these things out of non-writers, I think is amazing. I got to tell you a story with Ben. It was so funny. My son, Ben, who loves you guys to death, and he's like your son, you know, heavy ADD. He can't sit down and read worth nothing. And he knows he's going to do it. And he's sitting down and he goes, oh my gosh, I'm cleaning, I'm vacuuming, I'm doing everything. Just not to sit down and read. But once he started reading, he couldn't stop. The way you guys wrote your stories, he was so amazed. And what you pulled out of them, like just even the first 3 lines made you go, what a minute, this is like some novel that starts off this way, that captivates you from the first couple of sentences. So however you were able to pull these things out of these writers, and I can't wait. I already read I logged on to be able to read my family, but I've already read a couple more, and each one is grabbing me. And so that's all such a testament to you and what a great job you did in putting that together. And I just have to say, just great job. Really. So spectacular.
Yes.
Aw, thank you. It's my turn to cry. I really appreciate that so much because it really has been just a mission of mine. I have my own tough stories, and I have my own moments in the world where I was told to be smaller and you can't do it and it's not possible and who do you think you are, and all of the limitations and the boxes and all of that. And so those trials and tribulations and the deep pain that came from all of this has inspired me to just know that every single person's story matters so deeply. Their story is so profound. And when we share stories of human resilience and perseverance and dedication and realness and rawness, that speaks to us on such a cellular level. And I just get ecstatic every time I see these authors and their stories bloom. And thank you for saying that, because it's not easy. It's a lot of cat herding. It's a lot of scrolling. It's a lot of Kleenexes. It's a lot of love. It's a lot of pouring in. It's a lot of up late. It's a lot of texts answered, but it's so worth it. It's so worth it on days like today when it's going out to thousands of people and we don't know whose lives we're touching. We just know that it's happening and it's making a huge difference. So love, thank you. Thank you, I receive, and love to all of you. This is a beautiful family. I'm coming over for Thanksgiving.
Yay! All right.
Love you all so much. I can't wait. Give yourselves a big round of applause.
Yay.
It's a family
Thank
affair.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, my Bella Bernata.
Yay.
Great job. Great job.
Great job, everyone.
you.
Thanks so much
Enjoy
for
your
sticking
Sunday.
around.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye. Blessings to you all. That was so wonderful. And it was so nice to have everybody. And just, it's a joy because what we all need is we need that healing, that love, that family, that connection, that support. We all appreciate it. We all have it in different aspects of our lives. But when we get to witness it, it's truly powerful. So, congratulations, authors. You're international bestseller in 4 countries and still going strong. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the ladies' room and get some water. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the last round. We have 6 more authors to go. And so we'll see you in just 5 more minutes.
If there's one thing you should do today, it's wake up and be happy. Before you get out of bed, before you open your eyes, before you reach for your phone, check an email, look at a text, or do anything else, you ask yourself inside your mind, what's going to make me happy today? And you wait for the answer. You lie there, not moving, not thinking about what you have to do or what you should do, but instead think first, what's going to make me happy today? And then wait for the answer, because let me tell you, your body will share exactly what it is that will make you happy that day. Little things can make you happy. Being with your family, spending time with a friend, cooking, baking, doing a craft or a hobby. There is definitely something your body wants to do that will make you happy. Exercising, playing, enjoying the company of others, reading, writing, journaling, working on your next book, meditating, exercising, stretching, having a bath, taking care of yourself, looking after your body. There are so many things that you can do right now today that will make you happy, and all you have to do is ask. Ask yourself, what will make me happy today? Sure, there's lots of things we should do, lots of things we could do, lots of things we feel we're supposed to do. But in truth, what we're supposed to do is do what makes us happy. It's so easy. Every day, wake up in the morning and ask yourself, what's going to make me happy today? And then do that. Go after that. Make that happen. Of course, you got to do all the other stuff, but do what makes you happy. Also, set time aside for it. Make a plan. Structure your day so you get all the things done that you have to do, and then do what makes you happy. Be with your kids. Be with your partner. Be with yourself. Do what makes you happy each and every day, and I guarantee you, guess what? You'll feel happy. Your life will be joyous. You'll trust yourself. You'll recognize the things that you need, and you'll know that your voice and your commitment to yourself matters. Do what makes you happy. That's what it's all about. Eventually, you'll get up every morning and make sure that you do what makes you happy first. And then you'll get on to the other stuff. And then you'll do what you have to do. And then you'll do what you should do. But eventually, over time, if you get up every day and do what makes you happy, pretty much your whole day will become what makes you happy. Your work will make you happy. Your playtime will make you happy. Your chores will make you happy. The things you have to do suddenly will make you happy, because inside, happiness rules. Wake up every day. Ask yourself, what do I need to do to make myself happy today? And do that. Go after that, and happiness will fill your life, and your whole entire day will be filled with that. Happiness, the way we're supposed to be, the way life's meant to be, the way we love to be. Enjoy that, and ignite your life with happiness each and every day. Ignite possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again, to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction. Having that conversation. Understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you, ignite possibilities in someone else, and we can change the world.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Ignite Resilience. I know it's Igniterama. We call it Igniterama because we are igniting lives all over. We are just doing it globally, and today is a big, huge, and beautiful day. I hope you've been with us for part of today to see some of the incredible sharing, the beautiful support, the love, and the resilience that has come through all of these authors from many different areas of their lives. And they've survived and they've thrived. And I think that's a beautiful part of resilience, is that it doesn't take you down, it lifts you up in so many ways. And we've seen that story after story after story. So if you haven't got your copy yet, I'm just going to take 1 minute to remind you, head on over to Amazon. Ignite Resilience is available free for the rest of today. We have made this book available to you. And you know what? I forgot to even share. Joy was a part of contributing to the design of the book cover. You just saw her a few minutes ago. And this is actually a picture with Sasha's in the picture, which you just saw a few moments ago. There was so much fun stuff to talk about with the family. We didn't even get to the cover, but this is the first time we've let an author contribute to the design, and we love it. And we've done something also so fantastic in this book we've not done before, is we have included an historical figure that is connected and inspired each one of the authors. So every author was asked to include a historical figure. And so not only are you having 26 stories of amazing individuals who have done resilient in their life, you have 26 powerful historical leaders who have also have incredible resilient stories. And I have loved writing those stories and creating those stories because it's been so educational and inspirational for me. And I see every single one of the authors mirrored in their historical figure. So it's a really, really neat book. I encourage you to go get yours, go buy a copy, reach out to any one of the authors and ask them for a copy, or go get a free download today on Amazon. All right, well, we are in the home stretch. That's right. We've got a few more authors to see, talk to, and connect with. So let's welcome our next author coming to us from Canada. We get to move all over the place and get to see people from all over the world. And we're going to connect with Janice Gallant, one of our previous authors in one of our other books, part of our community, came to Salt Lake City with us. Welcome, Janice.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I'm thrilled that I could make it today and celebrate with everyone.
I am so glad you could make it. Also, I'm glad that the schedule opened up so you could be here. I love that you're in your studio, and I just happen to have a little bit of Janice Gallant in my house.
You so do.
Yeah, there's another one of her paintings over there. Thanks for inspiring my life with your
You can't
beautiful
get away
painting.
from me.
I know. I'm waiting for the next one. I can't believe it. So, painter, artist, creator, and writer. This is your second time writing. You're working on your solo book with me. I'm so blessed to get to meet with you every week to talk about that. What was about resilience that felt attractive this time?
Oh, well, because resilience is very familiar in my life. And as all the stories have shown for all the writers, but it was also a big component as a teacher. We did a whole resiliency unit curriculum with the students. I was a middle school teacher for almost 20 years, and it was a big part of our curriculum, and I was very, very passionate about it. I loved the whole topic. I loved teaching it, and yeah, so I included a little bit of that into my story and how much that expanded my understanding of resilience. You know, you can read about it and be the cheerleader for it, but until you actually start to feel that in your own life and start to reflect on it in your own life, it takes on, well, like you've been saying all day, there's so many different layers and nuances and understandings of resilience.
Let me just pick away at that a little bit. As a teacher, can you teach resilience to somebody? Is it teachable? Is it the quality that you teach? Is it the actions that you teach? What is teachable around resilience?
Well, I think it's the awareness, right? Because our biggest concept was to teach them that life is not going to be, this beautiful upwards arc for you, that there's going to be roller coaster moments. And it's your resilience, that will help define you, define your character and how you get through it. And so that was a big part of it, is just the awareness and the awakening. And we taught many stories to them too, of people that went through difficult times and were resilient. So too bad we didn't have your book there. That would have been perfect.
And let me ask you this, because I wrote in my story how somebody often accused me of having the resilience gene. In my story, I wrote it in a positive way, but at the time when the person would say it to me, they weren't actually saying it so much in gratitude. It was more like, you're so lucky because you have the resilient gene. And I took it a little bit, not as a positive, but I think we all have the resilience gene in us. And as a school teacher or someone who has been teaching about resilience, is it about activating it? Is it about awareness, recognizing it, allowing it? Is it, or all of the above?
Yeah, I think all of the above, but I agree with you. It is part of our human spirit. And it's a choice that we make to step into and decide that no, this is not going to push me down. I am not going to be a victim or be in scarcity, that I'm going to choose to rise up. And I think it takes everyone their own journey to get there, to really, it makes a difference, like how supported you are, who you're surrounded with, like that beautiful family that was just, oh my gosh, just so gorgeous. But there's a lot of kids that maybe don't have that reflected to them in their life. So I think it just maybe would take a little longer for some to be able to reach out, to be able to look at other people's stories and go, well, I mean, it took me time too to recognize that, like we all grow in our own way.
Yeah,
And
it's true.
so
And
that's a really great question, but I do think it is definitely, environment has a big impact on you.
And you mentioned roller coaster, and I was kind of thinking of Ferris wheel also. Like, you can't enjoy the top of the Ferris wheel without the Ferris wheel turning and then coming to the top again. Like that's the ingenuity of a Ferris wheel. There's the high and then the middle and then the down and then the low. And so if you choose to be on the Ferris wheel of life, the roller coaster of life, you're going to have those moments. Do you want to share a little bit about the theme of your story? I know it's resilience, but go a little deeper.
Yeah, well, I started off life with a lot of excitement and passion, and loving being creative, and jumped into a business, high domain, jumped into a business that it didn't work out for me. And at a fairly young age of only like 26, 27, I was facing bankruptcy. And that bankruptcy shaped a lot of my life going forward. And I spent many years thinking I was resilient, thinking that I had bounced back and I was, doing the right thing, doing the responsible thing, picking up the pieces, being there for my family. But the impact of that event stayed with me for years and years and years. And it was years later that I recognized that and went, oh my gosh, like I was living from the fear of that instead of living through my heart and through my own gifts and what I have to bring here. So it's a little bit of that journey of like going through that and recognizing the moments, when my heart cracked open, as we all have those heart cracking moments, and that experience and how it woke me up to an awakening of like, oh my gosh, I'm not living fully. I'm living in fear because I'm afraid of failure again. So I hope that people will read it and get something from it too that helps them kind of go, ah, yes, I need to live more. And so now I'm just like, I just want to feel alive. I want to live the full spectrum. So I'm always putting myself into situations that challenge me and push me to my edge. And and you're just right here beside me.
See when you fall. I just got it. I'm always
Yeah,
here.
I
It's
do.
so beautiful that you say that. And it is true. There are moments in our lives that happen to us that truly define us and become the backdrop of, the stage of life that we're on until we decide, you know what, like I remember so many analogies about being on the stage of life, being the director of your own life, opening up your curtain, changing the background. One day I was like, I'm leaving that theater. Going to a whole nother theater.
That's great.
I'm walking out the back door and going to a different theater. Because there is moments where you have used the resilience, the fortitude, and all of that has given you the strength to literally this is no longer for me. This is now me. This is now for me. And we talked about that in the last one. It's for me. God gives us things for us. Sometimes they're hard. Sometimes they're difficult. Sometimes they're the roller coaster, but they're really for us to bring us to a new awareness of where we're at. It's beautiful what you're sharing.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Delmaine, you wrote Janice is starting a movement to resilience. What does that mean?
Well, Janice is I've known Janice for over 23 years now. And we didn't realize we had as much of a connection that we do now back when we were in university together because we were so busy trying to do the right thing and trying to get ahead and trying to fit in all the boxes and all those different analogies that are wonderful in the book. So she stepped out of the comfort zone and started her own movement of coaching and guiding people. And it was actually through her program that I experienced my first time with Grace. So it was her program and then a few women that we were working together with that coached me through what this was meaning. So it was really, Janice was very pivotal in me moving forward with acceptance of what's to come.
Beautiful people surround themselves with beautiful people. I mean, that is just so amazing. So when you read her story, did you know that aspect of her? Did you know that side of the story?
I knew some of it. I didn't know as deeply, and I know the work she's been working on. So it fit perfectly with what she's doing right now. And she's building a movement to help one person at a time, which in turn will help humanity.
It's true because well, I don't know about you, but I see, and someone has said this to me before, like JB, you always see people's greatness before they see it in themselves, and I take that, with so much reverence that someone said that to me, but I see that in all of you. Like I see where you're going. I see what you're up to. Like I see what you're formulating, what's in the oven. Like that's the kind of fun stuff. And I agree with you. Like Janice is really creating, and where she's headed and where she's going is really the power of resilience in women and their prosperity and in their coherence. Janice, do you want to talk a little bit about, again, I like many authors, like knock, knock, knock. I think you need to do this book. And so Janice, when you said yes, and now you've been through it and here we are and you're launched, do you see how that it is paving the way for where you're headed and where you're going? You want to talk a little bit about where you're headed? What's up?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you, Dalmaine. You popped in here. I didn't even know you were coming. I appreciate it. All of my family is kind of in different situations right now, so I'm here all alone. So thank you. Yeah, well, and it is all just the walk that I've taken over the last 30 years has been, deepening and deepening into understanding the power of your soul and working with your soul in alignment, through your heart, your mind, your body, and your soul. That's what I call soul coherence. And so, yeah, I'm bringing that forward, and helping women reach the heights that they want to reach with joy and excitement along with it, not burnout, because I've been there. I've been to burnout too many times and now understand why. And I can see clearly, like you're saying, Lady Gibby, how clearly you can see in someone else's life. It's like, I see it. I see
Yeah.
it there for you. I can help you get there.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's pretty exciting. And I am thrilled to be, writing my next book with Lady JB, Soul Coherence, which will hopefully come out here later this year. And
Yes.
just, being in 2 Ignite books now and international bestselling for both. I'm so thrilled for everyone. And I also want to say how incredible the stories are in this book. I have been reading through them. They are, and Dalmain's, like, just those will crack your heart open. Like,
Right.
just
Yeah, it's
reading the
true.
stories. And I love how, as we read other people's stories, we just feel more connected with each
Mm.
other. And
Mm-hmm.
we recognize that, all of us have taken a journey and grown. And when you see that human spirit, that thread that runs through all of us, it's just so validating that we are here for a reason. And let's
Amen. I see me in you. I see me in both of you. I know it's so true. It's such a powerful part of the story. Well, give yourself a round of applause. Another international best-selling author
yeah.
debuting into the world and making magic happen. Love it so much. Thanks, Janice and Domain, for being here. I appreciate you both.
Oh,
Blessings to
thank
you.
you. Thank
You
you,
got
Lady JB, to you, Peter, and the team. You are absolutely amazing.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so much.
much. Thank you. All right, well, let's see what we can do and get a little thing going here as we welcome in our new author. I'm having a little bit of fun with my iPad over here so you all can hear those authors being cheered on and celebrated. It really is a celebration. Not everybody can write a story. Not everybody can write a story about themselves, and certainly not everybody can write a story about one of those most difficult moments of their life. It takes bravery and courage and, of course, resilience to put yourself out there on the page, to make yourself vulnerable, to share with the world one of your most difficult times, and to do it with grace and kindness. And here comes our next author. Welcome to Igniterama, my darling. Welcome, welcome. Just open up your camera if you can. There she is. Hi.
Hello. Sorry,
How
I'm in
you?
between baseball today.
Well, I hope
So-
you're celebrating.
Oh, well, trying to. Been at the baseball field all weekend with my son and just got home about an hour ago. So I'm kind of just trying to unwind, and it's really hot out here in, USA,
Good for you.
California.
All right, well,
So
do me a
yes, thank
favor.
you, JB.
You're welcome. Just try to keep your camera a little bit straight so it doesn't make everybody go.
Yeah.
So, writing your story, beautiful story. Thank you for sharing
Thank
it.
you.
Also, a very vulnerable story. Took a lot of courage to share. And I think that, and I know, and I know your story will speak to a lot of women who may be going through something similar. Would you like to share some of the key pieces that you are most excited to share about your story so people can really understand what your message is?
Yeah, so I actually, none of my family's here because they actually are waiting for the books to come in. So they are kind of just waiting to read my story. I also am waiting to read everyone's story. I have been listening throughout the day during baseball games in my earpiece. Everyone's been wonderful. So I am very anxious to read everybody's story. Basically, I mean, without saying too much, if not everyone has read it, just starting from a little girl, losing my mom to not knowing what's coming next. Seeing my dad have some trials and tribulations to my little brothers. The joke now is basically I've raised my family in a sense, to knowing that, I want to protect myself, and now being a mother myself, what am I going to do? And in my story, it basically states what I've done to help protect myself from what my mother had died from with cancer. And it runs strong on my mom's side of the family. And, this is something I've never, ever done. And so this is like way out of my comfort zone. I've learned a lot. All of your editing team, starting with Tracy to Sarah to Jeanette, everyone just done it just everyone's been wonderful. I've learned a lot. Now, granted, because of such a busy schedule we have, my work schedule, and I couldn't make really any of the all the meetings you had. Like I wanted to, but I would try to go back and watch some replays. And it's just been, I've learned a lot with myself. Like actually, some authors have said pen to paper. It's like, okay, thinking back from childhood and bringing back all those memories, and it's putting it on paper now. And I'll be anxious actually to fully read my story in a book. Like it's just kind of surreal in a sense.
It is a neat feeling. It's a neat feeling when you get the book in your hand and you open up the book and you
Yes.
paper and then you find your story on the page and you see yourself in the table of
Exactly.
contents. It makes it really visceral and really tactile.
I would say that, some of the key points in my story are dancing. My mom got me started in dancing at 3 years old. And, here I am, 43 years old, still dancing. It's when you have a passion for something and, they say, oh, you're too old for that. You don't need to be doing that. It's like, you know what? You're never too old. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep, who cares how old you are? I mean, I dance with some people that are in their 70s right now still. They love life. And, you're never too old to do something. If you want to do something, just get out there and do it and keep pushing. And, doing this, something way out of my comfort zone. I've learned writing a book, a story. I've never done that. I don't know where to begin. I'm scared. What do I do? But your team just basically guided step by step. And it just felt natural each time as, you talk to the editor at fixing this. So it's been a process and a journey. I'm very excited where it's unfolded now. And, I appreciate you for the opportunity. And, I met JB through my dad.
Yeah,
And
your dad
so
is wonderful, and you got to get published before him.
I know. So that'll be exciting to read that down the road too. So that's anxious. But again, my family, they would, of course, they were very close family. They would have all been here, but they said, because we haven't read it yet, we want to wait. And, so just go do your thing. And so
well, let me ask you this, and totally, we love family and family showing up is beautiful. And at the same time, it's also true for family, there is even an emotional journey process for them because
yes.
they were a part of it. They lived it also.
Yes.
You've made a conscious choice to write your story. They are more in reaction, like, okay, now you've written your story, I need to read it. And it brings up feelings for them too. It brings up the emotions because they went through a lot of it also. So I just
100%.
honor family so much
Yes.
because it's not just one person who takes a part of
No.
this process. One person
It's
is, there's an
yes.
orbit of other people
Yes.
around them.
And actually today I've gotten a couple text messages from friends. They've downloaded the book from the Amazon and just, oh, hey, I didn't know about this, that you went through this when you were a child. And, it's like, you think you've told your friends, and I'm like, oh, maybe I guess I haven't said anything to anybody really. So, my goal basically is if it's going to touch somebody or help somebody in the future, if there's any similar situation of any doubt, I mean, everything I went through my adult years with, having my double mastectomy with my mom, it's like that took me almost 3 years to decide like to do that because that's not something I wanted to do. I wasn't there. And, like I say in my story title, got to protect yourself. You see something, say something, speak up. Just don't let it go unknown, untouched, because it could save your life.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important part. I mean, we all talk about being published and being authors, and that's wonderful, but let's just dial it back. The story of you getting the genetic testing and then deciding to have the double mastectomy and making that your choice, making that your conscious choice based on what your mom went through, losing your mom. Those are like big conversations, big emotions, big things. And I think there are a lot of women terrified by that not knowingness and then the knowingness and then having to make the decision and then having to live through the recovery. So you're a testament to that whole process that you can come out on the other side with resilience and be at a baseball game with your family outside enjoying, still show up.
Yeah.
Like that part is beautiful. Do you want to just speak to that? Because we know, and we know with the C word, there are people, everybody is touched by it somehow. Do you just want to share a little bit about the fortitude and the resilience that it takes to believe in yourself and believe in what's possible and believe that you're capable?
Sometimes when life knocks you down, it's funny. My dad just today was like, Alyssa, I don't know how you do some of the things that you do. I don't know how. And I says, Dad, you just, you fall, you bounce back up, you go through trauma, you pick yourself up. Sometimes you're not left with a choice, getting married, I never saw a divorce. That was never in my cards. That was never, ever a thing. So again, I had to being resilient, picking myself up from a divorce. Like, wow, what's happened to me my whole life? Just my life was shifted when I was a little girl to, I'm married now. So it's just, you just have to, I've learned a lot about myself, and I feel like I've kind of had to hold everything together, family wise, friends wise. Like, people come to me, how are you so, you just move forward in life. I go, you have to, if you, that's the key point. People ask me, what made you want to do this book? What made you? And I said, well, resilience. You go through trauma, you go through grief. It hits everyone different. You fall down, you pick up, you go on. You just keep moving forward.
Right. There's no time for wallowing, really. I mean, it's
No.
okay to cry. It's okay to have those emotions.
Yes.
And I've also witnessed it in your dad. He's a very courageous, level-headed, inspirational person. He
Yes.
doesn't let things knock him down. He has emotions. You
Of
have
course.
emotions. We all have emotions. We have reactions and feelings, but we don't let it define us. And I think that's really
Nope.
the power of this
Exactly.
book. It
Yep.
refines us.
Yes.
It doesn't define us. It refines us into a better version of ourselves. You've been a single
Yes.
mom. You've been,
100%. Yep.
doing all kinds of things on your own. I love the story. Tell this story, how your dad, when you were a teenager, told you to go get the job, and tell the story.
So I remember he had taken my brother to football practice, and he had come home, and I wasn't even looking for a job. That I was busy with dance classes and school, high school. He goes, hey, you need to go down to the grocery store and go see the manager down there. He's going to hire you. And I'm like, wait, what? I was like, a job? Dad, I'm like 16. I just turned 16. He goes, yeah, just go down there. And I'm like, okay. So my best friend had already been hired there, and she was like, come work with me. Come. I'm like, no, I'm busy. I'm not looking for a job. Dad was never really like, hey, you need to go work to help support. That was never, he just figured it out. And I think that's kind of now being a single mom where I just figure things out, But I go down to the store, and he's like, oh yeah, you're Jeff's daughter. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got you, we'll get you hired, and we just do your paperwork. I'm like, huh? Oh. So it was kind of like I wasn't looking for a job, but then I'm like, well, you know what? Now that I have a job, now I can help dad. I can pay for my own stuff, pay for gas in my car. So it was just like I wasn't even looking. It was kind of a shocker, like, oh, okay, I have a job now, I guess. And here I am, 27 years later at the same job. So
Who can say that? Who can say 27 years later they're at the
thank
same
you.
job? Yeah, it's so
So,
beautiful. I love it.
yeah.
And what I know for a fact is you've shaped that company. You've shaped the culture of that company. You've been an integral part of the people who come to that, the customers that show up, because you can't be somewhere for 27 years and not have your DNA into
Yes.
that. And so whenever somebody goes there to that grocery store, they're getting a piece of you.
Yes. And we have our regular customers in the store I'm at now. I've been there for, my son, I've been there for almost 15 years at the store I'm at now. I've been all over to all the different stores, but I'm hoping this will be my last store I'm at. And so it's like you build relationships and you have all your regular customers. And so now it's like when they see you're not there for a while, whether I'm on vacation or like when I was out on my medical leave, and then it's like, oh, hey, you build relationships.
Yeah. Isn't that cool too? Because
It
we've
is.
talked about the Ignite family. We just saw an amazing family. Everybody
Yes,
was
that
on
was
earlier.
so cool. That was so cool.
Nice, wonderful. But
Yes.
look at you too. You're building a family of customers, a family
Yes.
of community, a family of people who come in who want to support local business. I mean, that too has such a rich connection to it. And again, people will look at you, what you've been through, what you've gone through. Now you're publishing your story, and it will inspire them to go home and talk about you and share. And then that'll just grow
Exactly.
and grow and grow. It's a really beautiful butterfly effect.
And I'm not one to like brag on myself. Like I've just always been like that. So it has been hard for me to like post about myself in the book, but you know what? I've been getting a lot of feedback on it. And it's the whole point is about the book, and it's been a blessing, and it's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot. Like never done this before, so I was way out of my comfort zone. But you know, you, like I said, you and your team, everyone was just gracious and grateful, and it's been great, and I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity to be in this book with all the other authors, and I cannot wait to read all of their stories. Hearing little snippets and stuff, but you know, gives me ideas, but I can't wait to read everybody's stories.
Oh, you're gonna love it, and we love your story.
Thank you.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much, JB.
This weekend,
Yes,
wonderful
thank
best-selling
you.
author. You get to now, that goes everywhere you go. You get to
Yes.
tell and share your story. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so
Thanks for
much.
supporting your family.
Of
Go have a
course.
great baseball day and
Thank
enjoy
you.
your Sunday. All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
You got it. Well, I love it when authors take time all over the world in between family reunions, in between baseball games, in between traveling, up at 10:30 at night, up at 4 in the morning. I just really appreciate this. And you know, we do this every single time we publish a book for you who are watching. We do it for the authors. Yes, it's wonderful. But the truth is, I want more and more opportunities for the authors to share their wisdom, their knowledge. I want you to hear it. I want you to feel it. I hope that for those of you who've been here all day and for those of you who just come on, when you hear an author sharing their story, their appreciation, their gratitude, their overcoming, their understanding, that it really, really speaks to you on a deep level and it awakens something in you. And that's why we do this. So let's jump into our next author. So we were just in the USA. Now we're going back to Canada. I want to welcome our next author. Randy has been in my world now for we're going on 3 years. We met on the side of a mountain. Interestingly enough, we met on the same mountain that I met Eric on. So that trip was really instrumental. Eric and Randy were at that same charity event where we went hiking in Vancouver on a mountain. And Randy and I started talking and chatting, and we just haven't been able to stop chatting ever since.
No, we have not.
So, welcome to Igniterama. Welcome to your book launch. International bestseller in 4 fabulous countries. I know you've written before, you've gone through this process before, but I'm hoping every single time is a little bit different.
It has been different, and it just keeps getting better and better. Of course, I get to understand the process better, but I get to know you and Peter so much better as well, which has just been a blessing in so many ways.
And resilient, you know, your first book was Purpose. This was Resilient. Tell me the difference between those 2 words for you.
That's a great question. Well, purpose kind of is that direction, that guide, the undertone of everything that who I am or have become because of the purpose piece of it. But resilience is what's woven in purpose in a different way. And so much of what has happened in my life and where I've found purpose, resilience has been right there. They've been almost like partners in crime or twins.
Right.
of a
In
certain
the
sort.
locket, I said, in the love locket.
Yes, love locket. Yes, yes. That's a good way to put it.
Well, you had a lot of resilience. You had to face resilience early. I don't want to give away too much of your story, but you did at a young age have to wake up and make a decision. Were you going to triumph or were you going to not? Were you going to take what people assigned to you? Were you going to live in the box that you were going to be given? Or were you going to use the resilience to come through? Share a little bit about that story.
Yeah, well, I was 14 years old when I had a really tragic accident that, well, I was told that I may never walk again from that accident. So I won't give away too much of the story. But anyways, finding myself in that moment at 14 and in a hospital bed that was 120 miles from home and staring at a ceiling and wondering what is life going to be like if I can never walk again. And so in that moment, of course, purpose came about. A doctor was so great, so gracious, so guiding in this young child of who I was at 14, and just gave me a real inspiration to find my purpose in that moment, but then also to find the resilience to fight through all of the things. And, resilience is, I think, comes out of a situation. A physical is often the most, I think, telling piece where resilience comes out in each and every one of us. But that's just the start of what resilience can really be. It can be in many, many different lanes of our lives, which is what I wrote about, the freeway of life.
Yes.
But one of the things that is really important for me to share, and I hope all the listeners and the readers of the book understand that, resilience isn't the start and the finish of it. It's the opportunity to grow and grow and grow from that one moment and then put it into all areas of your life, which is the free way of life. There's so much happening in life, whether it be business, relationships, health and wellness. And of course, that physical part is the easiest to identify, but really, I think it's the identity, which is the foundation of who we are. Who are we? And if you can find resilience in your identity, well, then all other areas of your life, whether it be business, relationships, finance, all those can find their place in the rightful place because you know who you are. You're comfortable in your skin. You know just what you're all made of. At least that's the way I see it.
It's a great starting point actually, because we can all look back on our lives and think of times where we mustered our resilience or resilience was present. And if you don't know, you could probably ask your family or your friends because they'll be like, wow, I was so impressed when you did that, or that was so amazing, or you were showing so much resilience. But the interesting thing is, in retrospect, if you look back to the times in your life where resilience has really been your friend, your partner, in your love locket, and how you utilize that resilience to leap forward or to overcome or to go around or to circumvent a label or something that was put upon you. You had a diagnosis put upon you that you said, nope, I'm going to be resilient, I'm going to leap over that. I think it's an interesting way that every person could say, you know what, yes, I have been resilient, yes, that is a part of me, yes, I have shown up. Because a lot of people might be watching this being like, well, that's not me, I didn't have a near-death experience, I didn't have an accident, I didn't lose a child, that's not me. But every person can look back and say, yes, I have had resilient moments. And then to cultivate that resilience, because you and I have talked endlessly, and folks, we have so much more to come in Randy's solo book journey that will be coming out in the fall, but how resilience and adversity really mold us and shape us. So talk about that a little bit.
Yes, well, resilience is actually the byproduct of adversity. I mean, you have adversity, and then you can decide, and really, adversity either finds you or you choose it.
Right.
It either finds you or you choose adversity. And so one of the pieces that I think is so important, once you understand what adversity is and how resilient you are, you actually should self-induce pieces of adversity in your life. So when the unknown, when adversity chooses you rather than you choosing it, you have the stamina. You've built a resilience shield, so to speak, because you've been stacking adversity on top of adversity, and you can either have it find you or you can find it. And I would rather find it in hard things, like do hard things,
right,
build your resilience shield. So when when adversity comes your way that is unexpected, that is out of left field or just blindsides you, your resilience shield can either deflect it or take it on. And I'll even say this, I think adversity can actually give you energy. It
right,
actually can give you energy versus you feeling it's taken everything out of me. No, if you've been able to deal with it, you've structured your life around it, you've built that resilience shield strong enough. There's times that you actually want to take it on, and it actually gives you energy to succeed in another area. I was just out with some of our family. We were visiting some family this weekend, and I said, "When's the last time you were scared? Like, I mean, you're really scared." Because that's what adversity does. It scares you, But there's something about it when you know how to handle or take it on, it actually just gives you this energy within that's so cool when you go, I got this. I got this.
Or how can I do this and then like jack it up a little bit? Because that just brings out that fortitude and that resilience in you. And I was reading something about like every time you have to be innovative and creative and think differently, you actually release nitric oxide in your brain, and it becomes like a uplift, like an endorphin. And I was like, oh, I must be like totally into into that, because like, how can I invent this? How can I inspire this? How can we go against this? How can we try this a little bit more? And it does become exhilarating because you worked the muscle, you've seen the results, and then you just keep doing it again and again and again. I love it. And I know that you're going to absolutely take on the world and show people how adversity and resilience and all of these things are going to make a big difference. I want to just share, there are some people who allow that adversity to lessen their fortitude, or to put them in the box, or to hammer home the idea of what a conditioning that they have. They're not good enough. They can't do it. It's not for them. Can you share a little bit about, because that's a common thing that many of us have to grow out of or recondition ourselves from?
Well, the Japanese have this magical thing called kinzuki, the pottery that is all broken in pieces. In fact, it becomes a beautiful piece of art when it's been broken and broken and broken, and they put it back together with gold. And so if you've ever seen one of those pots, it's just a work of art, all these small pieces all put back together with gold. And I think that's really, how we should look at our lives. Rather than seeing, adversity beat us up and tear us apart. Hey, that's another piece that's going to make me a beautiful person, a beautiful piece of art, so to speak. And I can say that about many people in my life, that I've seen how they've rebuilt their lives around these pieces that would tear a lot of people apart, but they've used them to actually become, beautiful people, stronger people, people that have more empathy and compassion for others as well. Because when you've taken that hit, you realize how it feels, and you can really relate to so many other people's stories and what they're going through. So you can be a support to them as well, which is just a beautiful thing. That's really what we're meant to be. I believe the universe here, God gives us these abilities to touch other people, but we need to be touched first in order to touch others.
Yeah, it's so true. It's beautiful. Now, your historical figure was Mr. Young Louis Braille.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about that. We've been discussing him because of your solo book, but it's this great adversity and a great resilient story.
What a story. Here's a young boy that is playing in his father's workshop and loses an eye playing with his father's leather tools. And then through, infection, loses the other at 14. Just unbelievable. And then ends up going to a school where, the blind go. And then somebody that has kind of a hidden secret way of coding for the army military, brings this to him, and then he fabricates and reimagines how to make Braille. And here we are, hundreds of years later, that we have Braille because of Louis and the adversity that he went through and what he created. Just an incredible story.
Yeah, at 15, at 15 years old, he's like, okay, I'm not going to live in this box. I am going to be resilient to find another way. And that's a great igniting humanity story, really making a difference in humanity, changing the trajectory of humanity. I've been on this whole thing about humanity. How do we ignite lives? How do we uplift humanity? How do we make a difference? And I really woke up this morning with this great feeling in my heart that every single author that has ever written in an Ignite book, and we're around 800 authors, they ignite their own lives, and then they go and touch their family and their community and their friends and their coworkers. And that is the definition of igniting and uplifting humanity. And so I just want to say thank you to you for saying yes twice to this process, and then yes to your solo book with so much more to come. What lasting impression would you want to leave on somebody who maybe has just joined the call or been on the call for a while and still is feeling like, well, they don't have it as hard as I have it?
Well, we can treat it like we're victims, or we can treat it like we're heroes. Because every one of us is a hero within. We all have a hero within us. And so I just encourage everybody and anybody that if you're feeling like this is too big for me to take on. I can't handle this. I'm going to say you have it within you. There's a spirit within you in your DNA that allows you to become not a victim, but a hero in your own story.
So true, so true. And I want to close with saying, if you want to succeed in life, lock arms with really great people. And I have had the absolute joy and privilege of locking arms with Randy in his journey, in his process, in his sharing. And you have ignited my life in many ways. Randy was a part of our cycle ride last year, took time out of his life to come and drive us in our RV. And just giving, just the spirit of giving. And we had to have resilience every single day to get up and go on the bike. And you were just there as a huge support system. And so if you want to do something great, which you absolutely shall do and should do and are divinely designed to do, lock arms with people that really are exemplifying resilience in their lives and have been through it and can and pour a little of that angel dust on you. So thank you for doing that for me. I really appreciate it dearly. You are a two-time international best-selling author with so much more to give the world. Congratulations. Love you.
Thank you.
Love you,
Thank
love you,
you.
love you, love you. Thanks for being here and thanks for pouring into all of us. We appreciate you dearly.
Thank you.
All right, take care, enjoy, have a great day. My heart is so full every time I talk to one of my authors because I really have a very personal relationship with each one. This isn't just a business for me. This isn't just me going through the motions. I know these stories. I've spent years with a lot of these people. I've been there in the lowest moments, and I get to be there today when they are going through this beautiful experience. I mean, Lorraine, our first author of the day, for the last 6 years, she has been wanting to do a book. I have been with Randy. I have been with so many people. I've spent time with them. I've shared with them. I've spent time with Stephanie and Nicole and Diana, and like I could just go on and on and on. Eric and his wife, and been with his kids. That's not a job. That's not going to work every day. That is truly being a part of something that is life-changing for me and for them. And we are just a beautiful community. And if you ever want to be a part of the Ignite community, we invite you to join us. Go check us out at igniteyou.life on our website and just see what we're up to and see how we can support you. And I want to share, go and get the book, Ignite Resilience. It's free for download. And then if any one of these authors has inspired you, when you get the book, at the end of their story is their social media handles, is their contact information. Please reach out to them. If somebody's story has truly touched you, it's not a coincidence. Find the book, get in contact with them, and you will never even imagine what magic can unfold in that experience. All right, well, let's see and chat with our next author, all the way from the United States in California. Welcome, Lexi, to Igniterama. Today's the big day. We get to celebrate you, showcase you, take a big look at you and say, congratulations, you wrote your story, amazing author. How's it feeling?
It's feeling wonderful.
Right?
I'm so grateful to you for this process.
Aw, right
Yeah.
back at you. Have you been watching some of the other stories and hearing from some of the other authors?
I have. They've been so inspirational, and it's been so nice to be part of this amazing community. So I've loved watching the inspirational stories, and I still have more to like dig through because they're just all so good. Yeah.
It is a wonderful process. And again, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes work to get here. And this is really our celebration. So we're so glad to be on Facebook Live with all of you. Lexi, your story is a poignant one. You shared a very vulnerable moment as a young person. I think often our youngest memories define us and refine us, and we have to work through them. When we're children and we don't have the ability to process some of the things, they take longer. They become more a part of our backpack and part of the things we carry. I don't want you to give away the story, but I do want you to share that this is something, your Ignite moment was years in the making because it happened when you were quite young. Now, when you look back, and this is for all of us, we look back at the younger person that we were, the person that went through the difficulty. What do you like to share about for that person, or what have you been, conveying to that younger person of you at the beginning of your story?
Yeah, it's interesting. Even this process of being in this book, I remember when you texted me and I just didn't answer. That was my answer. And so I really, when we finally sat down and talked about it, I was still kind of reluctant. But part of this was also finding my voice. I talked about writing books and doing all these things, and yet I hadn't done it. And if you look at my story, that's really what it's about. I felt like I was cowering. I was afraid of my shadow in some ways. I had built this like tough exterior and had armor that made me look on the outside like I was fine. But I was so seeking of people's approval and just wanting to be loved that I would do just about anything to make somebody happy, which was not necessarily the best thing for myself or them.
It's funny how those armor shops are still in business.
Right.
Because we wear our armor and, we put our armor on and we close ourselves off and we think that it is protecting ourselves and it is shielding ourselves. But what we all know about armor is it's limiting us, it's limiting our mobility, it's limiting our accessibility. And so you talk in your story about letting the armor go. And is it about letting go? Is it restructuring it? Is it redefining it? Is it getting rid of it completely?
Gosh, it's so many different things. It's usually in a state of crisis that I think we kind of have to look at ourselves and grow. And for me, it was really about having to start making myself a priority too.
Right.
Also about letting go of resentments. I think that's something that, traps so many people, myself included. And as soon as and I don't want to give too much away too, but when I was able to say I allowed it, then I could make changes and I could change my perspective.
I
Right.
love that moment in the book. Like that was so amazing. It was so poignant. Like all of the things the story that we tell ourselves. And then you had this moment where you're like, yeah, but I allowed it. And I think that was so empowering. We've had other moments where people said like, no one's coming to get me, or it's up to me, or I have to choose, or I'm going to accept, or I surrender. But this is also like, I allowed that to unfold in my life. And how powerful was that moment?
Yeah, it was really powerful. I mean, I felt so freed as soon as I said it because then I had choice, and I think that's been really, really important. It's interesting because Jane Goodall was the person that I picked for the story afterwards.
Yes.
And I loved what was written about her. The other thing I would say, and I've seen this in friends that I so admire that just can speak their truth, or when they're getting feedback that like you're not fitting in the box, that they don't shrink down, they don't adjust and close off, which is something I felt like I did chronically. And I want and strive for that now in my life as much as I possibly can, and being honest about what's really happening, because that's how I get to choose.
Yes.
Make a different story.
What was it about Jane Goodall that attracted you?
Uh, Gosh, you know what? She can speak her mind about just about anything.
Right.
I know she's not here with us now, but yeah, she wasn't afraid and she didn't cower, and she also followed her gut and knew that what she was doing was her story to tell, and she was patient and just kept plodding along. And I loved that about her as well.
Yeah, and I love that like she didn't have to follow convention. Like she got to sort of chart her own path. And I thought that was really, really powerful and inspiring, because even in a time when women, that wasn't as common for women to be doing something so outside the box, she just kept being willing to, kept being resilient, and really made a huge impact on humanity. Well, I would love to acknowledge the other person in the room. And so we've become quite of a little family ourselves, and I love it. So, Diana Wentworth, forward writer for the book, is your mom. How was yes,
Kindly,
it's
her
your
mom.
mom. And so for those of you who don't know, Diana is Lexi's mom. Some people don't know that. Some of that we didn't let the cat out of the bag for everybody. So did you second guess or have any questions about I gotta write this and mom's gonna read it or mom's a part of this too? Did you have any of that? Because sometimes I do that.
Actually, I didn't really worry about that. Yeah, because I mean, we are best friends and share so much, and so she knows just about everything. I think part of what was amazing to go through this, like I didn't know starting the story that I was going to end up where I ended up in the story too.
Right.
And so that was something that was fun to share with her and to, she's obviously written so many books. And so it was like, I have a voice too. I've written something.
I know it's interesting, like what you think your story is about, like what you intellectualize what your story is about, is not necessarily what your story is about. And you don't know that until you go through the process of writing it.
Right.
So, just so before we jump to mom, what did you think your story was about? And then what did you learn that your story was about? Great question.
For me,
yeah,
I thought my story was about, I don't know where I think I was going to end up, but I know that I was dealing with some moments in class and school where I had kind of shrunk down and wanted to disappear, and then was so worried about upsetting other people. And it's funny because I'm a psychologist and I walk through people through their stories and the recurring themes, but it wasn't until I was like in it that I'm like, oh, these things are attached to each other, right?
right.
That it really was about me being able to speak up. I think I spent so many years, decades, really. I remember actually my mom, I don't even know that she remembers this back in my 20s, but I was having an interaction with this guy that I'd sort of dated, and she was like, you just kind of disappeared. You kind of like weren't really you in that moment. And she was absolutely picking up on something. And I could be me in certain settings, but to feel liberated to just be me, no matter what, was big.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you heard Patrick say that his wife is a Ferrari. We went on to say it again. So you just got the keys to your Ferrari.
I'll take them.
And so, exactly. And so, mom, now she's got the keys to the Ferrari and she's going to be sharing and writing and working on her solo book. So, congratulations on that. But it is always interesting because as a parent, we see things through our parental lens. I've had this with my own kids where I, as a parent, think, this is what it all meant. And what it really meant to them was something completely different. In reading Lexi's story, did you have a new viewfinder? Did the lens become more clear on that situation?
Absolutely. It made me really kind of go back and land in some things that I observed when she was quite young, but I didn't know the full story. She didn't really let me know so much about what was hurting. I think she probably wanted to protect me from that as well. But I wish that I had been more aware and that I could have supported her better. I think every mom feels that way, probably.
I agree too. I mean, if my daughter's watching, I feel the same.
Well, even Lexi with her
I
own
could have done it
beautiful
different.
kids,
Yes, please.
Yeah.
But what's beautiful is, and I think mothers and daughters have a very unique relationship. In 2003, my very first book was about mothers and daughters and that dynamic and that relationship. I am your child, but I'm no longer a child. It is a very interesting thing. But here we are. Lexi just said, my mom is my best friend. And that is a testament to the journey. And I think maybe, Diana, you could talk a little bit about that, and Lexi too. Like, it is a journey. And so many of us are trying to get to the finish line, trying to get it all right, trying to get it all fixed, trying to get it all wrapped up in a nice little bow. And it's an ongoing, glorious journey that really we don't want the journey to end, so let's just keep being on the journey, really. And I think it's beautiful that she gets to say, like, mom, you're my best friend, and that's a really powerful, beautiful, beautiful sentiment.
We didn't have any idea that we would end up living together.
Right?
It's just a complete surprise.
And when my second husband was passing, it just happened that was a time when Lexi decided to step away from her marriage, and we would visit each other, but still I decided that I had to make a move. I had to step into the unknown and move away from Palm Springs and have a new place to live, maybe a guest house somewhere. But Lexi and I just enjoyed each other so much. We have this sort of banter that goes on that is really kind of comical. I think they could almost put a sitcom on our banter. And so we've been living together now for at least 3 years, and it's great because I have my space upstairs and she has her office that she's sitting in downstairs.
That's
So our paths
wonderful.
don't even cross until nighttime most of the time, but
Lexi, let me
this is the
I'm
best time
sorry.
of my life,
I
really.
know. I've watched the two of you. It's been fantastic. I remember when your house flooded and you were moving. I mean, all of those amazing things. Lexi, what is the one potential resilient lesson that you've learned from your mom?
Gosh. You know what? I would attribute, there was something when we were talking with the group about something about us, and I have this kind of like, I'll figure it out. And I do believe that that comes from my mom and a lineage of women, strong women that going to figure it out. She mentioned before in her interview about a struggle when she was changing careers and didn't know where she was going to land, and I think that's been my journey too in the last 5 years or so. Is like I didn't know where I was going to land, but I think I see that it's been as hard as it's been. I also I feel forever changed in a way that's so important to me. I'm a better version of myself and a better version for my kids and my friends and the people that I work with because I've walked through some stuff.
Yeah. And it's beautiful. And some of it was, this genetically came down through the genetics, through your mom, your grandparents, your great grandparents, like all of that is in the beautiful power in the lineage. I love it. I love witnessing your mother-daughter dynamic. And I, like to wedge my way in there too.
You're
Can I be a sister too? Can I be a daughter too? And I love it and I appreciate it. And you both just fill my cup, fill my saucer, fill me up with so much overflowing. It's been just a joy. I love you both so dearly. I'm so glad. It's an honor to have you both in this book, and you truly are igniting humanity. So big congratulations to both of you. I love it. Let's give you a big round of applause. Yay!
So much.
Thanks for dressing up and looking so beautiful. Thank you both. Love you. Yes, so it's just, people ask me all the time, how do you sit on Facebook Live for 8 hours and just keep talking? And who could not? Who could not be here to just feel the love, support, and the upliftment that's coming from all these authors? And we are going to move out of the United States and go all the way overseas. It's super late, I believe. Janelle, please join us. I think it must be midnight or 4 a.m. for you. What time is it for you, darling? I know it's wonderful that you're here. What time is it? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
It's early in the morning.
It's
So
early.
yeah, pretty
What?
much. Yeah. Around 7:30. Yeah.
Okay, so we didn't get you at a crazy hour.
Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm
And
wide alert, awake, and enthusiastic.
I'm so grateful. Have you been listening to some of the other authors?
Yes, of course. I popped in at around a little past 30 minutes past 6. So and I was like kind of excited to see, like maybe watch the replay to see everybody else from
It is
last
really
night, my time.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, you're our last author for the day, and it's an honor to have you. I'll share a little bit about your story. So, Janelle reached out to me quite a few years ago. We were doing a book called Ignite Connections, and it was really about people and their connections with their pets. she had a fantastic story about her pet. That book didn't come to pass, and for whatever reason, time passed, and here we are now being a part of this resilience book. Now, ever since Janelle told me about her beautiful cat Corbin, I have just been like Corbin's biggest fan. I too had a cat that was a big influence on my life. But I noticed in your story, especially when you told it to me the first time, with tears in your eyes, and we were both crying, and the resilience that Corbin had. And this is such a unique story, folks, that many people write about their own resilience. Some people have written about a resilience of a family member or somebody else. We have the historical figure resilience. But your cat, Corbin, was so resilient, and your story showcasing his resilience and then how that fortified you. And I don't want to give it all away, but it's such a glorious story. It really, really touched me. And years later, as you know, like I have, Corbin and this and that. I'm gonna get Corbin's picture in the book. And so I just want to honor you for having a very different and unique story. A lot of us, we heard about Mother Nature and how important animals are. It's your turn to talk, because I could go on and on about how great the story is, but I know that you made the transition from connection to resilience. So tell us how resilience really spoke to you in this story.
Yes, in the story, I think given that, I did tell you that sometimes in life, I've actually been very blessed not to have so much big situations where I needed to find resilience or be in that toughness, right, all the time. So sometimes I felt as if, do I really have a story to tell about things, right? Because I've just had a pretty good life. And it was actually through the process of this book and writing about resilience and seeing it through the eyes of other things that are happening around us. And I realized, hey, you know what? We're all building resilience. So whether it's the toughness that we have or the softness and the gentleness that surrounds us, right? It's still giving us that opportunity in that moment to build resilience. And I think that's where I saw that, yeah, resilience is always not, we tend to define resilience as being, tough and being strong all the time and things, but then, or we have to go through a very tough situation in order to build it. But without realizing, even the little moments, the little gentle things that happened around us, like in my case, it's the pets, right? I mean, our pets are animals, they're just like, hey, shit happens to me. And then after that, I'm like, oh, okay, let's move on next, I mean, and sometimes we humans tend to stay in that drama, right? Oh, something happened to me and then this, and we just don't move on. And I found that the way that animals are just able to move on, it actually builds their resilience on how they walk through this earth and through life. And actually, I think I found that inspiration from them. And I said, hey, if I apply that to mine, this is actually a different way to go through it. And I'm still building the same virtue that we're all like here to learn, right, in this planet Earth. So I think it gave really a different perspective. I'm giving a different perspective of what resilience is through the eyes of nature, our pets and things. And yeah, it's just, I think it was so mind-boggling and mind-opening, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all here for love, right?
So
And
true.
this is just one way, the way we know it, the way our souls ask to learn about it is at the end of the day, we're just all pure love. And it's the best way that we can, and for us to acknowledge both sides of the coin, I think is very important, right? Like we're all important for our own selves. We're all worthy. We're all enough. Just to learn that we need to know that it's love, and it's learning this resilience is or going through the motions of resilience, whether it's tough, whether it's not so tough, it's still building your empathy and your compassion. And at the end of the day, it's love.
Well, it's really true, because you're right. Like we often attribute resilience to like fortifying and enduring and pushing through and overcoming. And yes, those are those things. But even when we reach another pinnacle of our lives or another pinnacle of our understanding, we have grown the resilience, but we don't have to go through such of the forging of it. And it doesn't make it any less or any more. You're right. Resilience comes in getting up every morning, being your word to people, being genuine, turning the other cheek, offering forgiveness. Like these are all also values of resilience that come when it's not the hardest moment of your life. It's the everyday commitment that you make to be the best person you can be.
Yes, very true, right? It's being authentically yourself, just being there, just being. Actually, is even that. So you can see that in animals where they just enjoy the presence at the end, and by enjoying the presence that you have, it actually builds your resilience to say, "Hey, this is me, and this is me showing myself out into the world." And by being yourself, you're actually helping ignite humanity, right? Because we're here to be
That's so
human
true.
beings, right? Like,
Yes.
what else do we need to do but just be, be ourselves?
And it's funny too, because well, I can't even remember what happened, but sometimes like cats, they just get mad and they just like fight with each other for a minute
Yeah.
and then they go away and then they come back and then they're like purring together, so like
Yes,
they have
yes.
their moments, but then they get over it, right? They don't harbor it and they don't let it define them. So I think that was
Correct,
also
correct. Yeah.
your pets can just, they
Personality.
love you, and that
Yeah.
unconditional love that they show is so great. Tell us a little
Mhm.
bit about your historical figure.
Yes, Florence Nightingale, I really connected to her because she, I think, was an embodiment of like a rebel in a way of her time, but she didn't need to shout it out like, hey, this is what I'm doing. It's just more like she focused on, hey, okay, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to contribute to the world. Let's go through it. I may have some hardships that I may go through, but then let's just do it, right? She just got to working, and even if she had those other opportunities that were offered to her, she did come from an affluent family, studied, had the opportunity to be educated. And of course, at that time when she was born, it was one of those, grow up, get married, have kids, right? So that's kind of
Right.
like the standards. And she broke that standard. She goes, no, I'm just gonna go do my own thing. Oh, and then along the way, she actually had, I didn't realize until reading more of her story or diving deeper that she actually had a bunch of pets that she would pick up, all
Yes.
around, like an owl and like I think 69 cats that she has. I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
So
she was
she's
like a
she's the
real.
original crazy cat lady,
Yeah,
cat
I mean, she
mama.
really had she
Right?
would pick up orphan animals and just like
Mhm.
sort of nurture them back to health or have them be a
Yeah.
part of, her community. And you're right, like I didn't know a lot of her story, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to study her a
Hmm.
bit. But she really did not be flashy or I don't have to advertise what I'm doing. I don't have to like put the stake in the sand and like, prove a point. She just went and did what she did, and what she
Hmm.
did was incredible, miraculous, and changed and truly changed lives for so many people. But she did do it her way. She didn't
Hmm.
have to follow societal demands or anything like that. So it is really a testament to resilience, because a lot of people, when they do achieve something, they feel the need to tell everyone, to validate it, to prove it, to make it more important. And she didn't have to do that. And that really, that is a true sign of resilience. I will persevere. I will continue. And I'm doing it for myself, not to prove anything to anyone else. So that was really a
Hmm.
beautiful example.
Yes, and I think it reflected, right, on how she took care of people, the way she took care of animals too, because that she's one of the pinnacle of nursing of what it
Right.
is to know today. So she nursed both humans and animals, right, and made sure both their spirits are uplifted, and it uplifted her as a person, right? So I think that was such an amazing story, or a deep dive that I found about her, and I was like, oh my God, you go, girl.
So
Yeah.
you've done a lot of work yourself. You've done a lot of personal work. You've done a lot of spiritual
Hmm.
growth in the cosmic field of resilience. What is sort of your understanding, or how can we unravel it? Because some people feel like, well, I only have resilience when it's hard, or I only see myself being resilient, when I'm at my worst, for example, or when I've failed, I have to find resilience. There's such an upward spiral around resilience. Talk a little bit about that from some of the wisdom that you've gained.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we all have to realize that we came into this world as, divine beings. So we're basically like, spiritual beings having this human experience, right? So it's like literally our souls came and say, hey, I'm excited to be human. Let's get on to it, right? So if being human means we're just kind of here to observe and play and then kind of go through the emotions and then just get over it, then wouldn't that be like the best way just to go through life so that you can enjoy more and being human in this earth rather than sitting on your dramas, your traumas, and all of these things, right? Who wouldn't want to enjoy, like in my case, it's like I just want to go out and travel and meet people and connect with people. So if I keep looking into, oh, I don't have a story, I don't know what to tell, for decades, and I just lost a decade of just doing
Right.
it and traveling and meeting people, connecting with people like you and all the authors and the publishing team, right? So I think it's looking into that, like we come down here as love, and we're here just to also project love to ourselves and to everybody else. And part of the journey of resilience is realizing that we come here and we just get over it and just move on, and then next, like, and then enjoy enjoy life and inspire humanity to do the same. Imagine if everybody would just um, get over these little things, whether it's big or little, and we're just all
Right.
having fun. Like, wouldn't that be one like big dance party? and,
Exactly.
and we're
I
just like,
always,
oh,
I know,
enjoying the
like,
moments and just
okay,
being
that's
present, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
I always say, like, when we're born, we have like a list of all the emotions pinned to our birthday suit,
Mhm.
and our job is to like go through all those. Oh,
Yes.
that's what anger feels like. Oh, that's betrayal.
Hey,
Oh, that's disappointment. Oh,
exactly.
that's
Yeah.
sadness. Oh, that's joy. That's elation. Oh, that's worry. Like, we signed up for this incredible like, human experience, and so we should be wanting to feel all those feelings. And you're right. Like, if we could just say, like, oh, okay, I get to feel like betrayal at this moment, or I get to feel like left out or whatever. Oh, that's what that feels like. Okay, soul, we got to feel that. Okay, let's move on. What's next?
Yeah. Next.
Yeah,
Next.
exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stay in
Yeah.
that feeling forever. Why
Mm-hmm.
hang out
Mm-hmm.
there all the time? And
Mm-hmm.
really, I think I've been doing a lot of reading, and it's been the resilient piece is really to be willing to let go of the
Yes.
personality that has been
That you've been
conditioned, exactly,
you've been
and
put
to
into. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
exactly and to liberate the soul, to get rid of
Yes.
the programming so that you can have the ability to live the purpose of what the soul. And so say it better for me, be more eloquent with that.
Yeah, so I did say that it's allowing yourself to be truly seen and loved
Mhm.
and to hurt despite everything, despite your dramas, your wounds, your traumas, and everything like that. So it's where the strength is born, right? You get through it and you build it and you build it, and after that, oh, okay, maybe not 100% that you relieve everything, but then again, the fact that you leave that identity of that drama and just live in your full authentic self, radiating love. I mean, what's the best way to live on this planet, right? I mean, if you've actually, I didn't share with you. It was actually a tough couple of weeks that I had because my aunt just recently passed away yesterday. But then
Mm.
I look back at her life at 90, and I'm like, my God, she just lived such a colorful and wonderful life. Like, wouldn't I love to be in that space, right? Where at the end of
Beautiful.
the day, when we take our last breath and go back to the essence that we are, that like, hey, you know what? I've been so resilient and I've just been having fun in this planet. I know I've left this earth with like a higher frequency and a higher sense of humanity and your humanness, right? That's contributed, and we're all gonna be okay, right?
We
We're just
can
all
learn
here to have
so
fun.
much from
Yeah,
you. We can learn so much from you. Let me give you a big round of applause. You are
yeah,
now your story. You and Corbin, best-selling authors, international best-selling authors. And I really want to say
Mhm.
thank you because you have brought a light and a brightness to this whole project, to me, to the world, and to so much more to come. I'm so grateful for you.
yeah,
Stick around. We're going to put you into the green room. I'm going to do a little wrap up, and then all of the authors who are on the call hang out because Peter's going to bring you back after we turn off our Facebook Live and I say goodbye. All right, hugs to you,
yeah.
my girl. Thank you so
Hugs
much.
back.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to everyone, right? We're all part of this. I'm so excited for everyone because we're all one at the end of the day. We all talked about resilience and how it's impacted us and how we're sharing it to the world so that it will ignite a moment in everybody's lives as well.
I second that.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Well, thank you, everybody. And thanks to all the authors who have been here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been here from the beginning of the day, you have seen 26 phenomenal, fantastic, amazing people. Some of our authors weren't able to make it, but that doesn't mean anything other than you just need to go get the book so you can download it, get a copy of it, and read their story. I truly hope that whatever portion of this event that you were able to consume, that it fed your soul and that it uplifted your spirit and that it ignited something deep inside of you. And I truly want you to take a moment, as many of the authors said, to look back in your life and see where you've been resilient, where resilience has been your friend, where resilience has been your partner, where resilience has been right there with you to help you move to the next phase. We're all on this incredible journey called life. None of us are here to get it right. There's no such thing as perfect. But truly, one of the best things you can do is to find your way in a way that empowers you and inspires you and ignites you. What I do know is all of these stories will make a massive difference on the planet. And I get to go to sleep tonight knowing that this book will make a difference for humanity. We truly are living our mission, living our dream, and it's truly a wonderful thing. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. Big hugs and kisses to you. All kinds of wonderful things unfolding at Ignite. And just from my heart to yours, be blessed, be joyous. May your Ignite moments fill your heart with joy and blessings, and just go out and show people exactly who you are so you can ignite them with your amazingness. Mwah, mwah, mwah.